11 rounds down, 1 to go as Shenington plays host to the final round of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship for 2025. It's one of the oldest venues for karting in the UK, founded in 1959. Prior to that, a former airfield base. Shenington is one of the classics, and if yesterday's racing is anything to go by, the race day today will be another one of those classics. I'm David Sullivan, taking you through the final round of the 2025 Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. A few championships already wrapped up at the previous round at Wilton Mill, but plenty still to play for as we head into Championship Day for the SuperOne Series. MightE Bambino are just about to head out onto circuit. Weather conditions today looking like we may end the championship with a few scattered clouds. Maybe the odd sprinkle of rain. Yesterday's race day, dry to start with, wet in the afternoon, really did play havoc for some of our drivers in the finals. Felix Tandy will make his way round in front of Nico Veselovsky. They've been the top two in the championship all season, and that is pretty much how qualifying's played out at every round so far this year, and that's been replicated today. So we'll bring you a grid up on the screen very shortly for our mighties as Tandy and Veselovsky make their way around. Veselovsky won yesterday to stand on the top step for the second time this season. Tandy and Veselovsky then off the front row. EJ Dearer and Lenny Barton on row 2. Aidan Castleman and Luca Pede on row number 3. Frank Pearson and Max Tetlow on row 4. Stanley Thurston and Cooper Galloway complete the top 10 in front of Teddy Veselovsky and Albie Houlihan, with Joshua Chung and Jayanch Rayaru completing your 14-kart MightE grid. Standing start for the Mighties as they make their way around to grid up 2 by 2. Mechanics, parents, helpers awaiting the arrival of their drivers. We'll have a standing start as well for our Coma Bambino class and our IAME M1s. Everything else, as per the rest of the season, will be a rolling start. A few people in the live chat early. Paul Newman and Joshua Sharples, thank you very much for joining us as the drivers look up to the overhead gantry, and the first race of the day is underway. It's been a good start off the outside of the front row by Veselovsky. Thought he was going to go round the outside of Felix Tandy and then have track position for the right-hander of Cafe Corner, but Tandy in the E-plate holds on, and everybody's made it round the first couple of corners, and there's the long run up the Stratford straight towards the Stratford hairpin. Hard on the brakes, was up there yesterday watching some of the action. So there's a move there by the 47 of Luca Pede. He's going to go down the inside into the Bruno chicane. Takes a place away from the 14 of Lenny Barton. Should move him up into 4th place. The top 3 already on a bit of a breakaway. Let's see whether EJ Dearer can go with the top 2, but you can see there the top 2 nose to tail how much that extra little bit of slipstream helps. There's a move back down the inside. Barton and Pede still by side. Pede finally getting the move done. Round the Wilkins hairpin, up and over the timing line at the end of lap number 1. Felix Tandy from Nico Veselovsky, EJ Dearer and Luca Pede with Lenny Barton, Aidan Castleman and Frank Pearson. Max Tetlow moves up a couple of places from in front of Thurston, Galloway, Veselovsky, Houlihan and Chung. Doesn't look like we've got Jayanch Rayaru today. He was here yesterday. Tandy wide out onto the rumble strip on the exit of the Stratford hairpin up to the Bruno chicane. And Veselovsky there with a differing line. It looked like he was going to be able to get the exit, but these two have worked together in sync all season. Just working together in the early phase of the race to pull away and then battle it out later on. Wide goes Veselovsky off the Optimum Racing line on the inside. Seems to carry enough speed though that it doesn't cause him any damage off the back of Felix Tandy. We might have a spinner down the far end. I did see one of the helpers go running. Mechanics and helpers do stay on track for our smaller drivers in both Coma and M1 as well. Just if our drivers go off, they're not always strong enough to drag their karts back on track. So top two still nose to tail. EJ Dira going with them, or falling off slightly, but Luca Pede and Lenny Barton should be up onto the back of EJ Dira within the next lap or so, and if they work together as a three, they may well have an opportunity of reeling back in Felix Tandy, Nico Veselovsky. But they are battling a little bit in the background as down the inside goes Luca Pede. That could well allow Lenny Barton past EJ Dira as well. Dira slots back into fourth place and does only lose one position to Luca Pede, who sets the fastest lap as well. 10th and a half quicker than the two in front of him, and with an overtake as well. So if he can get a little bit of assistance from Dira and Barton, we may well see a 5-kart train for the lead. But at the moment, Tandy and Veselovsky are doing what Tandy and Veselovsky have done so far all season. There hasn't been many races where they haven't been tractor and trailer. Gap was a little over a second. On the previous lap. We'll see whether they're closing in, although a move down the inside, albeit a speculative one from EJ Dira from a few kart lengths back. So they come over the timing line, and an almost identical time from Veselovsky. 1 minute 7.58 for Veselovsky, 1 minute 7.59 for Luca Pede. And that's with Veselovsky in the tow. So Pede with a tough qualifying down in P6. If he can keep this form up, get himself a couple of P3s and then go with the leading duo for the final, will give himself an opportunity, as Lenny Barton and EJ Dira are side by side in the run up to Bruno. Dira again holds on, but these two battling is not really what Luca Pede needs. Normally we'll say it's exactly what he needs with them battling, but what he needs is for them to tuck onto his rear bumper and try and push him onto that leading duo, because I think he's got some pace. Not enough though to hold off EJ Dira. Dira goes down the inside. Pede will drop down into P4, and the gap to the leading duo will go out to 1.8 seconds now. So 6/10 slower on the previous lap from where they were. Veselovsky still pushing away with Felix Tandy at the front. There they are going through the camera shot. Dira now up into third place. Pede and Lenny Barton behind them. There's a duo of Castleman and Pearson. Then you've got Max Tetlow in a fairly lonely P8 at the moment. 3 seconds off the duo in front, but a second and a half in front of Galloway, Veselovsky behind in 9th and 10th respectively. We're still side by side as we go through the Bruno chicane. Now it's Lenny Barton giving chase. It looks like Luca Pede has got past EJ Dira, and Dira's down into P5. Indeed, that is the case. Dira, though, is late on the brakes into the Wilkins hairpin once again and finds a way through. Another great overtake by EJ Dira. This time it's down the inside of Lenny Barton, and this trio with 48 seconds on the clock. So the penultimate lap commenced for MightE. Tandy's opened a bit of a gap up to Veselovsky, and by that I mean 0.2 of a second, which so far this season compared to with the duo is absolutely massive. Pede Dira with a big look over the shoulder. Didn't really go right or left, just threw his head back and see the driver behind, but right into the wheel tracks of Luca Pede. And if he can stay there, I'd put a small wager on that he's going to send the 26 down the inside of the 47 into Wilkins, although does get a bit of help this time by the 14. Move comes on the exit. That's going to put him on the outside. Barton's going to have the nose down the inside. Left wheel up on the grass. Left wheel up on the curve. As Lenny Barton gets a little bit of air and falls away off the back of the 26 of EJ Dira. Went into a gap that was always going to close. And now Dira will have eyes forward on that third place of Luca Pede. Looks like the top two are going to be fairly settled. Felix Tandy's opened the gap up and continues to do so. This is where the action's at though for third place. Luca Pede and EJ Dira, and Luca Pede goes into defensive mode as they run up towards the Bruno chicane. It's the exit that's going to matter here, I think, for EJ Dira. We'll keep an eye out of them on the background as we head up towards Wilkins for the final time. Felix Tandy and Nico Veselovsky. I'm not convinced Dira's going to be close enough this time to go down the inside of Luca Pede, and I think Pede will have enough to hold on to the inside line in third place. Tandy will take the victory, although Veselovsky closes up at the line from Luca Pede, who's happy with his work for third place. EJ Dira and Lenny Barton complete the top five, with Castleman and Pearson nose to tail for 6th and 7th. Tetlow a lonely 8th, with then Galloway and Veselovsky 9th and 10th in front of Albie Houlihan. Stanley Thurston, who falls down the order from P9 to finish in P12. Joshua Chung, and classified in 14th. It looks like they were there. We didn't quite pick them up, but it's they have been going round. It's Jayansh Rayaru in P14. We move on then to MightE Cadet and IAME Water Swift Restricted. So both of these championships are wide open in both IAME Water Swift Restricted and MightE Cadet. MightE Cadet sees William Crombie come into the final round with a points lead to Harry Stinson in second place. And we can't discount Ansel Murray either, down in points at the moment in P8. But because he didn't attend the first two rounds, doesn't have a drop score provision. So a decent result for Ansel Murray today. And if Crombie and Stinson come a little bit unstuck, so we've got a 3-horse race in that one. And as you can see, the top 3 in that championship are the top 3 after this morning's qualifying heat. TJ McKay and William Crombie off the front row. Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson are on row number 3. They're on row 2 with Heath Smith and Daniel Stangarian on row number 3. Row 4 will be Logan Jackson and Jacob Hutchinson, Chase Warmington and Henry Hale, Zachary Parr and Casey Baker on row 6. Noah Myborough and Freddie Turkington, Hadley Jarvis and Jacob Amos, Junior Wright and Harry Watkinson, here with Brandon Hartley, Jack Swong and Will Beattie completing the biggest MightE Cadet grid we've seen all season. Logan Hodgetts in the 174, yesterday's IAME Water Swift Restricted winner, starts on pole for them in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton and Freddie Baker in third place. Riley Aston Wilkins and then Reggie Peters, who I'm not entirely sure was out earlier on, so we'll keep an eye out on IAME Water Swift Restricted. Indeed, there is 4 of them rather than the 5, so I don't think we'll see Reggie Peters. As usual, don't expect the timing down the left-hand side. That's because the MightE Cadets are manually lap scored. Oh, right, we have got Reggie Peters out in the 198. He's very just left the dummy grid. And we are away and racing at the first time of asking for our MightE Cadets. And Ansel Murray's made the jump on William Crombie up into second place. He sets off in pursuit of TJ McKay. Harry Stinson slots into P4 as they make their way through and up. We've had a few drivers off as they come through just a little bit off the back of the field in IAME in the MightEs. I think one of them was a 71 of Jacob Amos, and he looked to be in a little bit of discomfort as he was shaking his arm as he came round the cafe corner. IAME Water Swift Restricted are away as well. And keep an eye out on them, but most of the action will be focused, I think, on the MightE Cadet, given that they've got a 3-horse championship race. Still all to play for in Water Swift Restricted as well, with Riley Aston Wilkins and Freddie Baker going at it for that championship. We'll focus a bit more on that when it comes to finals time. And we've just sorted out the points. The top 4 on a bit of a breakaway here then. Crombie from Ansel Murray. Harry Stinson up into 3rd place. William Crombie drops down into P4. Looks like we've got Daniel Stangery in P5. Heath Smith in 6th. Zachary Parchase, Warmington and Jax Wong, with Hadley Jarvis completing the top 10. Water Swift Restricted being led by Logan Hodgetts. Freddie Baker up into 2nd place in that class in front of Harley Bradbury Stretton, Riley Aston Wilkins and Reggie Peters, who is 22 seconds behind Riley Aston Wilkins, is Reggie Peters, having been late out of the dummy grid, unsure what the issue was, but he's in the race and will pick up some points towards his final starting position later on. TJ McKay leads then, still from Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson, William Crombie. So once we've gone through our 2 heats, we'll know what the permutations are going into the final race of the day for the championships. But at the moment, with 1 point between each places, normally I'd say there's only 1 point between the places and you don't need to be a hero, but every point matters now in the MightE Cadet Championship, so now is the time to be a hero. McKay from Ansel Murray. Wide goes Harry Stinson. This is the battle at the front. The trio of IAME Water Swift Restricted are starting to spread out a little bit, with Hodgetts leading with a gap of a second or so back to Freddie Baker. It's 0.8 of a second, another second back then to Harley Bradbury Stretton. Ansel Murray quick through sector 1, up round the Stratford hairpin and down to the Bruno chicane. Is right up onto the back of TJ McKay. McKay tight into Wilkins. Murray following suit. They are beginning to gap ever so slightly. Harry Stinson in that 3rd place. Crombie going within the green of P4. Then there's a bit of a gap back to the 18 of Heath Smith. He's in front of Daniel Stangery, and I think it's the 39 of Casey Baker. Keep an eye out on the 76 of Jax Wong. He retired, I think, this morning from the qualifying heat. There is Smith in the 18 in front of the 22 of Daniel Stangery. Leading quartet as they were. Up and over the timing line. 2:45 on the clock. So should get 4 laps in here. Bit of traffic in front of them to contend with. So they do lap slightly quicker than the IAME Water Swift Restricted runners, particularly the front runners. There's a warning there for the 76 of Jax Wong. So, and we've got a move down the inside there. That's the 16 of Junior Wright making an ascension towards the front of the field. Oh, Ansel Murray nose down the inside there on TJ McKay. McKay far enough in front and just trails the brake round the Wilkins hairpin to hold on. Again, they may well close up onto the traffic in front that could well come into play on the final lap. Warning for Logan Jackson. I think he's just trying to pick out exactly where he is. Could be in P16 at the moment for Jackson. And Ansel Murray will be looking at the traffic, and to be fair to Reggie Peters, with a huge amount of awareness to allow the leaders to come through and round the outside. He knows that On this occasion, he's not in a race because he was late out of the dummy grid. So credit where it's due to Reggie Peters. Saw them coming, waved them through, and now we'll just tuck in behind William Crombie in that 4th place in his IAME Waterswift restricted kart behind the MightE Cadets. Allows them to come through. Looks like we were side by side then between Heath Smith and Daniel Stangarian in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. We'll see what order they emerge in. McKay though still leading from Ansel Murray. Murray at the moment seeming incredibly content just to work with TJ McKay. Both of them mutually benefiting from the slipstream, as particularly when Ansel Murray tucks in right behind and helps push TJ McKay down that back straight. And they are gapping Harry Stinson. Just going to have a quick look out. It's still Heath Smith in front of Daniel Stangarian. Behind them it's the 34, Jacob Hutchinson. Although on timing is showing down, but obviously we are manually lap scoring, so that's where he is on track at least. Try and pick out the rest of them when they come through or out of the commentary box window. We're positioned on the outside of Cafe Corner, turn 2. On to the final lap then, and with a little bit of a gap, TJ McKay will lead Ansel Murray round, Harry Stinson and William Crombie. Daniel Stangarian has got in front of Heath Smith, the 34, Hutchinson closing them down. Behind them it looks like we've got Will Beattie in the 91. Warning for Daniel Stangarian. Up into P5 though. Down the back straight we go. William Crombie in that 4th place, the championship leader, just looking to amass some points. Ansel Murray will take a handful out of him though in this race. He's going to come through for 2nd place behind your Heat 1 MightE Cadet winner, TJ McKay in the 70. Takes the victory from Ansel Murray, Harry Stinson and then William Crombie. The 2 RCE runners of Smith and Stangarian go side by side over the timing line. So it's going to be Murray in 2nd place, behind TJ McKay, Harry Stinson and William Crombie. Then it looks like we've got the 18 of Heath Smith, the 22 of Daniel Stangarian, the 34 of Jacob Hutchinson, the 91 of Will Beattie, the 16 of Junior Wright. Jax 1 comes in behind them. And then Casey Baker in the 39 in front of Henry Hales and Chase Walmington. Jacob Amos in the 71. Just calling these out of the commentary box window as they're coming in order into the pit lane, which is single file. So we should be able to sort them out. The 30 comes in. That's Harry Watkinson. He's picked up a front fairing penalty because I've just seen his photograph get taken. And he's not back to school yet, so it's certainly not for that. Noah Mybra in the 27 is in front of the 12 of Logan Jackson. And then in IAME Waters Restricted, Hodgetts in front of Baker, Bradbury Stretton and Riley Aston Wilkins. As it's time to move on to heat number 1 in Intermax. Good morning to Jensen Hookie in the live chat. Dave Nichols as well. And to Craig O.T. saying go on Nico. That'll be for Nico Veselovsky. Michael Burke joining us from the other side of the world as always. It's 7:25 over in Bathurst. Good morning to Pam Warmington and to Gary Austin as well. A lot of support coming in, I think, for Harry Stinson with Russian Stars and Rachel Stinson and Declan Stars as well, saying go Harry, as Intermax make their way out to what is currently a very, very sunny Shenington circuit. We'll bring you a grid as looks like there could be a problem for the 50 of Isla Parsons. So it's going to be Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale on the front row, Jackson Hilton and JJ Lowe in front of Jay Birmingham and Oscar Roach. There you can see Parsons' car is stationary, and we may well, I think, have a roll round here. There's no way I don't think we're going to get this race going. Jebson and Herder on row number 4, Esser and Wortley row 5, Gogglenath and Gregg on row number 6 with Layla Bell and Luke Collins in front of Adam Causer and Daniel Hulse, Alexander Adams and Mia Minot with Amrit Singh Atwal and Charlie Heffer, William Bennett and Finley Thompson, Arthur Roberts and Joshua Sharples, Elsie Gannon, Tungra Fatoglu, and then Teddy Roberts, Isla Parsons, Dylan Patrick is your grid. We might get this going actually, because the front row have held station, and then Logan Rolfe has powered down and disappeared at the start. We are away and racing with 7 minutes on the clock, and that was a very, very fast start from Logan Rolfe. He backed everybody up hugely and then was off like a stabbed rat as they came round the left corner. Potential questions to be asked there, but we are away in racing, and the questions will be asked of people that aren't me, which is fantastic. 34 and the 98 off or back the Stratford hairpin. That's Tungra Fatinoglu in the 34, the 91. Not sure on the number, we'll pick it up when they come round at the end of lap number 1. Rolfe then from Sale. Good start from the 45 of Jackson Hilton. Used to seeing him with the number 27, a number change for the 45 this weekend for Hilton. He's up into 3rd place. JJ Lowe, Jay Birmingham, Noah Jebson, who was on the podium yesterday, Oscar Roach, Lucas Esser, Annika Hurd, Toby Wortley. It was a 98 that was off. It's William Bennett with Tungra Fatinoglu as down the inside. To hold on to position goes Logan Rolfe, and he's taking a very defensive line already, is the O-plate of Logan Rolfe. Backing the pack up at the moment, so I think because he was defensive, knew he wasn't going to get a good run. Up towards Wilkins, hard onto the brakes they go, and that's down the inside goes Jackson Hilton. That could allow JJ Lowe to go round the outside if he can stay alongside. Up towards the first corner, can he hang it out round the outside? No, he can't, to give himself track position. Position gained, though, by Noah Jebson and Oscar Roach, both on Jay Birmingham. Birmingham then squeezed tight to the inside in the number 41. He drops down into P7 in front of Esser, Hurd and Gregg. Big moves early doors for Arthur Roberts. He makes up 6 places from 23rd up into P17. So we'll keep an eye out on his ascension in the number 87. Here and tyre squeal on the brakes there as slightly wide goes Logan Rolfe. Quick look over the shoulder to see who it is behind him. It's Jackson Hilton then up into that 2nd place, having got past Jensen Sale on the previous lap. Sale the reigning champion, but it looks in all likelihood he's handing that one over to Logan Rolfe at the end of this weekend. So Rolfe, Hilton, Sale. Jebson now up into 4th place after that strong showing yesterday. Radiator flap adjustment for Jebson in the 12. Oscar Roach as well in the 96. It's pretty much going to be one of them 5, I think, at the end of this race day. Esser and Birmingham not to be discounted. Birmingham, particularly if it rains as well. We saw him master the conditions at fullback. But it's been a fairly steady middle phase of this race with no changes inside the front 7. JJ Lowe gains a place up to 8th. Annika Hurd down into P9. Layla Bell up inside the top 10 now. Having got past Charlie Gregg on the previous lap, he dropped down into P13 at the time. He's just got back up to P12, having got past Luke Collins. And we are now a train of 5 at the front. This is the battle just behind. Lucas Esser there in the Synergy colours with the orange helmet is in front of Jay Birmingham. JJ Lowe, who went off the front 2 rows, is down in P8 with Hurd and now Wortley up into the top 10, as it looked like Oscar Roach was going to try and find a way past Noah Jebson into Cafe Corner. And And behind them, I think we've got a move going on just in the background as well. We certainly do, as Jay Birmingham finds a way past Lucas Esser for 6th place. And that's allowed JJ Lowe to come through as well. I think that's Annika Hurd just behind, so not entirely sure where Lucas Esser's gone in the 55. Talking about going though, Noah Jebsen down the inside of Jensen Sale for 3rd place. Esser crosses the line, P9 behind Birmingham Lowe and Annika Hurd. So train of 5, then a train of 4, and then a bit of a gap back then to Wortley, Gregg, Bell, Collins. Logan Rolfe at the front. Elects not to hit the curb on the inside, keeps the cart settled. Quick look over the shoulder to the right hand side to make sure nobody's down the inside. Had a bit of a gap, but with Noah Jebsen and Jackson Hilton working together down that back straight, the gap closed very, very quickly. There's the duo in 2nd and 3rd place working to try and find a way past Logan Rolfe. And Oscar Roach down the inside. The 37 of Mia Minot is off down at Wilkins. Hilton now looks to be a little bit more defensive-minded with Noah Jebsen. Roach, who sent that move down the inside of Jensen Sale, but went in at a fair rate of knots and allowed Sale to come back down the inside of him on the exit of Cafe Corner. Jebsen's going to go down the inside, is he? Yes, he is. Move already done. Round the hanger corner. And no, sideways goes Oscar Roach as he tried to go into the gap that had been created by Noah Jebsen and taken advantage of by Jensen Sale. The door closed and Oscar Roach tipped into a half spin. No harm done. Went in P5, comes out in P5 and still has an opportunity. As we head up, it's going to be a tight one to get round. They may well be on the last lap next time round. They may well cross the timing line with a few seconds to spare. Logan Rolfe with that traditional, very relaxed driving style that he has as he gets a huge amount of weight over that rear axle. Jebsen and Sale. This was your podium yesterday, but with Sale in 2nd place, Jebsen in 3rd. Timing is going to elapse as they come up and over the timing line. It's down to 0, but it's down to 0 as Sale goes past Jebsen for 2nd place. They cross the line just in enough time. 2 laps to go then. Logan Rolfe with a bit of a gap now as Jensen Sale goes down the inside of Noah Jebsen for 2nd place. Hilton Roach, JJ Lowe. Roach is going to go down the inside of Jackson Hilton there in the pink colours. He's through and will have enough to hold on. With JJ Lowe, Lucas Esser back up into 7th. Jay Birmingham, Annika Hurd and Toby Wortley completing the top 10 as it stands at the moment. Bell, Gregg, Gogolnath, Collins, Causa, Hulse, Roberts. After that flying start, took him up to P17. Hasn't been able to go any higher. With Atwell, Teddy Roberts and Fatinoglu completing the top 20 of the 28 Intermax runners we've got here at the moment. Sale with a very late dive down the inside there on Logan Rolfe. Warning for Jay Birmingham. Oscar Roach and then confirming up in that 4th place as Sale defends Jebsen for 2nd place. So we are into podium order from yesterday. And Rolfe with the look over the shoulder. Will he defend? Yes, he does. Goes to the inside. Round the hanger corner. We'll park you up onto the white line. Jebsen, though, goes down the inside. Sale left the door open. And Jebsen, a superb block pass, goes down the inside. Taps the brake mid-corner to stop Sale getting the run out of him. Noah Jebsen with a superb move for 2nd place. Rolfe from Jebsen and Sale with Oscar Roach, Jackson Hilton and JJ Lowe in front of Lucas Esser. Jay Birmingham, Toby Wortley and Annika Hurd complete the top 10. Layla Bell, Rudra Gogolnath and Charlie Gregg, Luke Collins and Adam Causa in P15. Great result for Causa, having transitioned out of Honda R200 mid-season into Intermax. So he finishes P15. There's your result on the screen. Behind them, Hulse in P16, Amrit Singh Atwal in P17, Arthur Roberts, Teddy Roberts and Alexander Adams in front of Finley Thompson, Tungra Fatinoglu with Elsie Gannon, Joshua Sharples and William Bennett, Charlie Heffer and Mia Minot in P17, Dylan Patrick in P27, Dylan Patrick P28, and Isla Parsons didn't get to see the green flag. Her kart rolling to a halt shortly after exiting the dummy grid, but great to see Parsons back. She missed Wilton Mill due to injury after a broken collarbone, I believe it was. Could have been an arm. I spoke to her last round. I don't know why I can't remember, but there's like 250 bones or something in your body. I can't remember them all. So we'll crack on so I don't have to try. We're going to go for heat number 1 in Comus C50. Pole position for one of our 3 championship protagonists in Cole Parrish. He goes off the front row alongside the championship points favourite for me, Hendrix Falak. Kalman Simon, the other driver that can take the championship, goes off P3. Jensen Drummond, Lenny Barton and Jensen O'Connor complete your top 6. Max St Hilaire with Matthew Pearson, Jacob Hayward-White and Buddy Dorr with Ezra Robinson-Matthews and Briella Stevens on row number 6. Row 7, George Miller and Ayrton Edward-Jones, Noah Gallagher and Albie Houlihan in front of the 84 of Isaac Young, completing your 17 kart Coma C50 grid. Harry Pittman in the live chat making some predictions. He thinks Jake Cuzzy is going to win in juniors. JJ Plowman, thinks saying good luck to Charlie Gregg from the Isle of Man. JJ, a driver that has moved up into junior Rotax and I think he's found his calling actually in that class the last couple of months or so. He's really got a footing into junior Rotax and has really started to put some impressive performances in place. Nathan B saying come on Shay Downey, he'll be out in around about 25 minutes time in our IAME M1 class, but at the same time we'll say happy birthday as well to Kaylee B. She's part of Shay Downey's team and they're watching from home. Let me know where home is. Michael Burke confirming that was a nice move. I'm assuming that was the Noah Jebson move into the final corner. It was a superb move by Jebson down the inside to take second place. And now Harry Pittman saying that he's just throwing all the drivers in the mix now, so at least he's going to guarantee himself a win. We're away and racing in Coma as Cole Parrish seems to be very occupied and doesn't get away. Occupied in holding some of the drivers behind him, and he's going to drop down into P4 already. Hendrix Fallat will lead us through then from Kalman Simon and the 22 of Jensen Drummond. So everybody from the first 2 rows in front of the pole man. So Parrish drops down into P4. Jensen O'Connor it is behind him in the 26 in the McLaren-esque liveried machine. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the board. There's Fallat and Simon nose to tail. Being pushed by that 22 of Jensen Drummond. Drummond, in fact, has enough speed in a straight line to go down the inside of Kalman Simon. It's Kalman Simon back down the inside with a side pod move. Drummond not happy with that, but side pod to side pod, I think that's fair game. Don't think there was a huge amount wrong with that as Kalman Simon moves himself back up into second place. We need a hard reset now for Jensen Drummond. Control out and delete. And let's go. 5.5 minutes still remaining plus that 1 lap. Hendrix Fallat, Kalman Simon, Cole Parrish in front of Jensen O'Connor and Jensen Drummond. And a track that is incredibly slipstream heavy with hairpins and straights. You could see that Hendrix Fallat had a bit of a gap, but within the space of 2 straights. Calmon Simon, Cole Parrish and Jenson O'Connor are back into the mix again. And what you will see, if you get a move down the inside with one kart, the other karts are going to find a way through as well. There's Calmon Simon down the inside. I thought Cole Parrish should have gone with him down the inside. The gap's already there. He's going to take advantage of it. Calmon Simon leads us over the line then. Hendrix Falat just slotting in behind in second place, which I think will be enough. It's going to be tight at the end of the day. We've got a couple of championships that could well invoke the tie break at the end of the day. So we take the top 10 round scores of 12. If they are level after the 10 rounds, we put in the 2 drop rounds. And count all 12. If they're still level after the 12, then it goes on to a further tie break of race wins, be that finals or heats. We'll look into the exact permutation, but I think it's very unlikely when we've added the final 2 rounds in that won't be counted, that things will be level after that. So Calmon Simon then still in front of Hendrix Falat. Top 4 on a pull away now. Jenson Drummond after that opening lap, unable to go with them. He's currently working with Matthew Pearson in the 45 to try and get back. As wide goes Jenson O'Connor. Saw them all go tight. O'Connor could get 2 for 1 here. He's tagged in right behind Calmon Simon, and Jenson O'Connor with a move and a half up at the Stratford hairpin to go from 4th place up into 2nd. Saw everybody go defensive, and in that 4th place didn't have to defend, was able to go wide and hook the car in, and has moved up from P4 into 2nd place. 2:55 on the clock. Homer C50 doing 1:01s. So a few laps to go. Calmon Simon with his 2nd helmet tap within a lap. He will go defensive up towards Stratford. Now, this is where Cole Parrish could well have employed that go wide and hook back in line, but everybody going wide on the run up to Stratford to try and maximise the exit, and they all look over to each other. The only one that doesn't have to is Parrish, pushing along in that 4th place. He's set the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:01.283. Three-tenths of a second, split 4 karts as they came over the timing line. Doors open, and Hendrix Falat goes down the inside and moves back into 2nd place. Simon continues to lead. Will open up a gap of nearly 3/10 of a second that will disappear greatly within the space of around about 2 corners due to the slipstream benefit of those 3 karts behind. Matthew Pearson now is thinking in front of Jenson Drummond for 5th place. Indeed he is. Moves further down the order as well. The 11 of Lenny Barton, who started in 5th place, has just moved back into P15. So a less than ideal race for a driver that we're used to seeing competing competitively inside the top 8 for Lenny Barton. Qualified yesterday in 2nd place and won a heat as well, as Jenson O'Connor finds a way past Hendrix Falat up at Wilkins. Moves himself back up into 2nd place, and now it's his turn to have a little bit of a helmet tap as they start the penultimate lap. He catches the rear bumper a little bit there of Calmon Simon, and is taking a tighter line. Hendrix Falat trying to go round the outside. Not sure that's going to work. He's going to try and move up the inside though of Jenson O'Connor into the right-hander at Stratford, finds a way through, and that could as well allow Cole Parrish to draw alongside. Parrish slotting back into that 4th place. And now Calmon Simon with his Ayrton Senna replica helmet in front of Hendrix Falat in his Nigel Mansell replica helmet. Go down the back straight. Behind them we've got a McLaren replica livery and a Red Bull replica livery. We've almost got ourselves a full grid. A replica for you and a replica for you. Final lap as they come up and over the timing line for what will be the final time until they see that checkered flag. And Calmon Simon looking right and left. I don't think Hendrix Falat is going to be... normally I'd say he'd be keen to take the lead, but I think Hendrix Falat is going to be happy with the 2nd place points here, because I think that's going to be enough for him. Switch back incoming, potentially. Oh, Falat into a half spin as he tags the back of Calmon Simon up at the Stratford hairpin. Drops down into 3rd place. Jenson O'Connor inherits P2. It's only going to be a 1-point drop for Hendrix Falat, and it could well still be enough at the end of the day to take the championship. Calmon Simon now trying to hold off Jenson O'Connor as they head up towards Wilkins for the final time. Out they come. They all go nose to tail as Falat tries to go up and onto the grass to try and find a way through. He can't do it. Calmon Simon wins heat number 1 then from Jenson O'Connor and Hendrix Falat, with Cole Parrish, Jenson Drummond and Matthew Pearson in P number 6. Max St. Hilaire, Briella Stevens, they're still battling. There's St. Hilaire coming over the line. It's going to be Haywood White in front of Buddy Dorr and Briella Stevens, who falls 2 places on the final lap. Isaac Young up from P17 to P11 at the flag. Noah Gallagher making gains as well from P15 to finish in 12th. Ezra Robinson Matthews, George Miller and Alpi Houlihan in front of Lenny Barton and Ayrton Edwards Jones, taking the checkered flag in P number 17. So Calmon Simon then takes the victory by 1/4 of a second from Jenson O'Connor, Hendrix Falat and Cole Parrish, with Jenson Drummond and Matthew Pearson in P6. St. Hilaire, Haywood White, Dorr and Stevens complete your top 10 in Coma C50. We're going to move on fairly quickly because we've got an incredibly competitive and large junior Rotax grid for heat number 1. A full grid of juniors then await the green flag to be sent out onto the grid. In the meantime, we'll bring you a grid. Ryan Rapini will start on pole position. Teddy Cooper, who had a day of 2 halves yesterday, won both heats, retired from the final, which gives Oliver Smith, who's in 4th place behind yesterday's race winner Sam Flynn, the chance to snatch the championship. Drew Preisner starts P5. Lewis Holt, who had a strong day yesterday, continues the run. He'll start in P6. Amy Peacock, Leon Barlow, row number 4. Jensen Powers and Josh Parry are on row 5, with Charlie Benson and Isaac Jameson on row number 6. Row 7, Rory Hinckley and Riley Bishop, who's a little bit out of position for me in P14. Jack Dimbleby and Cassidy Southall, with Joseph Murphy and Isaac Parkinson on row number 9. Row 10, Hayagriva Gogolnath and Kian Hundle, Aidan Young and Adam Giardoustis, with Elijah Hazelwood and Alfie Clark on row number 12. Travis Dolby and Alex McCullough, Maximilian Braskoff and Elijah Hartley in front of Lucas Steele and Mia Caruso on row number 15. Shay Hilton starts 31st and Gad Singh in 32nd. The grid completed by the 71 of Maxim Karuk. field, making their way round then, trying to get some heat in the tyres. The sun appears to have begun hiding behind what is a very grey cloud arriving from behind the circuit, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a bit of rain in the distance as well. Some of the trees are very, very grey. We crossed the timing line though with a dry circuit, and we're away and racing all the way around the outside goes the 76 of Teddy Smith, but it's Sam Flynn in the 42, yesterday's race winner, coming in with a huge amount of confidence, who moves through into second place behind the pole man Ryan Rapini as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Cooper and Smith in second and third place. There's a yellow flag. We've got the 83 of Adam Giardauskas off and will fall down the order into P34. Flynn goes from second to fourth as through goes Teddy Cooper and the O plate of Oliver Smith as well. Rapini, Cooper, Smith, Flynn, Preisner, Barlow, Powers, Benson, Bishop and Lewis Holt complete your top 10. So just getting a weather update of potential rain in 5 or 10 minutes, and to be fair, if you do look to the right hand side of the circuit down towards Wilkins, that hairpin, that's where it's going to come from. Shea Hilton there getting involved, I think, with the 37 of Travis Dolby up at Stratford. Ryan Rapini is going to have first place taken away from him by the 76 of Teddy Cooper. Cooper, Rapini, Smith then now your top three. Cooper, particularly in the dry weather conditions yesterday, was the one to watch as round the outside of Maxim Karuk goes the 88 of Shea Hilton. So top six are pretty much nose to tail. Riley Bishop, I did say he was out of position, and he is up into P number 7 from that starting position of 14th. He's going to have to start 14th again for heat number 2. Another driver inside the top 10 that started outside of it, Charlie Benson, is down the inside of Ryan Rapini goes Oliver Smith, and the championship top 2 are the top 2 on circuit now. Flynn in that 4th place, still going with them. A gap back then to Drew Preisner in P5. Leon Barlow's just off the back of him. There he is as well. Although wide goes Barlow, up and out onto the curbs. Bishop in that P7 was 2/10 quicker on the previous lap. There's a warning for Jensen Powers in P9 as well. There's been warnings as well for Peacock and Parry. Peacock in P12, Parry in 21st. So Sam Flynn, who won in the wet weather yesterday, a race that on track at the very least saw Oliver Smith take the checkered flag, but a 5-place penalty for contact saw him drop down into P6. Warning for the 83, Adam Giardauskas. This has been an interesting race for Adam thus far, with that off up at Stratford already. And then the warning coming in for on-race control. So it's a Kiddix 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment, with Max Braskoff also picking up a warning. Oh, the 24, Elijah Hazelwood up the grass bank on the exit of the Bruno chicane. And we've gone Battenberg, I think. Yes, we have. Confirmation at post 3. And we go full course yellow. The race leader, Teddy Cooper, will back us up as Elijah Hazelwood's car is in a very dangerous position on the outside of the Bruno chicane. He's out of the car. The cart's going to get moved, but it's wedged in behind the curb there. That's the problem as to why they couldn't get the cart back, get that out quickly and safely. So I think we'll actually go racing at the end of this lap. I think the cart will be out of the way and we'll be good to go. But as you can see on the screen there on the left-hand side, that's a drop of rain Can I look for Brolly Watch out the window? I can't see any up, but that's probably because nobody's walking around with one in anticipation. At the moment, if you get 1 or 2 spots on the visor, it is solely psychological. Who can push through that? 2 minutes and 4 on the clock. Drivers lapping in the 43s when they're up to full pace. So 2 or 3 laps to go, and we will go green at the end of this lap. Cooper, Smith, Rapini, Flynn, Preisner, Barlow, Bishop, who's been thrown a bit of a lifeline because he was a little bit off that top 6, is now in that P7 and has a chance. Charlie Benson, Jensen Powers, Lewis Holt, your top 10 in front of Hinckley, Murphy, Peacock, Jameson and Parkinson. As they come round the final corner, Cooper goes to power down. Smith sees it coming and they're going to go across the timing line. Pretty much nose to tail. Ryan Rapini's got the jump as well. Rapini's going to try and go down the inside of Oliver Smith. Door closed on him. Smith with a late dive bomb down the inside of Teddy Cooper. Door slammed in his face and Cooper holds on to the lead. As they head up towards the Stratford hairpin. Still a Kiddix 1, 2, 3, 4. Preisner in front of now, that's Riley Bishop. Leon Barlow out onto the curb on the outside. Charlie Benson looking to make a move down the inside of Leon Barlow. They're side by side, and it looks like Benson has found a way through on the 21 of Leon Barlow. He's gone from 6th to 8th on the restart, as Rapini trying still to get down the inside of Oliver Smith. They'll cross the timing line with 41 seconds on the clock. 2 laps to go then in junior Rotax with, driver slightly sideways up and over the timing line. Cooper is away and has got a bit of a gap here now. 0.4 of a second back to Oliver Smith. Warning for that for Charlie Benson. I don't know whether that was for the move on Leon Barlow. We're four wide. Contact in the middle of the field as the 16 of Jensen Powers goes round. They were 4 wide on the outer corner. They were all trying to chop and change and trying to hold each other's line, and he ended up going across the front of another kart, did Jensen Powers, as he spins out of what was P9. Final lap for Cooper, Oliver Smith and Ryan Rapini. Rapini down the inside into Cafe Corner, gets it stopped. And Rapini moves up into 2nd place. Smith down into 3rd. The rain is coming down now. On to the final lap. 3 wide up into the top corner. Smith is back down the inside of Ryan Rapini. Sam Flynn trying to come back into it. Preisner and Bishop not out of this as well yet, because the trio battling in front have give them a sniff of moving into that top 3. At the front, Cooper's going to be clear and is already out of camera shot. Up towards the right-hander of Wilkins for the final time. Rapini's down the inside of Flynn. Flynn up and onto the curb. They'll be side by side to the line. Cooper takes it from Smith and Flynn from Ryan Rapini. 0.012 of a second, the difference between the 2 of those at the line for 3rd place. Rest of the field coming through. Teddy Cooper with a victory in the end of 1.4 seconds. Back to Oliver Smith and Sam Flynn. Ryan Rapini, Drew Preisner and Riley Bishop going from 14th to P6. Leon Barlow, Charlie Benson and Joseph Murphy. Amy Peacock in P10 with Jack Dimbleby and Rory Hinckley. Isaac Parkinson in front of Isaac Jameson in 14th and 15th. Josh Parry, Elijah Hartley and Aidan Young with Cassidy Southall and Kian Hundle. Lucas Steele, Maximilian Braskoff and Mia Caruso are in front of Travis Dolby and Jensen Powers, who had that spin. He finishes in P24. Shea Hilton, Adam Giadauskas and Hayagriva Gogolnath in P27. The rest of the field, Maxim Karuk, Angad Singh and Lewis Holt in front of Alfie Clark, Alex McCullough and Elijah Hartley, the final 2 of them not seeing the checkered flag. I'm being told that we've got cakes lined up for lunch, which is fantastic. Courtesy once again of Tom Day Racing. Went down to see them yesterday afternoon after we'd finished for the day. Got treated to some cakes. More on that later, particularly when we go into senior Rotax. I think. Yeah, we'll discuss it during senior Rotax. They've got a few drivers in seniors, so we'll discuss it there during that as well. So I think we're still waiting for 1 or 2 drivers for the next race. Now, have a few of them made a late call on tyres? We're still missing a fair few in the dummy grid. So not from this camera position. To be fair, I don't think our first corner camera position, because I think there's a big Marshall's post in the way. And it looks like some drivers may have opted for wets in our micros. But it's an amalgamated grid anyway, micros and Hondas next up. So it's whether anybody's gone for wets. Now, they've seen that little bit of rain, but at the moment, it's very dry. There is rain in the distance, but at the moment, it's missing the circuit. We did get 1 or 2 drops. It didn't affect the previous race. But from our commentary position, we can't see brilliantly from where our production office is. They're about 4 or 5 metres to my left. They've got a bit of a better view of who's on what. So we'll keep an eye out. We'll definitely find out during the race, because if they're on wets as it stands at the moment, they will be going backwards and hoping for rain inside the first half of the race that are going to give them a chance. Can they nurse their tyres through? Nonetheless, we'll bring you a grid. There's no start bumper. We'll bring you a grid up because it's an amalgamated grid. Micro's going off the front then, in front of our Honda Cadets. 1 championship wrapped up already. That's Micro. And then Honda's still very much open. Freddie Baker, Theo Jepson off the front row. Will Hatton and Benjamin Shebar, yesterday's final winner on row number 2. Noah Wicklow, the champion. He goes off P5. Wraith Owen alongside on row number 3. Charlie Cale, Oscar Churches, Arda Bilionov and Teddy Shepherd complete the top 10 in front of Louis Granell and Ellis Holt on row number 6. Milo Taylor and Oakley Howlett in front of Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Isaac Garth. Then it's your Hondas. The 30 of Theo Hamilton goes off Honda pole in front of yesterday's final winner Ronnie Jones. They're on the front row. Row number 2, Henry Colborne. He's still in with a chance of the championship with Mason Becker alongside Harry Search and Joshua Bailey, Shailan Srikantan and Jayan Prakash with Joshua Knayston Wade, Oliver Ratton, Riley Blakemore, well down the order but placed for the championship on row number 14 overall, alongside Ethan Pearson, Oliver Vickers and Ben Bowers. On row 15, Oscar Wills, Chris Doshi, Kaya Sori and Henry Soraya go off row number 17. Just going to have a quick look at that Honda qualifying session and see if we can ascertain why. We've got best times deleted for incorrectly positioned front fairings for Jayan Prakash and for Riley Blakemore, and Blakemore's the one to watch as we go into the final day of this championship season. It's Henry Colborne now leading the points in front of Joshua Bailey, but because Riley Blakemore missed the opening rounds of the season, he doesn't have the drop score provision, so he's slightly out of position when it looks for points. Problems, I think, for the 37 of Oakley Howlett getting out of the dummy grid. He's going to join and has managed to get away. So into the live chat we go. Jensen Hookie, is it still raining? No, not at the moment. It seems to have cleared up. There is still a bit of rain in the distance. You can see it from a raised position out in the commentary box window. Behind us you can see all the trees to the left. It's almost like a grey haze in front of it. So there's rain out there. There was a lot of drivers making late calls. Baker, the pole man, is trying to tell the 16 of Theo Jepson to slow down slightly. As they make their way round. We have got a few on wets further back. I think you can see, if we can keep in on this camera point position, there's a few, I think, on the outside further back that have opted for a wet option potentially. There's one in the 39. I think they're on a wet. I think that's Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. And we are away and racing at the first time of asking. Freddie Baker leads us round. Honda are away and racing as well, although that's a slightly more fragmented start than what we'd ideally look for. but Theo Hamilton will lead us through. Henry Colborne is up into second place. Ronnie Jones is going to fall behind the number 40 of Harry Search, who's up into third place. And we've got 3 or 4 off. We've got the 71 round and the 77. Arda Bilionoff and Teddy Shepherd, one other involved in that as well by the look of things in our micros. So micro, we've got the slow moving number 71 of Arda Bilionoff, and we've got one of our Hondas round as well. I think that could well be Joshua Kinnaston Wade at the Bruno chicane. You'll see him coming through the camera shot in the background. As at the end of lap number 1, Freddie Baker leads us over the line, leaves the door very, very open though for Theo Jepson. We've got a stationary yellow on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, as we've still got a waved yellow up at the far end of the circuit, so shouldn't be any overtaking. Indeed there isn't on the entry in. That's because there's the stationary car on the outside of Arda Bilionoff, the number 71 in our Micro Max class. There's also a 71 of Ethan Pearson in Honda Cadet as well. So no overtaking till they were past that car, and everybody complied in this train at the front. Down the inside goes Jepson. Baker's going to get hung out to dry on the outside. Tried to turn back in. Found the 31 of Will Hatton in there. Noah Wicklow through the gap as well. And that's what I spoke about earlier on in the Coma C50 class, about going into a gap that's created by another driver. Jepson, Hatton, Wicklow, Baker, Owen, Shivar, Churches. Let's have a look at Honda, where the championship is still very, very much wide open. Hamilton, Colborne, Jones, Becker, Prakash, Search, Stricanton, Bailey, Ratton and Blakemore down the order. We've got the 32 wide. That's Milo Taylor. I think he's just letting the Hondas through. Here's your Honda battle at the front, as we've got a change for the lead overall. Will Hatton down the inside. Freddie Baker's going to be on the outside. Benjamin Shivar, the ultimate opportunist, could well go through into second place here. Back to Honda we go. We'll keep an eye out on Shivar. He did only get up to third, but what a move from Benjamin Shivar, going from 6th to 3rd, taking full advantage. 21 tries to go back down the inside. That's Wraith Owen. We're 4 wide as we head up towards the Bruno chicane. We're going to have to hold tight and hope, and everybody gets out of the corner. Will Hatton has a bit of a gap then to Noah Wicklow. Then it's the 21 of Wraith Owen, who's gone 6th to 3rd on this lap. Benjamin Shivar, yesterday's final winner, in 4th place. Oscar Churches, Theo Jepson, Freddie Baker. We move to Honda, and this is really where I want to stay at the moment, because we've got a championship battle here in this class, and Henry Colborne, the championship leader going into the day, has moved through into the Honda Cadet lead. Front of Jan Prakash, Mason Becker, Ronnie Jones. Theo Hamilton has dropped down the order. Oliver Ratton in the 22 picks up a contact warning. Colborne then from Prakash, with Mason Becker, who we saw race 2 classes on 2 days at Wilton Mill. He went MightE Cadet day 1, and then went Honda day number 2. Was very, very unlucky on day 1 in MightE Cadet. Ran out of juice on the final lap that robbed him of a 2nd place. We await our micros coming through. Honda, though, is where I want to look at. As bit down, go from 1st place into the lead goes your race leader from the previous lap, Henry Colborne. That now taken by Jan Prakash. And so Prakash leads then. Colborne's going to come back down the inside of Ronnie Jones. Jones is alongside, but Colborne should have track position, I think. Jones is having a chat with him down the back straight as to whether he thinks that should be a good idea. Back to micro, still being led by the 31 of Will Hatton. Noah Wicklow up and onto the curb. He's going to get squeezed, I think, by Wraith Owen. Owen's going to hold on. Owen's going to go round the outside. So is Benjamin Shivar. And then down the inside, tries to go Oscar Churches, and Noah Wicklow's going to get shuffled back. He's going to come out in P4. Keep an eye out for the rest of the field coming through. There's a warning for the 45 of Joshua Knayston Wade. Jan Prakash still leading Hondas. Now it's Mason Becker then up into that second place. Ronnie Jones in third, front of Henry Colborne. Fourth place behind them, Shailen Srikantan and Riley Blakemore has found a way through. There he is in the leading cart of the train behind in sixth place in that class. In the number 68 Project 1 liveried machine. Minute on the clock. For our micros. Shivar up into second place. Will Hatton from third place on the grid leads us up. And that move taken from him by initially Benjamin Shivar, but then Noah Wicklow will go from third place into the lead here. Shivar and then the 21 of Raytho inside pod to side pod. Will Hatton, who led us over the line, is now in fourth place. It's going to be third, I think, because he's going to try and slide it back down the inside of Raytho. In Freddie Baker's in the mix as well there in the number 92. Sorry, 92. Although he's occupied. They're all chucking arms about. Hold on to the wheel, drivers. Let's go racing. Wicklow from Shivar, the championship top two, have managed to work their way to the front, having qualified 5th and 4th respectively. Wicklow will defend, will need to get it stopped. Shivar can't get the switch back though because he's left the door open for Will Hatton. Warning for Noah Wicklow in the 53. I don't know if that was for the exit of the Stratford hairpin when he got the switchbacks. He's been in the front since, but didn't see a huge amount wrong with the switchback. It was a strong move. Shivar's going to try and go round the outside. That's going to leave the door open for the 31 of Will Hatton to come back through. Final lap then for our micros as Wicklow comes across to defend and try and close the door. And indeed does. They run up towards Cafe. Around the left hand of what is called Pitts Bend, despite the fact that it's not actually near where the current pits is. Shivar's back down the inside of Hatton. Freddie Baker's going to try and hit the switchback. He's going to be on the inside, but isn't close enough alongside. So they come back into shot. Wicklow in front of Shivar. William Hatton race though in. We're 3 wide for the lead. Down the back straight in Honda, and it looks like Mason Becker has managed to work his way to the front. Ronnie Jones is going to get squeezed out onto the curb as he by Jan Prakash. Back to micro. Noah Wicklow will come through to win heat number 1 from Benjamin Shivar, Raytho in Will Hatton and Oscar Churches. And we're round goes the number 93. And they've got a Nassau panel as well. That's 83, sorry, it's Louis Granell. But as the rest of the field come through, let's have a look at Honda. Becker, Prakash, Jones, Colborne, Srikantan and Riley Blakemore. So 2 of your championship contenders are 4th and 6th. Joshua Bailey down the order outside the Honda Cadet top 10. And that's not going to be good for his championship quest. Having a quick look out the window just to make sure everyone at the front of Hondas is clear on the nose cones. Colborne's clear, so that's good for the championship for him. Blakemore's clear as well in the 68, so only a 2-point swing between the 75 and the 68 in our Hondas. So looks like they were all clear there. So top 3 in each class. Wicklow, Shivar and Owen in micro. Honda, it's Becker from Prakash and Ronnie Jones in the number 70. Full classification will be run through on your screen. So, thank you very much to those that are getting in touch via the live chat. Jensen Hooky saying, do I remember him? Yes, of course I remember you. You raced against my lad in Honda Cadet in a championship that wasn't Super One. So I won't mention it because I'm currently on Super One's payroll this weekend, so we don't mention other championships. But yes, no, I very much do remember you. You've gone Rotax now, I believe, Jensen. So we do try and keep track of our drivers once they do move on from classes or championships. So, yep, do very much remember. We are moving on now to IAME M1, the penultimate race of the morning session before we head towards our lunchtime, where we'll have our drivers parade and our interviews from yesterday's finals. So IAME M1 just getting gridded up. Just having a quick look out the window, could at the moment be missing the pole man. Nonetheless, we'll go to our start bumper and we'll go straight into a grid for IAME M1. Poleman and championship leader Arthur Bowers will start from the P1 berth. Jensen Drummond and Hendrix Fallat in front of Arthur Rhodes, which will please Lindsay Rhodes in the live chat as she has asked if he's racing. Shay Downey, we've already had some love for, starts P5. Presley Knight in P6 in front of Logan Edwards and Teddy Smith on row number 4. Hugh Riley starts in 9th. Oakley Rudman P10. Freddie Dye and Sebastian Talbot are there with Harley Bebb and Jack Minot, Nicholas Anser and Noah Brad on row number 8. Buster Scott and Jules Nash are on row 9. Tommy Walton, Arlo Portagoody and Tommy Delaney are with Matty Smith and Gabriel Chew in front of JJ Williams on row number 12. So IAME M1 make their way round. Helpers go running to await their drivers. Arthur Bowers, yesterday's final winner, put himself into a strong position for the championship here today. His rivals, Presley Knight and Logan Edwards, will go off rows 4 and 8 respectively. So he's got a really good chance here as Arthur Bowers. So field forming up with 7 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Five-second board raised in the air by championship coordinator John Hoyle, and the green light is on and we're away and racing. It's been a good start from the outside of the front row, sweeping all the way around the pole man is the 12 of Jensen Drummond. He'll lead us through. Fallat in 3rd place has got past Arthur Rhodes. Rhodes in fact, a little bit of side by side there as Fallat tries to close the door. It was Rhodes who's coming up from P5 up into 3rd place, who made a good start. And then Fallat managed to slide back across in front of the 82, but it's been a good start then from Arthur Rhodes. I think he started P4 actually alongside Hendrix Fallat, so they were as they were. He holds on then, now moves up into that 3rd place as Arthur Bowers is back down the inside to retake the lead from the number 12 of Jensen Drummond. Drummond, I think, could well be coming back at him there. No, it's a illusion of the camera, which is often the case here at Shenington. The start straight is not necessarily straight for your drivers, as the 90 of Jules Nash is off on the run up towards, and we're going to have a move for the lead from 3rd place from Arthur Rhodes. Drummond drew alongside. We've got 2 or 3 drivers round. We've got one off there as the 21 of Logan Edwards. And his championship hopes are pretty much done for Logan Edwards with that, unfortunately, I feel, unless Arthur Bowers comes into any troubles throughout the rest of the day. He just needs to now just tuck in. Waved yellows up towards the far end of the circuit. Might have some things to look at there. Saw one driver was off on the outside, but nearly ran off the tarmac, and so effectively it's about an inch of tarmac, and then there's more tarmac underneath it with the former surface. And, see it on the exit, on the entrance to the corners there. Basically the circuit laid over the top of what was a runway at one point here at the former RAF Edge Hill. Rhodes leads from Bowers. Drummond in 3rd place. Presley Knight, Shea Downey second, splitting the top 5. Then there's another train behind. Yellow flag is in now. That can't move to safety round the corner. Wide goes Rhodes slightly at Cafe Corner. Allows Bowers and Drummond, but it's Knight and Downey that are coming back into this for me. They were half a second behind, but I think that they've had a very clean opening half of the lap of Presley Knight and Shea Downey, particularly because Arthur Bowers is going slightly defensive on Jensen Drummond. But with his championship rivals behind him, he just needs to be keep this one tidy throughout this race and not get involved unnecessarily. Tell that to a driver that's 6 to 8 years old, though, when they just stick the visor down and want to go racing, which is exactly what Presley Knight and Jensen Drummond are doing. Over 3rd place. I think Knight's going to be through here down the inside, but keep an eye out on Shea Downey. He's going to try and get into the mix of things as well. But he was going to be another driver that was going to take 2 for 1. Downey in the number 51 machine, going very, very well. Rhodes and Bowers then still leading. Then there's a train of 5 behind with Falat, Hugh Riley, Oakley, Rudman, Freddie Dye. JJ Williams up to P10, having qualified 24 and last. So great drive so far by the 45. This is that second train currently battling it out, and don't know whether Hendrik Spalat's got a bit of a problem there, because he waved Hugh Riley and Oakley Rudman past and appears to be falling down the order even further. He's lost a place to JJ Williams as well. Might gain it back on the exit of Cafe Corner, and indeed does. So I don't know whether he has an intermittent problem down the far end of the circuit, but lost 4 places and was waving drivers past him. Minute and 30 on the clock. Drivers lapping in the 55, so they'll get round for 3 laps at the end of this race. So at the end of this lap, and Bowers at the moment just content with quite smartly working with Arthur Rhodes at the moment. Presley Knight up into that 3rd place. Shea Downey in P4. Front of Jensen Drummond. There's been changes in that second pack, with Oakley Rudman getting past Hugh Riley. JJ Williams up into 8th place. Freddie Dye's now in front of Hendrix Falat, who is in 10th place. Just going to try and keep an eye out. Yeah, Falat's still there, so I don't know whether he's having a few issues that are intermittent depending on where he is on the circuit. Round Wilkins then comes Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Bowers. That's Hugh Riley, is it? Going down the inside, potentially. Let's keep him now. I think it's further down. That's the 85 of Buster Scott. Battling it out with Harley Bebb. I think Teddy Smith in the 19 was in there as well. Logan Edwards is coming back through the field. He made up 2 places on the previous lap up to P12, but I don't think that's going to be enough. So we see the 55 of Gabriel Chu. The 39 of Arlo Porter-Goody. Currently battling over P number 22. Jules Nash has already retired, unfortunately, on the end of lap number 1. As they come up towards the timing line to see the last lap board, and Presley Knights come right back into this one. Closing up, was a 10th quicker on the previous lap and has been slowly chipping away at those in front of him. Gaps come down from nearly half a second to where we are now when he crossed the line on the previous lap. And it says 3/10 on there, but when they came round the left-hander of Park Bend, he was much closer to the duo in front as Arthur Rhodes holds off Arthur Bowers. A wipe of the visor for one final right-hand turn. Into Wilkins they go. And Arthur Rhodes will come out of the final corner unless Bowers can draw alongside. He's going to try it, but he's not going to be able to do it. Arthur Rhodes takes victory in heat number 1 for IAME M1 from Arthur Bowers and Presley Knight. Shea Downey and Jensen Drummond with Oakley Rudman. Hendricks Ballat back to P7, having been down as far as P10 in front of JJ Williams, Freddie Dye and Hugh Riley, with Sebastian Talbot, Teddy Smith, Logan Edwards and Harley Bebb, Buster Scott, and then Jack Minot getting past Noah Brad there on the line for P16. The rest of the field come through. Matty Smith, Tommy Delaney, Tommy Walton, Nicholas Anser, Gabriel Chu, and it should be Arlo Porter-Goody completing the final few runners. Out of the commentary box window to the right-hand side, I can see a little bit of rain down towards the hairpin at Wilkins, and there is a bit of rain on the screen up at Stratford as well. All of our senior Rotaxers, we're still waiting for a few of them on the grid, but everybody that's there and on the ground will be on slick tyres. Is anybody going to plump for wets? We shall find out very, very shortly. Jarek Metters' car in second place in the championship. He's just being pulled forward to be put down in P6. So, as the rain begins to fall just slightly here at Shenington, we will run you through a grid for the final heat of the morning session. It's time for heat number 1 in senior Rotax. Hear the rain there on the external microphone of our camera. Harry Pullen will start from pole position. He's got champion-elect Lucas Blanford alongside him on the front row. Jasmine Taylor and Morgan Hudson-Brown are on row 2. Archie Flint and Jarek Metters on row number 3. Ben Horner starts 7th. Max Lorna-Bennock alongside him. Max Rowley and Salvador Newman on row number 5. Josh Gora and Max Chown on row number 6. Billy Edgecombe starts 13th. Braden Donahue in front of Kieran Denyer and Max Davis, with Sky Frazier and Ethan Bentley on row number 9. Row 10, Finn Smith with Daniel Beards alongside him. Tom Nottingham and George Daniels with Jay Pearson and Lloyd Williams on row 12. Nesimi Fatanoglu starts in P25. Izzy Lawton 26. Kian Eastick and Tom Williams complete your Rotax 162 runners. Into 177, Jamie Salter starts in 29th pole for Rotax 177. Adriel Lenoir starts alongside him on the front row with Alfie Baron-Oxbury and Raul Folianu completing your Rotax 177 grid. Now yesterday when we had rain, albeit a lot heavier than what it is now, Alfie Baron-Oxbury came through from the back to finish P4 outright yesterday in one of our races. Now the camera showing the rain coming down there, but looking out the commentary box window, it's very, very fine. But the gate is being opened and our senior Rotaxers are going to go out onto what's going to be a slippery and sketchy Shenington circuit, all of whom I'm going to make an assumption are on wet tyres. Oh, sorry, are on slick tyres. So I don't think anybody's going to have had the time or are going to take the risks to go onto wets as everybody goes round the outside in search for grip. So lap number one, it's going to be tasty, to say the very least. So field making their way round, and the sun had actually come back out in the distance, so it looks a lot shinier than what it is here at the circuit. It's going to be, even if it does stop, it's going to be a very tricky opening couple of laps. Up towards the timing line, Harry Pullen powers down and we're away and racing, and then he slides very, very wide in the run up towards the first corner. Morgan Hudson-Brown gets alongside Lucas Blanford in the O-plate. Looks like everybody's got round the first couple of corners. Stratford's going to be the first compression point though. Blanford goes wide round the outside. Will he get the power down? Yes, he does. Lucas Blanford from Jarek Metters, and it looks like it's Morgan Hudson-Brown down the back straight for your top three. Harry Pullen is in fourth place. Who's that in P5 with the bright yellow helmet? We'll keep an eye out when they come up and over the timing line. The 33 of Max Rowley making his way around there in the TDR colours. Blanford from Metters, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Harry Pullen. It was Max Lorna-Bennick in the bright yellow helmet. Max Chown, Ben Horner, Archie Flynn. Stationary yellow then at post 3, which means we've got a waved yellow up as a few drivers put their arms up. Morgan Hudson-Brown is one of them. The far end of the circuit there, it's because we've got a Battenberg. It's the yellow has been changed to a Battenberg, and we will neutralise the field. I'm not sure where we've got drivers off, so it's just on the start of the straight. Yes, I can just see it out the commentary box window now. It was on the outside and in the tyres on the exit of Marshall's post 3. So as they go round Park Bend, round the pits bend, where the gantry, where the viewing gantry is, Lloyd Williams in the 65 is the driver that was there that's off. So field already up and over the timing line, so they'll go round for another lap. As you can already see, particularly out the combox window, the circuit literally drying in front of my eyes. Drivers now desperately trying to get a bit of heat in their tyres that was missing early doors. Alfie Baron-Oxbury is leading the Rotax 177 crew in front of Adriel Lenoir. Jamie Salter, the poleman, is just behind Tom Williams. And then there's another 162 runner in front of Ralph Folianu. So track looks to be clear now. Can't move to a place of safety. Tyre wall rebuilt on the other side by our Marshall's team. And at the end of this lap, I think we'll be going green with what will be around about 3.5 minutes on the clock for senior Rotax. So Blanford will lead us round then. From Metters, Hudson Brown, Pullen, Lorna Bennett, Chown, Ben Horner, Archie Flint, Max Rowley, Jasmine Taylor and Max Davis. Davis making some good moves, 16th up into P11. And we are away and racing already as Blanford has a gap of 0.8 of a second over the timing line. He went and nobody else saw it coming. Still very slippy, and again the rain starts to fall once again just as the track began to dry. Seems to be another few spots and drivers deciding whether they're confident enough to go down the inside and take the traditional racing line, or whether they're going to try and go high and wide around the outside and find some grip. I think the traditional racing line's where it's at the moment, but if it keeps drizzling, it may well transition. That's Ben Horner taking a move down the inside of Max Lorna Bennett. Moves himself up into P5, I think makes 2-place gain. Max Chown falls 2 in that lap down from P6 into P8. He's behind Archie Flint, who's made the move up into P7. Kieran Denyer, 15th to 12th on that lap. Still good. Still searching for grip at the far end of the circuit. Jarek Metters goes around the outside to hold on to his place from Harry Pullen. Morgan Hudson Brown, though, has moved up into 2nd place on that lap. And there he is in the Ultimate R suit, but is racing the Super One Championship with BLR. He's extended a gap of 3.5 of a second. In fact, he was quicker than the race leader on the previous lap. His problem is that the gap is 1.5 seconds, so still got a little bit of drizzle in front of the camera. There's Pullen and Metters once again exchange different lines up at the Stratford hairpin. Now everybody does seem to be taking a much more traditional line, particularly through the Bruno chicane. Up towards Wilkins, Harry Pullen throws the 7-2 in sideways. A few more spots on the screen as they make their way through. Hudson Brown was nearly 0.2 quicker, but he's going to run out of time at this rate. Catching the race leader, Lucas Blanford. Three wide down that back straight, I think, were we? Yes, we were, but they've all sorted themselves out into a decent order now behind, I think it's Max Chown in 6th place. He's got a train of carts behind him, and if it's not him, it's Salvador Newman. I think it is Max Chown, in fact. Newman's in the mix as well. Chown picks up a contact warning, but then he's got Rowley, Flint, Bennett, Newman, Davis, Gora, Denyer, all closing in. Denyer's still off the back of that and will run out of time, I think, to try and close in. Adriel Noir is to the front of Rotax 177, again in front of Alfie Barron Oxbury and Jamie Salter in that class, and each of them have got one of the senior Rotax cart between them for a little bit of comfort from those chasing behind. Blanford has opened up the gap once again. It's back out to nearly 1.5 seconds, despite the fact that Hudson Brown was quicker on that previous lap, but the one before that, Hudson Brown was quicker. Jarek Metters in P3 still, Harry Pullen, Ben Horner, Max Chown, Max Rowley in P7. He's up from P9. Chown started P12 to get up to P6, so running well. On a slow moving kart there on the inside, did we? Not either that or they were just very, very defensive. Could have been the 22 down the back straight of Archie Flint. Out of Wilkins, though, for the final time to win heat number 1 and add to his very impressive number of victories this season. Here's Lucas Blanford in the O-plate. He takes the victory from Morgan Hudson Brown, Jarek Metters and Harry Pullen, with Ben Horner, Max Chown, Archie Flint and Max Rowley with Salvador Newman and Max Lorna Bennick completing the top 10. Josh Gora, Kieran Denyer and Max Davis, with Ethan Bentley and Jasmine Taylor completing the top 15. Daniels, Donahue, Nottingham, Eastick, Beards, Smith, Lawton, Fraser in front of our leading Rotax 177 runner Adriel Lenoir, taking another victory here at Rally Replay Super 1 in front of Tom Williams, your second Rotax 177 runner of Alfie Barron Oxbury with Jay Pearson. Then it's your third runner in Rotax 177 with Jamie Salter. Nassimi Fatanoglu and Raul Folianu are 29th and 30th respectively. Folianu, another one of our 177 runners. And then your retirees, the number 2 of Billy Edgecombe and the number 65 of Lloyd Williams. So we're going to head towards our interviews from yesterday's final winner. We will be staying with Rotax 177 because our first interview will be with Adriel Lenoir. And then once we've done our interviews, we will have our drivers' parade before we come back for heat number 2 and our finals from round number 12, the final round, championship round of Rally Replay Super 1 2025. Round 11 winner in Rotax 177 is Adriel Lenoir, a driver we've not seen so far this season, to the best of my knowledge. Talk me through what's the story?
So just came for a little weekend at Super 1. It's been a great weekend. Good Friday. Started the Saturday off strong with P2 in quali, P1 in Heat 1. Set us up well for the final to kind of get a gap and pull away, so couldn't ask for much more.
Now, final as well, we always find that when that rain comes, the Rotax 177 really starts to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, it gets really lively, we get a lot of grip, and to be fair, we can cut our way through the 160s. Had a really good fight with Jamie, managed to pull away after that, and it was smooth sailing from there.
Cool. Where do we normally race?
Normally race at Kimbolton, looking to do a few more championships, especially this one next year, so look and see what the calendar's like.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. You look quite happy. The supporters look quite happy. Yeah. Is that mum over there?
Auntie.
Auntie, she's happier than you, and you've won.
I know, but equally as happily. Looking to do the same again tomorrow.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, round 11 winner Adriel Lenoir.
Thank you.
We're back with Mr. Smiley. It's Arthur Bowers with another victory at Rally Replay Super 1 in IAME M1. Arthur, talk me through your final.
Good.
No, you can give me more than that.
Good.
Very good.
Very good.
Very good. There we go. Weather conditions out there, track conditions slippy, but looks like you had it mastered.
Yeah, I
Good.
did.
You did. We go into tomorrow with a chance of winning the championship. It's quite tight, though, between the three of you up the front. Are we confident that we can take it?
Yeah?
Good. Do you want to give me a different word to yeah?
Good.
Good. So we've done a yeah and a good. Have we got a third word for me?
Yes.
Yes. So we've had a yeah, a yes, and a good from Mr. Smiley. We don't need words from Arthur Bowers. The face expression does everything for us. Look at the smile, because he's a race winner again. Benjamin, a winner again at Super 1. First time I'm talking to you this season, though. Tell me about your final. It looks like you've been strong all day.
I had a bad start. I went to 4th, and then I worked myself up quite quickly, and then Ray Fowen had a gap, so I couldn't really catch up. But on the first 5 laps, I overtook him, and then I think I pulled away 5 tenths, something like that.
So yeah, good conditions for that final for yourself, obviously. But even in the dry earlier, you were right at the front, and looks like you really like Shenington.
Yeah.
Good. Favourite track?
I'll say second favourite.
What's your favourite then?
GYG.
I thought you'd have gone Warden because I've seen you around there and you've been strong, but GYG, favourite. It's a favourite of a lot of people. It's a bit of a roller coaster, isn't it? Going into tomorrow, obviously we know that Noah's wrapped the championship up. I think you're comfortable in second, but we're hoping to take another big trophy home.
Hope so.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, I think you can. I believe in you. In fact, I'm putting you down for a win already. Yeah, we're going for it. Benjamin Shivar, winner today and winner tomorrow, because I'm predicting it. For the 5th time this season, standing on the top step is Kalman Simon in Coma C50. Kalman, difficult conditions for that final. Tell me about it.
It was lots of rain and like a bit slippery and stuff to try stuff like not try spin or stuff like that.
The first half of the track just seems a little bit different. It changes tarmac. They've relayed set parts of it. The first corner looks really slippy, then it seems to dry out a little bit. Were you finding that?
Really outside.
Now, it's quite tight in the championship between three of you, between yourselves, Hendricks and Cole as well. Confident going into tomorrow that we can wrap it up?
Yes, much more.
Good, so we've taken the victory today. That should add some points in. You are in terms of positions, you're second in the championship, but your drop scores look to be worse, so I think you go into tomorrow as a slight favourite. Are we feeling like that?
Yeah.
Good. I think I've caught on my eye as well. I saw Dad nod when I said slight favourite, so he's obviously confident you can get a job done. Conditions tomorrow, do we want it wet or do we want it dry?
Wet.
So we're hoping for another wet day. I think it might be in the morning, it might dry up for the finals, but we'll find out. But Kalman Simon, confident of a championship win tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
Cheers. Oh, we definitely are like that. Why is it alright?
Because I like it. But like me and my girlfriend do it.
What were you going to say?
I don't know why I'm smiling.
I know I'm smiling. You can't see
We've all got Joes here. We've got BLR Joe, Shards Joe, Long Hair Joe, Tom, Skinny, Violet Man, Shut the fuck up. Oh, Big Sam.
for the first two that is here. So Harry Stinson and Will Beattie. Stand there. And thank you everybody for joining us this season. It's been the best entry we've ever had. The 2026 season will open up in November, so get ready for your registrations in that. And then we've just got a prize for, we've got a helmet bag or a thing. Got to be here to win it. Arthur Bowers. No. Zachary Parr. Okay, thank you everybody. Have a safe afternoon's racing.
Harry Stinson, winner in MightE Cadet. It's been a day of different conditions, really. The final, talk me through it.
Yeah, so it was a hard decision to choose between slicks and wets. Most of the drivers I compete against choose wets, and I choose slicks. And then it started to rain towards the end, but there was just too much of a gap, so they couldn't catch me.
It's been really tight, and it's still very tight going into the final round tomorrow in terms of championship position. I think there's 4 of you that can mathematically win it going into the weekend. We'll find out overnight whether that's gone down to 3, but you're definitely in the mix for that. Confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely, and I just want to thank Bart, Chad, and GW Driver Development, my dad, and RCE for the chassis.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we go into it with, I know TJ McKay's another driver that's battling. You two have finished 1-2 today. You're in the mix of the championship tomorrow. William Crombie's in there as well. Hopes? Think we can do it?
Yeah, definitely. I think I can win the championship if I keep it up and keep winning it.
Good stuff. Well, we'll find out this time tomorrow whether you stood on the top step and whether you'll be taking a big championship trophy home at Kartmania in a few months' time.
Yeah, thank you.
Logan Hodgetts, winner at round number 11 of the Rally Replay Super One Championship. It's only the second round you've done this season, but we're taking a big trophy home. Happy?
Yeah.
Good. I was watching your race earlier on. I was setting a camera up all the way up there, and it was yourself and Freddie were going at it. Talk me through your day. In terms of your battles with Freddie, it's been close?
Yeah, very close.
Good. We go into tomorrow with confidence, I'm assuming, that we can take another trophy home?
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Anybody you want to say thank you to?
All my sponsors, Tim Relager, my engine builder, and Alfie for coaching me.
Good stuff. What are your plans for next season?
Just do my best and win all I can.
Good. Are we stay in IAME? Are we going up to unrestricted?
Stay in IAME Watership restricted.
Good stuff. Well, hopefully there'll be many more trophies and possibly another one that size tomorrow.
Yeah.
11 rounds so far, and for the 8th time this season, it's Logan Rolfe on the top step of the podium. Logan, it's been a strong season so far. Talk me through the year as a whole.
It's just been outrageously hard with all the hard competitors that wanted to win it like me this year, but yeah.
It's not very often actually we have a class with a returning champion, which we have this year in Jensen Sale. He's been up there with you. We've had Oscar Roach up there. It's been close battles throughout, but generally it's been yourself on the top step. What's been the difference?
That I just clearly stick it on a better line than they all do.
And you do like a move, that's for sure, and you definitely don't like being second.
Nope, never. My dad always says, second's not good enough, first.
Absolutely. Difficult day today, obviously, with the weather conditions. The final looked fun, though. I saw you battling with Noah Jepson for a huge amount of that. He's finished in P3, but the amount of times I saw you two chopping and changing round Cafe Corner must have been a great race.
Yeah, it was actually quite fun, and my celebration was quite fun, drifting it coming into the pits.
I did say to him, around this corner, if he'd have a couple of laps in, if he'd have hit the brakes halfway round the corner to stop you getting that switchback, well, you might have had a different battle on your hands, but pretty much every lap you managed to send it back down the inside on him.
Yeah, because they take the dry line with the curb, but they don't hook it properly, and then the wide and then just cut back was better throughout the whole race.
Good stuff. Well, we go into tomorrow with maybe 9 fingers on that championship trophy. We're confident we can take it home?
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to thank quickly Synergy for making my kart go fast, KR, Connor and Louis and Harry for being here at trackside, even though Louis is out at Wilton and Connor's over in a different country. But yeah, and also I just want to thank all my sponsors, especially Grid Shark, and I want to thank my dad and my mum.
Of course, congratulations again, and you'll be rapidly running out of space to put them trophies by the end of this season.
I'm already starting to put them somewhere else.
You have to get a warehouse.
Yeah.
We've been here before, many times. Lucas Blanford, winner at round number 11. First of all, we'll keep this one short to start with, but talk me through your final difficult conditions, but looked like you had the measure.
Yeah, you know, we got a really good start, getting away really early in the start. And then once we had the gap about lap 4-5, just started managing, no need to push because we had the gap behind, so there's no point going off.
Cool. Well, I'm not going to ask you the same questions we have all year, so I'm just going to mix it up a bit. What can't you leave home without?
Trophies, it seems.
Seems, yeah. Favourite food?
Spaghetti bolognese.
Favourite film?
Cars 2.
Controversial, but I'll let you have it. Favourite track?
Shenington.
Clearly. Are we just saying that because we're here?
Yeah.
And is it because you're scared of Graham?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought it might be. What else we got? I was about to say describe your perfect Sunday afternoon, but it's winning races, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, clearly, that's all I've got. I'm done. I'm finished. Congratulations, you won again.
Thank you.
Nico Veselovsky, second time winner in SuperOne this season, but the first time you get to talk to me on a Saturday. Difficult conditions for your final. Talk me through it.
Yeah, the conditions were really tricky. Led it for most of the way. Really hard, just came across the line happy. Thank you to all my sponsors, Paul, Ambition Motorsport, my dad, and everyone else who's helped me.
You've had some training there. You've definitely had training because you weren't even prompted to get all the sponsors and everybody helping in. You've definitely had some training in. Who's give you the training?
Paul Ambition Motorsport.
He is good, isn't he, Paul? Although, so are you running with Ambition this weekend?
Yes.
Good.
And I've been running with them except for the first round.
Good. And have they been a good help to you?
Yes.
Good. It's been a great battle throughout the season, mainly between yourself and Felix. What are your plans for next season?
I mean, I'm in a different class, Honda. I'm going to try and win it in them, but it will be really hard for my first year.
Good. So that's what we say. We're going Honda.
Yes.
Good stuff. Well, you'll go in it. You'll probably get 3 or 4 years in that. Plenty of time for progression, and I'm fairly sure at some point we'll be speaking to you again as a race winner in Honda.
Yes, probably.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations, and I'll let you take your big trophies home and take the cheers from. I'm guessing it's Mum over there.
Yes.
Yeah. Good stuff. Nico, congratulations.
Thank you.
Ronnie Jones, first SuperOne outing of the season, and we've took a big trophy home. Difficult conditions throughout the day. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the final was nice, clean race with Riley. Yeah, it's pretty hard though, just making sure I wasn't spinning off, especially in these conditions.
In the dry early, you seem to be working fairly well together in just, there's only 1 point difference between positions in heat, so you don't need to be silly about things, just be smart. Looks like the two of you had either made a plan off track or at least were just in sync with each other on track.
Yeah, 1 point's not a lot, especially like for me. This is literally just a guest round, and Riley's in the championship, so didn't need to mess anything up for him.
No, and obviously you'll have known that going into the final that he didn't need to be a hero. And to be fair, you had a little bit of a gap to him anyway, so it looked comfortable the last couple of laps. You had, a few kart lengths that you didn't have to defend too much, particularly in these wet weather conditions. But happy with the performance overall?
Yeah, on the last lap it was a bit sloppy in the chicane, but apart from that, yeah, pretty good.
Cool. Well, I need to give you an opportunity to thank the team, because Martin will kick off with me if I don't. So anyone you want to thank?
Oh yeah, Martin, Charlie and everybody in there that helps.
Good. Shall we turn the camera around and show you fan club? That way. That way. There's the fan club. Yay! Good. It's not often we see cadet drivers bring an entourage. Do we have a rider as well? Do we make demands before meetings? What's your favourite sweet? What do we demand that we've got to eat?
Giant straws.
Giant straws?
Yeah.
Quality? I have no idea what they are. Round 11 Rally Replay SuperOne winner for Junior Rotax. It's Sam Flynn. Sam, talk me through your day as a whole.
It's been quite a good day, to be honest. We've been very, very quick from the start in quali. It's qualified 4th and then 3rd in Heat 1, so it was going all right. In Heat 2, it was a bit of disappointment at 10th in the end, so it's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. And then started 5th, got up to 2nd in the first lap, and we just held it from there. It was a really good battle in the end, and it's been lovely. Been a great day.
Yeah, tough final, of course, with it being wet. Yeah. Something you were looking forward to, or a bit of trepidation going into it?
I don't really like the wet, so for me it was a bit of a difficult one, but we held it in the end. It was just locked in, really. It was good.
Yeah, track conditions out there. It did look like at times like it was easing up, and then the rain had come again. Finding grip level on the track, where were we finding most of the gains?
I mean, we were kind of quick through Bruno, and then the last corner we were quite quick as well, but overall we were on the pace. It was good. We were only a 10th off fastest lap, half a 10th even, so we were a lot quicker than what we thought it would be in the final.
Good stuff. Anybody you want to say thank you to?
My mum, my dad, my grandparents putting a lot of money into this. I want to thank Kiddix as well, and Paul, the mechanic. They've been a great weekend with the team. We've been with them all season now, and it's improved so much as a driver, so it's been great.
Good stuff. So Sam Flynn, who doesn't like the rain, but it turns out he's absolutely rapid in it. Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session, heat number 2 and the finals from the final round of the 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. I am David Sullivan, but I'm not alone in the commentary box. I've been joined by Aidan Young. Aidan's going to have a little chat with us. Quite apt as well that we're here at Shenington, formerly RAF Edge Hill, and a driver that, despite the fact that isn't quite old enough yet to go in the RAF, definitely knows the route that his career's going. Tell me a little bit about the background, the family, and why that's the route that we're going.
Yeah, so just a quick shout out to everyone watching. Thank you for watching this evening, this afternoon. So all my life I've been involved with the RAF, with my dad serving for more than I've been alive. I've been posted around the world, moving several times throughout the UK and country. And yes, just it's always been my ambition. It's always been surrounded by my life. Every weekend, every weekday, I'm always surrounded by it. I always know everything about it. And yeah, whenever I have a day off school, and obviously you're like prescribed off, whatever. I'm always at my dad's work, just seeing the different life that not many people see. It's a whole different world that people don't know about if you're not in it.
Yeah, I've got a friend that they currently live in Belgium or Holland. Holland, I think, at the minute, but they've been Belgium, Holland, Cyprus, all over. They're in this country for 3 years, then they go out for 3 years. I think they're looking generally now at spending more time out of the country. They love the lifestyle. They've been part of it. They met through being in the RAF. Your dad's based at Conisbee,
correct,
I believe. And what route is your career hoping to go down?
So I wish to be an engineer in the RAF, which is quite fitting that I do a motorsport, because that is engineering at its finest. So yeah, I think that's a really good link from my karting to a pathway in a career in engineering for the RAF. Absolutely.
It won't be the end of your racing career, I'm fairly sure of, particularly because RAF and Army and everything like that generally does tend to have a route in motorsport. We obviously know a lot of the circuits with Fullbeck, with Kimbolton, with here at Shenington have all come out of being former airfield circuits, and then you can go and race for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have been given the opportunity to race for the RAF next season, which I will absolutely take, because not only joining the RAF but racing for them as well is another achievement that is definitely on my bucket list. So that is a nice one to tick off, and to hopefully win the RAF, the Armed Forces Karting Championship.
There's one or two bases I think that have actually. Is Marham's got a track? Is it? I believe. Something to do in it. Yeah. Day off. I'll just pop down the local track. Stick with us. We've got a grid for MightE, and you might as well stay for enjoy a race from the where we are in the commentary position. So we'll have a grid up on the screen. It'll be as we were for heat number 1. Felix Tandy and Nico Veselovsky will go off the front row, with EJ Dira and Lenny Barton on row number 2. Aidan Castleman and Luca Pede on row 3. I don't know why I'm doing this. You do it. You're in.
We've got Frank Pearson in row number 4 by Max
Tetlow
with Stanley Thurston and Cooper Galloway. In row 6 we have Teddy
Veselovsky,
Albie
Houlihan.
And in row 7 we have Joshua
Chung and Jayanch Rayaru. Now, the reason I've set you up for that is it's not easy to do the names, is it?
No,
but in your awning last night, I was heavily accosted by Max Rowley's mum about getting their surname wrong. It's not easy, is it, Aidan?
It's not easy.
No, it's not. So I've thrown you under the bus there massively, just to make a point to the TDR awning that this throwing names at people is just not an easy game. It's a very underrated skill. Also, thank you. Your awning's been awesome the last couple of rounds. Since I found out that somebody made cake, and then I believe that inspired everybody else to make cake, and now it's the home of cake. We're away and racing then in heat number 2. It's been a good start from Felix Tandy off the inside row. Draws in front of Nico Veselovsky to take the lead. EJ Dira slots into 3rd place in front of the 14 of Lenny Barton, who's been good in this class but struggled earlier on when he was in the coma variant for the Bambinos. But it's Tandy who leads us up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time, being pursued then by Nico Veselovsky. Luca Pede makes the move down the inside of Lenny Barton. Lenny Barton draws back alongside. They'll run side by side in the run up to the Bruno chicane. Track conditions earlier, Aidan, looked a bit sketchy from around about your class onwards with the opportunity for rain. It looks fairly clear now out of the window to the right hand side, which is the direction of travel that the clouds have been coming in. But in terms of the track conditions, compared to where we were yesterday, particularly your finals were very, very wet.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, what's the track condition like today compared to yesterday?
So it's a lot more windy today, which will be good for light rain, where it's still able to be on slicks, because that wind can just push the water off the track, which will make it a lot grippier for those slick tyres compared if there wasn't any wind. The water would just stay permanently on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. We see 1 or 2 spots of rain there from what we're now going to call the rain camera up at Marshall Post 3. It gives us a really good opportunity to pick out if there's any rain falling. It's not quite as easy to pick up, although there is 1 or 2 spots there from our mobile cameras that are manned out on circuit, but our static cameras do give you a much clearer perception of the rain coming down. As with heat number 1, the top 2, Tandy and Veselovsky, but they haven't been able to pull away at the same rate they did in heat number 1 from EJ Deere, Luca Pede and Lenny Barton. They did start squabbling over third, 4th and 5th in the previous race, and at the end it did allow the leading duo to pull away. And once again we see a bit of a squabble going on there as Luca Pede and EJ Deere draw alongside each other on the exit of the Wilkins hairpin. In terms of overtaking spots at this, there's not many that you go absolutely every lap you're going to see, but every corner here does give an opportunity if the driver in front allows. There's certain. It's not like, let's say, Clay Pigeon, which has got very much a one line round it, but you know, you run wide, a driver has an opportunity to come down the inside into the first corner. Cafe corner is an overtaking opportunity if you want to throw a move that, you know, is a bit gung-ho down the inside. We've got a driver down. We've got 2 or 3 round up at the far end. As the rain does start to come down, they all decided then they were going to move just as we were trying to pick numbers out, but you'll see on the left-hand side at the end of this lap, it will resemble a fruit machine as it spins round and everybody re-slots into position. I think one of them was the 32 of Cooper Galloway. Now these drivers are on groove tyres anyway. They run an all-purpose tyre, do both the Coma Bambinos and the MightEs, whereas our other Bambino age class in IAME M1, they run slicks and wets. So, but they are sliding wide now round Cafe Corner, but then they're finding a little bit of grip on the outside, and it is keeping them roughly in the direction that we'd be hoping for. But lap times down around about 1.2 seconds from where they were on that previous lap, and you can see there, Aidan, they're going wide and going to try and find some grip. Tandy's going to get the run out, but we've got a much closer battle at the front than what we had in the previous race with these MightEs.
Challenging conditions here for the drivers. It's all about a game. Who can adapt the best here? Who can adapt the best will win this race. I can tell you that for a fact, David.
Certainly is. It does start off that the first few spots of rain are quite psychological on your visor, but now we can see it out the window here. Absolutely, straight in front of us. It is coming down almost sideways. Now, some of that will sort of get blown off for the track, but I watched seniors earlier coming around this corner, and like the track was, as it is now, quite dark, and it was literally just getting lighter as you could watch it. So when it stops the track surface, particularly around Cafe Corner that they come to, 2 different bits of tarmac there as well. The first corner around Park Bend, and then it goes into a second set of tarmac, which has been freshly laid. As round goes the 55 of Max Tetlow at the at Cafe Corner. That will drop him out of 6th place because Pearson and I believe Stanley Thurston may well have been close enough. And you can certainly see now with how dark the tarmac has got as to how much water is now being held in the surface.
Felix Tandy defending there going into the hairpin. Might be a bit scared from Nico behind him.
Veselovsky, who won for the second time yesterday. Tandy's already got this championship wrapped up, but it has been this top 2 throughout the season so far.
The rain's really coming down now, isn't it, David?
You can hear it through the external microphone now of the camera up at the camera point up at Wilkins, and drivers going very, very wide to try and find that grip. Obviously, we know Tandy's got pedigree. It runs deep into the family. His dad, Nick, many, many times he's raced and won at Le Mans for Porsche. Raced this year as well. And, that was the weekend that Felix was also racing at PFI that weekend, so they were unable to go with his dad to watch. As round goes Max Tetlow for a second time at the same corner, and he's going to have to wait until the 42 of Joshua Chung goes through. And as Aidan Castleman got past as well, he has. In fact, he's going to drop all the way down to P14 is Max Tetlow. So down to the tail end of the field, but the lap times now have dropped by 5 or 6 seconds, I think.
Drastically, yeah.
Someone's gone off. I don't know who it is, but that guy's put his hands on his head, and there's a yellow flag out up at Stratford. So
every lap, every single lap, every corner, the rain's getting heavier, the track's getting wetter. This will, as I said before, will be a challenge of who can adapt the best. And in motorsport, that's what wins you a race. That's what makes you a defined driver, who can adapt the best in these type of conditions.
Veselovsky falls 2/10 off the back of Felix Tandy, but then closes it back up round Park and seems to be fairly equidistant up onto the back of him round Cafe Corner. But behind them as well, I think we've still got this 5 at the moment. Then there's a gap back to Frank Pearson and Stanley Thurston, but up and round Stratford for what will be the penultimate time, because they'll get the last lap board next time round. Time in the top left-hand corner elapses down to 0 as Lenny Barton gets past EJ Deere. And the interesting thing now is how many of our drivers for MightE Cadet are already on the grid on slick tyres. We've still got a huge amount of gaps, so we'll have people bolting wets on for that class. Their championship, MightE Cadet, still very much alive, as is IAME Water Swift Restricted. As we go up and round Wilkins, they'll see the last lap board on the overhead gantry as they come up and over the timing line now. And Felix Tandy with around about 1 minute and 6 seconds to try and hold on, not only to the lead, but also to that E-plate car. He's a very, very accomplished driver, as Nico Veselovsky almost went off track there on the outside.
Full width for the track used there, definitely.
And now it is really starting to come down. If there are any drivers on slicks for the next race, they're going to be seriously tested next time round. They're going to hope this has to stop and dries incredibly quickly, but I get the feeling that wets are going to be the name of the game for the next half an hour or so. Luca Pede just coming offline, trying to find a bit of grip onto the back of Nico Veselovsky. He's got half a lap to go. Oh, we've got driver round at the far end of the circuit, just in front of Aidan Castleman. That's the 10 of Frank Pearson from 6th place. He was comfortable in 6th place, was Pearson. That looks like Stanley Thurston will have found a way through. Up and round Wilkins then for the final time. Veselovsky tries a tighter line. Tandy, though, sweeping round the outside in the E-plate. And Felix Tandy will take the checkered flag to win heat number 2 from Nico Veselovsky and Luca Pede. Lenny Barton and EJ Deere. I think then it could well be Stanley Thurston who will come through next. We're going to wait. It's around about 10 seconds or so for Thurston to come through. We know Frank Pearson had that spin up at the Stratford hairpin. Who's coming through? That is Stanley Thurston in 6th place. Thurston takes 6 from Castleman. Pearson got back on track just in front of Cooper Galloway for P number 8. With Pearson 8th, Galloway 9th, Jayanch Rearu in P10, Joshua Chung, Albi Houlihan with Teddy Veselovsky and Max Tetlow crossing the line to complete the MightEs. And just out the window, it looks like the sun has started to try and break through the cloud once again. You're going to have a bit of work to do, because in about half an hour when you're out on track, it could just about be drying up.
I reckon you put the slicks on.
Everybody else in juniors, 100% slicks. I can see a dry line forming already.
It's just mental rain. It's not even there if you think about it.
Yeah.
Just bolt the slicks on.
Yeah, absolutely. You go and get the tread ready. Yeah, good stuff. Aidan, absolute pleasure to have you join me in the commentary box. All the very best, of course, in your career.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully well, if you're racing with the armed forces, I'm probably going to be keeping track, because I think I'll see you at a 24-hour race in the not too distant future.
Absolutely,
so pleasure, mate. Lovely to meet you this season, to you and your family, everyone at TDR as well. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David.
Hopefully it's a good rest of the day and the season for you.
Thank you, David.
Good stuff. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. MightE and IAME Water Swift Restricted Heat number 2 is heading out as the grids will come up. I've been left with a piece of cake, of course, by TDR because that's the minimum payment that is required. TJ McKay will start on pole position. William Crombie alongside Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson on row number 2. Heath Smith and Daniel Stangarian on row number 3. Row 4 will be Logan Jackson and Jacob Hutchinson, Chase Warmington and Henry Hales, with Zachary Parr and Casey Baker on row number 6. Row 7, Noah Myber and Freddie Turkington, Hadley Jarvis and Jacob Amis, with Junior Wright and Harry Watkinson on row number 9 for our mighty cadets. Brandon Hartley, Jax Wong and Will Beattie complete their grid before we move on to IAME Water Swift Restricted with Logan Hodgetts, Harley Bradbury Stretton and Freddie Baker in front of Riley Aston Wilkins and Reggie Peters, who had some problems this morning and struggled to get out of the grid. Right, having a quick look out of the window on, I think most are on wets, with the exception of, I think, the 12 and the 34. So Logan Jackson and Jacob Hutchinson. Chase Woolmington as well looks to be on slick tyres. The wet tyre for the Vega has a much bigger sticker on the outside of it to show that it's a wet tyre. Having a quick look, I think the 18's on wets, and I think most of your front runners will be as well. So a few drivers in the middle of the pack that were very early on the grid. However, the rain has stopped. The track is very, very wet, but for the race after this one, which is our Intermax class, there's going to be, I think, a bit of thought going into this. So there's big puddles on the way out of the circuit. I'm fairly sure that, I say, 1 or 2 of these are on slicks, just given the tyres that we saw. We've still got IAME Water Swift Restricted. They'll be heading out shortly. Yep, they're given the go-ahead. They head out around half a lap down from off the back. So we'll see how things develop in this race, and we'll see time-wise whether it's fairly clear. But yes, so we're getting 12 Logan Jackson, and the 78 of Harry Stinson, I think, is on slicks as well. And he is one of the drivers that is in the mix for this championship. So he's going to go off that second row. It's going to be a very, very difficult race for him, and he needs this to dry incredibly quickly, and I think it's just not going to happen. Look at the spray. False start called. I think that's because the tail of the field. So having a quick look out the window, see if I can pick out the 12, like I say. And I thought the 96 was on slicks, but Chase Warmington is indeed on wets. Just clocked that one out of the window. Russian Stars saying good luck to Harry from Mum Poppy and Grandad Declan. If he's on slick tyres, he's going to need a little bit of luck and a little bit more of that sunshine that's coming through. Now, once again, I think the 174 of Logan Hodgetts in IAME Water Swift Restricted looked as well to potentially be on wets. The issue isn't necessarily, particularly, well, there's different, like I say, there's 2 different halves of tarmac really on this circuit. This is the part of the track at the moment, and the first corner that tends to hold the water a little bit more. Whereas the second, once you get round this corner, you can actually see the change in tarmac colour now and how much different the actual standing water isn't. And Stinson's dropped down to P6 at the start, so at the moment we are just going to be struggling, I think, on them slick tyres. As round the outside goes William Crombie in the green. He's the champion-elect, and we've got drivers round at the far end of the circuit. I'd love to pick out numbers, but there was about 7 of them, and there's only 1 pair of eyes, so we'll clock them at the end. As wide goes the 2 front runners, and through goes Freddie Baker to the head of the IAME Water Swift Restricted grid. Looks like it's been a good start from Henry Hales in MightE E Cadet. So McKay from Crombie. There's your top two. So it's McKay, Murray, Crombie. Then it's the 18 of Smith, from the 22 of Daniel Stangerian. Then it's the 57 of Henry Hales. Where does he hail from, I hear you ask? He hails from Wales. It rhymes, we like it. They've played a good one there. All wide and off goes the 91 of Will Beattie. You heard the tyre squeal and then the sound of the chassis going off the tarmac and onto the grass. At the front though, TJ McKay. There's a gap to Ansel Murray and William Crombie. Smith and Stangerian, who've been pretty much nose to tail throughout heat number 1 in the dry, continue to be nose to tail in heat number 2 in the wet. So we know the top 5 down to Stangerian. Henry Hales is in P6. Chase Warmington's in P7. He's in front of the 39 of Casey Baker. Down the inside goes the number 91 of Will Beattie on the 24 of Freddie Turkington. Beattie gets that move done, although he has had that off earlier on. Then we've got the 78 of Harry Stinston, who came into this in second place in the championship, but the tyre choice is going to be critical and has not gone in his favour, unfortunately, on this occasion. IAME Watersworth Restricted still sees Freddie Baker leading from Reggie Peters. Logan Hodgetts is in third place, and he is on slick tyres. Oh, as is Harley Bradbury Stretton, who's off onto the grass, heading up towards the Stratford hairpin now. He went off on the grass on the outside of Cafe Corner in front of the commentary box, and then rather than try and drag the cart back onto the right, just hooked it on the grass and went down the inside of the curb. So I'm trying to keep an eye out on Stinson to find out how he's going. I think he's falling backwards at the minute into the clutches of Noah Myborough, and then the 38 of Hadley Jarvis as well. And Myborough does indeed find a way through on Harry Stinson. So yesterday's final winner having a tough one this time out on them slick tyres, as is the 12 of Logan Jackson. They were early on the call and it went the wrong way, unfortunately for them. Baker still leads from Peters in Watersworth Restricted. Hodgetts is doing well to hold on to that third place on the slicks. Having a quick look, I think Riley Aston Wilkins is also on slicks as well, and we've got driver off into the pits. That is the 186 of Harley Bradbury Stretton, who peels in. He's on slicks as well, so he is into the pit lane and out of the race. Parks it up. He's still sat in the cart, head shakes, and he is despondent at the moment. 2 minutes and 50 on the clock for us as the race leader makes his way through some of the traffic in front and appears to actually be being reeled in ever so slightly by the 98 of Ansel Murray. So round the right hander they go of Cafe Corner. Around about a second between the two leaders. Then there's a gap back to William Crombie in the third place at the moment. There he is. Oh, wide and off. We've got a driver, and they're going to have to wait, I think, for the traffic to come through. So there'll be a yellow flag. The 14 of Zachary Parr that was off. For the lead, Ansel Murray is right up onto the back now of TJ McKay. So they run up towards Park Bending Cafe Corner. Not close enough to make a move, but is close enough to just feel out where he feels he's got a bit of an advantage. Pace-wise, he's certainly had it in the last couple of laps compared to TJ McKay. having the pace is one thing, but in the wet weather, finding a way through, particularly when you've got yellow flags at regular intervals, another driver off there up the far end of the circuit at the Stratford hairpin, means that you have to pick your times, and sometimes you just need a little bit of luck, a little bit of an opportunity. Is this it, with some traffic in front of them as they run up towards, and it's an opportunity that I think TJ McKay will benefit from. He managed to go round the outside of the traffic, and Ansel Murray with a little bit of uncertainty as to which side he was going, and his hard work of closing up onto the back of TJ McKay is now going to need to be done again. More traffic in front for McKay and Ansel Murray to contend with. McKay is through down the inside, as is Ansel Murray. And then balked by the 34 on exit, Jacob Hutchinson. It's not his job to get off the racing line. We don't do blue flags like Formula One. Drivers told to maintain their racing line. The faster driver's job to find a way through. A warning for the 91 there of Will Beattie. More traffic, and this is the traffic that's going to allow Ansel Murray to go down the inside. So Murray, who was caught out a few laps ago with traffic at the same corner, has taken that on board and has taken the lead from TJ McKay. Ansel Murray then will lead us up round Cafe Corner. There's the 51 of the 15 of William Crombie. Championship leader coming into this weekend. Down the inside goes Ansel Murray. Looking for a switchback though is TJ McKay. Ansel Murray though has seen that one coming. Parks the kart nicely. Runs up towards the right-hander on the entry. Left round the Bruno chicane. McKay's got the switchback. McKay might have track position here on Ansel Murray, and TJ McKay could well wrestle the lead back. Ansel Murray's going to try and go all the way round the outside. McKay's going to have the track position though, and TJ McKay, who looked like he'd been cruelly robbed of the victory with a superb overtake by Ansel Murray on the previous lap, takes it back with 2 corners to go, and TJ McKay takes the victory in heat number 2 from Ansel Murray, and then William Crombie in 3rd place. We await our IAME Water Swift restricted runners coming through, as some of the lap traffic in between our MightE E Cadets is just crossing the line now. Keep an eye out for Freddie Baker in the black and yellow, coming up towards the timing line in the next 10 or 15 seconds or so. We're awaiting his arrival for victory, I think, in IAME Water Swift restricted. There he is, taking the victory in IAME Water Swift restricted from Reggie Peters. Logan Hodgetts is 3rd in that class. Riley Aston Wilkin in P4. So I'm going to populate the championship spreadsheet. We'll figure out what we've got before the final, and then I'll be able to let everybody know where everybody needs to finish. So we'll see what we've got coming up. What we do have coming up already out onto the circuit, so we're going to have to go to our sting, is Intermax. Logan Rolfe then starts on pole position with Jensen Sale alongside Jackson Hilton and JJ Lowe, Jay Birmingham and Oscar Roach on row number 3. Row 4 sees Noah Jebson alongside Annika Hurd with Lucas Esser and Toby Wortley, Rudra Gogonath and Charlie Gregg on row number 6. Layla Bell, Luke Collins, Adam Causer and Daniel Halls with Alexander Adams and Mia Minot on row number 9. Amrit Singh Atwal and Charlie Heffer, William Bennett and Finley Thompson, Arthur Roberts and Joshua Sharples are on row number 12. Rest of the field, Elsie Gannon, Tungra Fatinoglu, Teddy Roberts, Isla Parsons and Dylan Patrick. And we're away and racing at the first time of asking. Round the outside, trying to find a way through, is the number 1. And it is the number 1 making his way through with a great move. Jensen Sale in the middle of the pack, though, off the inside. Not the grippy side of the track. Logan Rolfe, the pole man, drops down into P5. And up into second place, the number 41 of Jay Birmingham, the wet weather expert. We've got 2 or 3 off. It can't squeeze through there, unfortunately. And out of the race, I think, goes the 87 of Arthur Roberts. So Sale from Jay Birmingham, who started this race in 5th place. As we've got a move, that's Jackson Hilton down the inside of JJ Lowe, and there's contact. The 80 of Annika Hurd into the back of the number 25 of Rudra Goggle now. So Sale leads us over the line. Birmingham, Jebson, Rolfe, Hilton, JJ Lowe, Oscar Roach, Lucas Esser, Layla Bell, and Rudra Goggle now complete your top 10. Big movers on lap number 1. Noah Jebson up 4 places from P7. Jay Birmingham up 3 from P5. They're in the early part of the lap. Layla Bell makes up 4 places from 13th into P number 9. And we've got a 5-place gain for the 37 of Mia Minot as well, moving up from P18 to P13. 9 gain for the 50 of Isla Parsons in P19 now, having started on row number 14. JJ Lowe all over the back of Jackson Hilton, or down the inside of Jackson Hilton, with a helping hand by the number 96 of Oscar Roach, who goes down the inside. Jensen Sale at the moment, the surname going well on a wet weather track, of course, and has a gap of 0.8 of a second. There's your top 4. P5 is JJ Lowe, as he's found a way past Lucas Esser, well, with Lucas Esser and Oscar Roach on Jackson Hilton at the far end, and Hilton up and over that curb on the outside is now under pressure because he's got past Lucas Esser. Once again, Oscar Roach has got a warning. I think that'll be for the contact on the previous lap in down at this corner, and I think he may well have lost a few places since that as well. We'll get confirmation in a few moments' time. As round the outside of them all, that's Jackson Hilton down the inside of Layla Bell, who at the time of going over the timing line was up into 6th place, and will come out behind Lucas Esser, and I think she's back down to P9, having gone slightly wide round that first corner of Park Bend. There's another warning. Is it for Oscar Roach? No, it's still the same one. There's only one up on the timing. Layla Bell there imploring Lucas Esser to go forward. Bell, who does tend to go very, very well in the wet, as up and over the curb goes Jackson Hilton. That's going to fall him off the back of JJ Lowe. So they're up to the far end of the circuit. Ryan Wilkins. I think the line is the inside line. It is starting to dry. There is a drier line on the inside. Going around the outside there's not going to help, particularly the first corner where it is a lot wetter offline than what it is on this part of the circuit. Lowe, Hilton, then you've got Esser as the Noah Jebson and Logan Rolfe in 3rd and 4th place. Sale still leads, the gap going out ever so slightly to Jay Birmingham. Drivers running on that curb on the inside. We've got a stationary yellow and a waved yellow then up at Stratford. That's in fairly quickly though. There's now Logan Rolfe slides the O-plate down the inside of the number 12 of Noah Jebson in the sky blue and white colours of Javelin track days. A few changes inside the top 10. Esser up into P number 6. He got 2 on the previous lap. Adam Causer falling 10 places, so I think that was where we can deduce the yellow flag was up at the Stratford hairpin. Now Logan Rolfe has got past Noah Jebson. He's got 1.5 seconds to close in on Jay Birmingham. Was a tenth quicker on the previous lap with the overtake as well. So we'll see whether Rolfe can take any more time out of Birmingham in second place. He can, but it's a fraction. It's nowhere near enough for him to close up before the end of this race at the current pace. 3 wide as we head up towards the first corner, with Annika Hurd, Daniel Horse and Toby Wortley going at it, currently over P number 12. Gogolnath in the 25, the 23 is Luke Collins. A few more overtakes happening as well as the track begins to dry a little bit. It's still Wortley and Hulse, and now the 64's involved. Teddy Roberts getting himself in the mix as well. Charlie Gregg has fallen down the order on the previous lap down into 28 and hasn't tripped the timing line, so it looks like he is now being shown as lap down as well, so he's out of the race. It's Lucas Esser and JJ Lowe switch positions for 5th place. Hilton, Bell, Gogolnath, Collins are there as well. No, Charlie Gregg's back up into P11. Looks like that's a timing issue. The rain started once again. Brolly watch out the window, sees a few of them being re-erected. As the leader now has some lap traffic to contend with. We've got 10 seconds on the clock, although we don't have the timing in the top left-hand corner at the moment, but I can tell you 10 seconds on the clock, so 2 laps to go for our race leader Jensen Sale. So they start making their way through some of the traffic. So that's at least one. There might be 1 or 2 others that they need to find a way through on. As round the outside, Logan Rolfe on the lap traffic and has a quick look back. So his charge to try and catch up to Jay Birmingham. Probably not going to happen now, that's for sure. So Sale from Birmingham, Rolfe, Jebson, Esser, Hilton, Bell, Gogolnath, Collins and JJ Lowe, who's fallen down the order in the last couple of laps. Currently running in P10 is JJ Lowe. Was 6th 2 laps ago, but then put in a lap time that was 6 seconds down, so that suggests a spin or an incident for the 28. Rain cam just confirming that it's still coming down. So everybody in coma, which is the next class, is on a groove tyre anyway. Jensen Sale halfway round the final lap already. Round the right-hander of Wilkins, and he's going to bring the number 1 Pantano chassis machine towards the checkered flag to take victory in heat number 2. Jensen Sale from Jay Birmingham and Logan Rolfe, with Noah Jebson and Lucas Esser completing your top 5. Jackson Hilton, Layla Bell, Luke Collins, Rudra Gogolnath and JJ Lowe in front of Mia Minot and Toby Wortley. Although Charlie Gregg once again reinstated in the 51 in back up into P number 11, and indeed he is just coming into the pits in that position as well. Looks like we've got a front fairing for the 23 though of Luke Collins. And indeed that is heavily pushed in. In fact, it's wobbling up and down at the moment in its fairing position. Just having a quick look out the window, and we are just going to confirm we've got a few timing issues, so we might not have it down the left-hand side of the screen, or it might be intermittent. So we'll pick it up the best we can. I've still got a timing screen in the commentary box, so I'll be able to relay that back as much as I possibly can whilst keeping an eye on the on-track action. So Jensen Sale then takes the victory in that one from Jay Birmingham and Logan Rolfe. We move on to one of our closest championships so far in terms of points heading into the final round of the season. It's time for Coma C50. So grid up on screen, rain still falling from the sky. Cole Parrish on pole position as per heat number 1. Hendrix Fallat alongside Calman Simon and Jensen Drummond, with Lenny Barton and Jensen O'Connor on row number 3. Row 4, Max St. Hilaire and Matthew Pearson, with Jacob Hayward-White and Buddy Dorr, with Ezra Robinson Matthews and Briella Stevens on row number 6. Row 7, George Miller and Ayrton Edward Jones, with Noah Gallagher and Albie Houlihan and Isaac Young completing your grid of Coma C50s. I'm just going to scroll the championship spreadsheet down. Put some results from Intermax. So Hendrix, Fallat, Calman Simon, Cole Parrish all came into this championship weekend split by 17 points. The only 3 drivers to stand on the top step of a podium all season. Hendrix 5 times, Calman 5 times, Cole stood on the podium on the top step at round number 2. But Calman Simon is round. And we trying to find some grip on the run up to the hairpin at Wilkins, and will no harm done as it's a standing start, so just needs to thread his way down the middle of the tram lines into position. Helpers just need moving off track, and then we should be good to go. 5-second board in the air. Lights are on the overhead gantry. They extinguish and we're away and racing. Looks like it's been a good start from the outside by Hendrix Fallat. But on this occasion, Cole Parrish from the pole position berth holds on to the lead, slides wide but finds grip out of the cafe corner. And he leads from Calman Simon in the run-up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. Hendrix Fallat in 3rd place. Looks like we've got Jensen Drummond in front of Lenny Barton. Lenny Barton's going to try and go down the inside of Jensen Drummond. And Lenny Barton is going to show everybody where the grip is, because I think he's got past Hendrix Fallat as well. And talking about getting past, is that Calman Simon going for the lead? Yes, it is. Through goes the 12. Calman Simon leads then from Cole Parrish. The fast starting Lenny Barton up into 3rd place in front of Hendrix Fallat and Jensen Drummond. Fallat back down the inside of Barton into the right-hander of Wilkins. Simon then from Parrish, Hendrix Fallat and Lenny Barton, Max St. Hilaire, Jensen O'Connor, Matthew Pearson, and then it's the 42 of Jacob Hayward-White. Jensen Drummond reinserted manually into P5 then, so it's Drummond in front of Hilaire, O'Connor, Pearson, Hayward-White, Briella Stevens, George Miller, in P number 11 in front of Noah Gallagher and Isaac Young. We've got a wide going Matthew Pearson in the 45 as he just re-emerges in front of the 26 of Jensen O'Connor, who's fallen down a few places on this lap. Top three in the championship, top three positions on track at the moment then: Calmon Simon, Cole Parrish, Hendricks Falat. Cole Parrish was going to have a little look down the inside there of Calmon Simon. Simon did see it coming and just went all the way around the outside. Holds the position. Gap remains at around about 0.3 of a second. Grip is on the outside of Cafe Corner. It's probably on the inside as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin. That was where Lenny Barton found the grip on lap number 1. There he is, a few kart lengths off the back. That's where everybody else seems to have found the grip as well. Barton almost into a spin there as he went up and onto the curb on the inside, but managed to control it very, very well. The CHDD colours in the number 11 machine. Very windy again, and rather than a crosswind which we had earlier on, it's now very much a headwind down the Hanger Straight towards Wilkins. There's a windsock that not many people can see unless you're in a raised position, such as the commentary position up on the second floor here at Shenington. Over on the far side, we've got a waved yellow flag at post 7, and I think we've got a kart stopped halfway down the back straight, down the Hanger Straight towards the Hanger Corner. So waved yellows out at the moment at Marshall post 7, and it is the number 11. Lenny Barton, who's had a great start so far. That looked like it was Briella Stevens as Dad is trying to get the kart going for him to get him back into this race, but he's just off the side of the circuit. But still, we're going to have a yellow flag to cover that area of track as they run down. We've got Briella Stevens as round, as is Isaac Young in the number 86 at the far end of the circuit. Wave yellows, and then they enter that yellow zone, so no overtaking. Hendricks Falat's moved up into second place in front of Cole Parrish. Kart's been moved to the inside now. It looks like Lenny Barton is climbing out. So just after we'd sung his praises, unfortunately for Lenny Barton, the commentators curse incredibly real, and he will be classified in P17 as he retires from the second heat. Calmon Simon leads then from Hendricks Falat. Cole Parrish in third place, having run second for most of this race so far. Max St. Hilaire is in P number 4. He's with Jensen Drummond and Matthew Pearson. So we've got effectively two groups of 3. It wasn't 4 and 3, of course, until Barton's retirement a few laps ago. Simon then from Falat and Cole Parrish behind. It looks like we're going to have a move in the background, I think, for P5. It looked like Pearson was finding a way past Jensen Drummond. Lap times are currently in the 106s. On these wet tyres, they're dropping 5 seconds to what they would in the dry. So not a huge amount compared to where you would be, but that's because they're on treaded tyres anyway. Up and over the timing line with 1 minute and 20 on the clock. 3 laps to go then on a track that, despite the fact that I think the rain has ceased, although I can actually see out the window it started again. So I think we're probably going to be wet throughout the rest of this day unless we get a miracle later on. Changes for position further down the order in the second train of 3 that you can see in the background. Matthew Pearson up 2 places at the expense of Max St. Hilaire and Jensen Drummond. And there they are, taking very differing lines. Hilaire's going to try and come back down the inside of Drummond, and indeed will. He'll just get on the power earlier. Cole Parrish is coming right back into this one now. At one point he was nearly a second, I think, off the back. He was 0.8 of a second off the back of Hendrix Falat in front of him, and he's right back into this mix now, is Cole Parrish. Does seem very quick round that first corner and cafe, because he falls away a little bit out of the final corner, but then does seem to have good pace from there. Now Kalmon Simon will defend, 2 laps to go, puts the kart on the inside. Can Hendrix Falat sweep round the outside and get on the power earlier? Not that Hendrix Falat actually needs, for me here, to overtake Kalmon Simon. Simon defending once again from Falat. Falat will take a wider line. Like I say, doesn't really need to find a way here past Kalmon Simon. It's a points game now for our drivers for the championship, and Hendrix Falat can just tuck in behind Kalmon Simon as they start the final lap. Top 3 as they were, albeit in a much closer quarters. Matthew Pearson has broken away from Max St. Hilaire, and Jensen Drummond has fallen down the order as well in the last couple of laps. And if he's had a half spin, let's have a look at his lap times. Yes, he has. He was doing 107s, 108s, and then did a 111 2 laps ago. So into the Bruno chicane for the final time, and Cole Parrish is up into second place. So Parrish in second. Kalmon Simon will lead us up to Wilkins for the final time. Parrish with it, trying to get a little switch back down the inside, can't do it. And Kalmon Simon will win heat number 2 from Cole Parrish. Where's Hendrix Falat gone? The championship could be wide open. Hendrix Falat falling down the order. Pearson in 3rd, Hilaire in 4th. That's O'Connor coming through. Hendrix Falat went into the final corner on the back of Kalmon Simon and Cole Parrish and hasn't re-emerged. Still falling down the order. There is the kart for Hendrix Falat. Stationary on the outside. He won't see the checkered flag. He's going to be classified in 16th place. And the championship that just looked like it was in a points accumulation for Hendrix Falat now means that he's going to, I think he's going to have to, just having a quick look where he goes. If Kalmon Simon wins the final, it goes the way of Kalmon Simon. Falat needs to win the final, or at least finish in front of Kalmon Simon. If Falat comes through to win the final and Kalmon Simon is second, they are level on points and are also level on total points, and then it will go to a tie break. This one has got all different sorts of permutations all over it in Coma C50. But Hendrix Falat now will need to beat Kalmon Simon in the final, a final of which Hendrix Falat will start in the middle of the pack, having been down in 16th place at the end of that race. Wow. It's going to be a good one. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to move on, though, for heat number 2 in Junior Rotax. Junior Max then, we'll just wait for the recovery of a few of our comas, but we'll run you through the grid of the Junior Max while we wait. And already, it's starting to dry a bit. Ryan Rapini and Teddy Cooper then on row number 1. Sam Flynn and Oliver Smith on row 2 with Drew Preisner and Lewis Holt on row number 3. Row 4 is Amy Peacock and Leon Barlow. Jensen Powers and Josh Parry complete your top 10 in front of Charlie Benson and Isaac Jameson. Rory Hinckley starts 13th, Riley Bishop in P14, Jack Dimbleby and Cassidy Southall, Joseph Murphy and Isaac Parkinson are on row number 9. Row 10, Hayagriva Gogolnath and Kian Hundle, Aidan Young and Adam Giadaustis on row number 11, Elijah Hazelwood and Alfie Clark, row number 12. Row 13, Travis Dolby and Alex McCullough in front of Maximilian Braskoff and Elijah Hartley, Lucas Steele and Mia Caruso on row 15. Shay Hilton, Angad Singh and Maxim Karuk are on row number 17. This is another one that is wide open in terms of championship between Oliver Smith and Teddy Cooper. Cooper was doing so well yesterday with 2 heat wins, but then a retirement in the final has given the prime berth to Oliver Smith, who comes into the final day with a 12-point championship lead. Into the tram lines, the lights extinguish and we're away and racing at a wet Shenington, diving down the inside. We're going to be 3 wide into the first corner. Everybody so far has made it round. The 37 going high and wide onto the outside, that's Travis Dolby. As the field runs up towards the Stratford hairpin for the first time. And surprisingly, everybody's managed to get their way through. Now, one of the Kiddix carts at the front has got a very different Nassau panel. I don't know whether they had problems earlier on in the day. Pick it out on the way through, but it was that driver who was making the dive down the inside from around about row number 4. It's Drew Preisner, who was in 5th place and made up 3 places at the first corner. We're still squabbling further down as well. Rapini leads them from Preisner, Flynn, Cooper and Smith. Amy Peacock in 6th place. Lewis Holt, Leon Barlow, Jensen Powers, Isaac Jameson. Oh, the 2. Is that your 2? No, I thought that was the 2 championship rivals going at it, but it's Sam Flynn and the O-plate of Oliver Smith, who were side by side. Thought the championship battle was coming early there. But Teddy Cooper is a few metres or so further in front as Amy Peacock will take position away from Sam Flynn on the run down towards Wilkins. She will move up then into, I was about to say 5th place, but I think Flynn has managed to drive round the outside of Peacock. They're still squabbling. Peacock got back through at Cafe Corner there, but then Flynn retakes the position at the front though now. Drew Preisner leads from Ryan Rapini. Rapini trying to get back down the inside. Preisner around the outside and on the power. The number 91 machine leading the race. Onto the curb, getting it stopped. Allowing that kart to rotate. And now Rapini, who had led the opening lap or 2, will see where the line is. Was that Oliver Smith going down the inside of Teddy Cooper? Yes, it was. So change for position in 3rd place. Oliver Smith, who was gapped the field yesterday in the wet weather final and then incurred a penalty that dropped him 5 places down the order to be classified in 6th place. But now Oliver Smith and Teddy Cooper, the 2 championship rivals, are going to go at it over 3rd place. Up onto the curb goes Teddy Cooper. Oliver Smith then in 4th place. 1 point is the difference between finishing positions in the heats. Cooper and Smith. Smith will not want to overdo this one. I think just sitting behind will be enough in terms of championship positions. Doesn't need to get involved because If there's too much contact and he picks up another penalty, that loses him 5 places and 5 further points. And it looks like they've backed themselves into Sam Flynn as well. And potentially there'll be Amy Peacock, Leon Barlow, Jensen Powers getting ready to try and take advantage as well. So the 3 Kiddix drivers there. Behind Drew Preisner and Ryan Rapini, also in the same colours. Yeah, they have indeed backed themselves not only into Flynn, but Peacock's there as well in the red and black behind. Leon Barlow's there as well in the X-Kart colours. As there's contact, that's Sam Flynn into the back of the O-plate of Oliver Smith. Preisner and Rapini have got a gap of 3.5 seconds at the front of this, because behind they're battling, and down the inside goes Oliver Smith on Teddy Cooper, and that's allowed both Sam Flynn and Amy Peacock through as well. Back down the inside goes Oliver Smith, and he goes in hot, and that's going to allow Leon Barlow to switch back down the inside. Peacock's in front of Leon Barlow, then there's Teddy Cooper. Sam Flynn briefly was past Oliver Smith, but Smith is back through, I think, in front of Sam Flynn. So it's going to be all change. And up then into 3rd place is Amy Peacock, although wide she goes. Leon Barlow down the inside. She's going to slot back in then in front of Teddy Cooper. And Cooper is in front once again of Oliver Smith. It's raining, the sun's out, but it's going to be frosty down at Kiddix. They come out side by side once again. I think Peacock's going to have track position. Contact warning for Teddy Cooper. And Smith is through this time on Cooper. Barlow falls down a few places. That's Riley Bishop getting in the mix as well. He's going to join in this battle on the back in the number 2. Minute and 30. The leading duo, 5 seconds to the good down the road in front of this battle, which sees Amy Peacock in 3rd place. She'll go tight into the corner this time and hold position. Barlow, then it's Bishop. In fact, we've got Benson and Powers there as well. As wide goes Peacock. Is that Barlow trying to... No, it's not Barlow. It's the 42 of Sam Flynn trying to make a move on Leon Barlow. With a dive down the inside into Cafe Corner. Door is opened this time by the O-plate of Oliver Smith. That could allow Teddy Cooper to get through as well. Amy Peacock slots between the two of them. And Cooper fell off the back there. Just didn't get the power down. And Teddy Cooper is still out of shot. Has Cooper got a problem? Falling away slightly. Looked like he was struggling to get out of the corner power-wise. Seems to be okay now, though, but on the last couple of laps, as the tyres got a little bit too warm, because once they come round this corner where it's very, very wet, they hit this tarmac now where a dry line is starting to form, and I do wonder if any of the Hondas are going to, or the Micros are going to plump the slicks. So I think there's a fairly good chance that by the end of their race, they could come good. And if I was in the latter half of either of them fields, I'd just throw slicks on anyway. Nothing to lose. Let's see what we can do. Make a hero of yourself. Make a name. Time down to 0. Leaders will come through in a few moments' time. Final lap started by Drew Preisner at the front in the number 91. Leading from Ryan Rapini. Oliver Smith, Amy Peacock down the inside, onto the dry line on the inside. Smith, though, has enough to go round the outside, power down and disappear. Holds on to 3rd place. Peacock, though, up to a very creditable P4. Started P7 for Amy Peacock. And has been in between the 2 championship rivals for the last couple of laps. Up towards the right-hander of Wilkins, though. They've got a gap of nearly 7 seconds. Drew Preisner will win heat number 2 from Ryan Rapini. Through they come. Up towards the final corner, still side by side. That's Sam Flynn finding a way past Leon Barlow. And Barlow fractionally holds on as well from Riley Bishop. And then it's Charlie Benson and Jensen Powers in front of Isaac Parkinson, Jack Dimbleby and Lewis Holt. So it's going to be Drew Preisner and Ryan Rapini, your top two. Gap back to Oliver Smith, nearly 7 seconds. Smith from Peacock and Cooper, Flynn, Barlow, Bishop, Charlie Benson, Jensen Powers completing your top 10. Looks like all of our juniors made it to the checkered flag as well. It's rather handy for them. Cart number 18 in the live chat saying, when a Honda 200 going on? Right about now, in fact. They'll be out with our micros, and then for the final, they get their own separate final, which is great because Honda still have a championship to decide. So, AMR Vettel saying they live around about 50 minutes away from Shenington. It's raining hard right now. So whether that was the rain that's already come through the circuit and then down to Shenington, I think it would be, given the direction of the wind is coming from behind, effectively behind the circuit, through the circuit, then down towards Shenington Village. But as you can see, a dry line is forming round the circuit. I wonder if anybody's plumped for slicks. Let's find out. We'll have a look at some grids then for Micromax and Honda Cadet. Freddie Baker will start on pole position. Theo Jepson alongside with Will Hatton and Benjamin Shivar on row number 2. Noah Wicklow, the champion, having taken the victories throughout the season and getting that wrapped up at Wilton Mill, starts in P5. Wraith Owen in P number 6. Charlie Cale starts 7th. Oscar Churches, Arda Billionoff and Teddy Shepherd with Louis Granell and Ellis Holt on row number 6. Milo Taylor starts 13th, Oakley Howler in P14, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Isaac Garth complete your micro runners. Theo Hamilton and Ronnie Jones then start on the front row for Hondas in front of Henry Colborne and Mason Becker. Row 3, Harry Search and Joshua Bailey. Row 4, Shailan Srikantan and Jayan Prakash. Row 5, Joshua Knayston Wade and Oliver Ratton, Riley Blakemore and Ethan Pearson with Oliver Vickers and Benjamin Bowers on row number 15. Row 16, Oscar Wills and Krish Doshi with Kaya Sori and Henry Soraya completing your Honda Cadet grid. We'll wait for Junior Max to be fully declared before we put the results into the spreadsheet. The gate is just being opened. I'm going to have a look out the window to see if I can spot, although there is an abundance of junior Rotax carts in the way. I think everybody's on wets at the moment, just given the amount of white on the side walls. Honda though, let's see if any of them, because I tell you now, this track is drying and it's drying very, very quickly. You could see the dry line round the circuit earlier on, and you can see there where the puddles are. So yes, it's going to be slippy, I think, for lap numbers 1 and 2, but these tyres are going to come to you if you go slick. Don't think anybody's gone for it, though. After this, IAME M1, they've got a decision to make, that's for sure. And that championship is still very much alive. Power down fairly early, but we're away in racing, I think, are we, at the first time of asking? Yes, we are. And Micro lead us up round Park Bend for the first time. Those on the inside are going to really benefit from the fact that they're on that dry line round that first corner. And Benjamin Shivar moves through into second place. Look at the dark cloud in the background, though. And there's 1 or 2 spots of rain again, I think, there from that camera. But like I said, at the moment the track drying, Shivar leads. No, he doesn't. He's in second place because Freddie Baker is so far away that he's out of camera shot. We're away in racing then in Honda with Theo Hamilton trying to hold on, but it looks like that's Ronnie Jones sliding down the inside, and this time it's Jones off the wetter side of the circuit that moves through into the lead in our Hondas. Oscar Churches in the 18, Noah Wicklow in the 53. Moving through, Baker leads then from Benjamin Shivar. The gap 1.1 seconds at the front for Freddie Baker from Benjamin Shivar, Oscar Churches and Noah Wicklow. Wraith Owen, Charlie Cale, Will Hatton, Ellis Holt, Arda Billionoff, Theo Jepson off the front row, falls down to P10 as retiring is the 83 of Louis Granell. Into pit lane comes that car. Looks like Eleanor Shelby Parsonage hasn't made it round. Well, it will have made it round, but was behind Granell before Granell pulled off into the pit lane. Jones then leads in Honda and has gapped the field. It's Harry Search up into second place. Mason Becker, Shayline Shrikant, Henry Colborne. Theo Hamilton, the pole man, is in front of J.M. Prakash, Joshua Bailey, Joshua Cadet Wade and Riley Blakemore. Baker extends the lead out to 1.5. Now that either means they've got it absolutely bang on with setup, or they've gone slightly higher on tyre pressure. The heat's come in, but that will fall away very, very quickly on a rapidly drying surface. So they either need a fair bit of rain, of which there could well be some coming from behind the circuit. Does appear to be very, very cloudy. There's a few of our Hondas run wide. There's a nasty puddle off circuit, just off the white line in front of the combox on the exit of Cafe Corner. And our Hondas do seem to have a bit of a magnet towards it. Gap at the front, out again, 0.2 of a second to 1.7. Freddie Baker leads by, we've got, is that Theo Hamilton round it is. The driver that was on pole position for Honda in this race is round and will fall down the order. Jones and Search still leading the way at the front of that class. Mason Becker, Shaylan Srikantan with J.M. Prakash in front of what was Theo Hamilton. Oh, that's Noah Wicklow and Oscar Churches. Who was that was off in front of them? Didn't quite pick a number out, but Wicklow is in front of Churches. It could well have been Churches just been going wide in front of Wicklow and then rejoining further down the order. I think it was, because Wicklow was 0.2 behind as they crossed the timing line on the previous lap. Wraith Owen, Charlie Cale, Ellis Holt. That's a good run out the corner by the 12 of Charlie Cale. Will have track position and finds a way through. Great run there by the 12 of Cale. Moves himself up into 5th place. Keeping out on the 31 of Will Hatton, who I've just been sliding as if he's on slicks. Either that or he's just not getting the grip that he wants out of them wet tyres. Honda has got all 3 of the drivers still in with a mix of the championship, nose to tail at the moment, from 5th, 6th place in that class, with Colborne, Bailey and Blakemore all together. No rain, but look at that cloud in the background lurking. Baker leads by 3.2 seconds. This is your leading battle in Honda, with Ronnie Jones leading from Harry Search. Mason Becker has now fallen down into 5th place behind J.M. Prakash and Shaylan Srikantan. Just round the outside, and with a great move for the lead there goes Harry Search. So Search leads then from Ronnie Jones. And we are all the way, and then that's your 3 in the background for the championship, with Colborne in the BRK colours. In front now of Riley Blakemore and Joshua Bailey. So Honda, it looks like we're 1st to 8th in a line. Harry Search leading, although we're going to have, that's J.M. Prakash down the inside in the 44. Prakash through on Harry Search. So we've had 3 different leaders in one lap. Jones led us over the line. Then it was Search. Now it's Prakash who makes up 2 places to now lead this class. From then, so it's Prakash, Search, Jones, Srikantan, Becker, Colborne, Blakemore and Bailey. Srikantan down the inside of Ronnie Jones. Mason Becker's going to try and move as well on the exit of the corner, can't get through. 44 seconds on the clock, but that's at the front for our micros who do trip the timing line first, so that's what they start the race off. '25 is Ben Bowers. Wilkins, he goes. Prakash still leading then from Harry Search. Ronnie Jones has fallen them 2 places behind Mason Becker and Shailan Srikantan. At the front though, overall, heading up towards the timing line, might get through with enough time before the final lap. And I think does is Freddie Baker. The timing on the left is a few seconds or so behind when they trip the timing line, and indeed it does come up as 2 laps on the internal timing system. We've got a battle there on the exit, as that's Joshua Knayston Wade. 63 is Oscar Wills. But we have got micros now making their way through the Honda traffic in these damp, drying conditions though. Freddie Baker with a lap and a half to go, down the back straight towards the right-hander of Hanger Corner. Said early doors it would go one of 2 ways. They've either got the wet weather set up absolutely bang on, or they've gone high on pressures to get away from the rest of the field and it would fall off a cliff. Well, the cliff's never emerged, and even with a dry line round this circuit, Freddie Baker, with a gap of 5 seconds back to Noah Wicklow, is comfortable at the front of this race. And could, if required, as there's a stationary yellow, is that well, there is, because there's 2 Hondas off on the outside of the Bruno chicane. I think one of them could well be Joshua Knayston Wade in the 45. So we've got a waved yellow, so there'll be no overtaking. Freddie Baker, though, out of the final corner, will come through to take a commanding victory in heat number 2 of Micromax and Honda Cadet from Noah Wicklow. And then it's going to be Ellis Holt coming through for 3rd place from 12th. Up into 3rd for Ellis Holt in front of Benjamin Shivar. Honda race still going on with the 2 drivers that were off. One of them still buried in the tyres. The other one, as expected, is the 45 of Joshua Knayston Wade. I thought it was. He'll come round to see the checkered flag. We'll keep an eye out on the rest of them coming through. However, just behind him, taking the victory in Honda for heat number 2, Jayan Prakash takes victory here at Shenington, a circuit in which he had a very big incident earlier on in the season and then had to miss about a month of racing with a broken collarbone. Jayan Prakash banishes some demons here at Shenington by taking the victory in heat number 2 from Mason Becker and Ronnie Jones, Riley Blakemore, Shailan Srikantan and Henry Colborne in front of Joshua Bailey and Harry Search, with then Henry Soraya, Ben Bowers, Oliver Ratton. It looks like it was Chris Doshi in the number 11 who was off with Joshua Knayston Wade. He hasn't seen the checkered flag, and that kart being pushed back into the pit lane just as the rain starts to fall again here at Shenington. A few hoods going up. Drivers all, by the looks of things, on the wet tyres for our IAME M1s, who will be out onto the grid in a few moments' time. It's time then for the penultimate heat, not only of the day, but also of the 2025 season. It's IAME M1 time. We'll get your grids up on the screen then, as I just put some results in from our junior Rotax race, where results have been confirmed, and also where one of our 2 championship drivers has picked up a penalty, which is very disappointing for them, and that's Teddy Cooper. So it's going to be Oliver Smith in the driving seat heading towards the final in about an hour and a half's time for junior Rotax. IAME M1 grid up on the screen then again, the rain starting to fall. Arthur Bowers and Jensen Drummond are on row number 1. Hendrik Spallat and Arthur Rhodes on row 2 in front of Shay Downey and Presley Knight on row number 3. Logan Edwards starts in P7 with Teddy Smith alongside Hugh Riley and Oakley Rudman, with Freddie Dye and Sebastian Talbot on row number 6. Row 7, Harley Bebb and Jack Minot, with Nicholas Answer and Noah Brad in front of Buster Scott and Jules Nash on row number 9. Row 10 sees Tommy Walton with Arlo Porter Goody, Tommy Delaney and Matty Smith, the grid completed by Gabriel Chu and Jensen James Williams. Standing start for our IAMEs, so they'll make their way round. Parents, helpers, mechanics are already in position. And just as soon as that dry line was appearing, it's gone again. You can see in that background just how much it is, and it really is coming down out of the window that you just about see back in the direction. It is it's quite bad. I think we've got this probably for another half an hour or so. 5-second board in the air. We are missing somebody there, are we, off the 3rd place berth? I think we are. But, we are away and racing. Rhodes will lead us through then. That's Presley Knight going very wide and gets a little bit of help round the corner. It's been a good start from Jensen Drummond in the number 12. And he's up into 2nd place. So everybody just tiptoeing round, a little bit of contact. We've got the 90 and the 77 with a little bit of coming together. Tommy Walton and Jules Nash get themselves sorted and facing in the right direction. And we are away and heading down towards the right-hander at Hanger. I wonder if it's Arthur Rhodes that we're missing in the 82. I think it could well be. No, he's crossed the line. Trying to figure out who it was. It definitely looked like there was a gap. May well be completely wrong. We'll find out shortly. We should have 22 on the grid. Live timing says there's 22, so had a mare there, but we'll carry on. So Bowers with a gap of nearly a second then. Back to Jensen Drummond and Arthur Rhodes, Hugh Riley, Presley Knight and Teddy Smith, Oakley Rudman, Shay Downey, Harley Bebb and Sebastian Talbot. Hugh Riley, the driver making the moves early doors in the 86. There he is in the yellow and green machine. He's up now, I think, in front of Arthur Rhodes. So Hugh Riley could have another place gain, I think, as we head up towards the timing line, and indeed that is confirmed. So Bowers from Drummond and Riley now. And Riley was 2/10 quicker than Jensen Drummond, and he's already, I think, up onto the back of Jensen Drummond in the 12. Expect to move, I think, on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, and the move is done by Hugh Riley. He's got a gap of 2 seconds to close in on Arthur Bowers at the front, but given the pace, I don't think it's outside of his capabilities. Rooster tails coming up off the tyres now. We've got a huge amount of water on the circuit, particularly on the exit of Cafe Corner. It's actually blowing across the track out of the puddles. It's windy as well. There's Presley Knight and Arthur Rhodes side by side. The 71 of Oakley Rudman's coming into this as well. Teddy Smith up into 4th place. 2 places gained by the driver of the 19. At the front, both of the 2 front runners, despite being 2.6 seconds apart, both did 1:02.9s on the previous lap. So they go through the puddles and then the drier parts of the circuit, but particularly around Cafe Corner, which is right in front of the commentary box position, there is standing water that is being blown across the circuit. As round goes the 46, that's JJ Williams, who had a great run in heat number 1. There's Teddy Smith, there's Jensen Drummond, I think, in the background, wiping his visor. Smith, I think, is up into 3rd place now. 6 tenths behind on the previous lap, but Teddy Smith finding a way through on Jensen Drummond is up into 3rd place. Drummond P4, Presley Knight, Oakley Rudman, Harley Bebb, with Sebastian Talbot, Logan Edwards and Arthur Rhodes in 9th and 10th respectively. Rhodes with a 4-place drop on the previous lap and a 1:06. So potentially a little bit of an excursion for Arthur Rhodes on that previous lap. Rudman down the inside on Presley Knight. Moves through. Who's the 57? Sebastian Talbot. Looked like he was going to be through. Hugh Riley, 3 tenths quicker on the previous lap. Albeit needs a little bit more than that, unfortunately, given the gap that Arthur Bowers has opened up in the early part of this race. Leader crosses the line with roughly about 150 on the clock. So Rudman up into 5th, Knight then down into 6th, with a change as well that we saw on screen between Talbot and Bebb, 7th and 8th respectively. Further down the order, Buster Scott moves us inside the top 10 with a 2-place gain on the previous lap, having got past Arthur Rhodes. Shay Downey drops a few as well, down into P13. Talbot this time is the driver making the move on Presley Knight, the move down the inside up into the Stratford hairpin. Run down the Hanger straight towards Hanger Corner, and Presley Knight is being pursued there by Harley Bebb. And the 95 machine, Bebb going wide round the outside, trying to get the switch back. Gap at the front though is down to 8 tenths of a second with 2 laps to go. And I tell you what, they're bringing Teddy along with them as well. Need to stay out of the puddles on the outside, because that is actually physically slowing them down, as it's seen there as the 12 goes straight through one in Jensen Drummond. The standing water on the outside, it's pretty much stopped raining again now. And as the track starts, well, not dry, but as the rain stops falling, the gap for the front, and Hugh Riley, who started in 9th place, Teddy Smith, who started in 8th place, Matty Smith pulls off into the pit lane to retire a few laps from the end. And Arthur Bowers, who had a gap of 3 seconds at one point in this race, is being reeled in by Hugh Riley, who's going to try and move all the way around the outside as they'll head up onto the final lap. Can Hugh Riley pull off the miracle and get past Arthur Bowers and take the victory. Bowers had a 3-second gap, and here could be the move all the way round the outside. Can Hugh Riley hold on and slide it down the inside? Can Teddy Smith come into this one as well? Because I don't think either of these two know that Teddy's coming. Smith on the outside will try and throw the dummy on both of them. Down the inside goes Arthur Bowers. Hugh Riley tries to slot back in. Teddy Smith in third place. And here comes the move from Hugh Riley. And Riley's got the move done. Got the drive out of the corner. And Hugh Riley will come through to take the lead with half a lap to go. Bowers is coming back at him down the inside. Down the hanger straight they go. Bowers has managed to get back through on the inside of Hugh Riley. Hugh Riley's going to try the switchback. Can he get the power down up towards the timing line? He drew alongside on the previous lap. Little bit of contact between the two of them. Bowers will hold on from a hard charging Hugh Riley and Teddy Smith as well, who went from 9th and 8th respectively. Oakley Rudman 10th up into 4th, and there was some charges through that field. Arthur Bowers takes the victory, but behind them, Riley second from 9th, Teddy Smith third from 8th, Rudman finishes 4th, having started 10th, Sebastian Talbot started in P12, finishes P5, and then you've got Harley Bebb 13th to 6th, Buster Scott 17th to 7th, and Noah Brad 16th to 8th, in front of Presley Knight, Logan Edwards and Shay Downey, with Jensen Drummond, Jules Nash in P13, Freddie Dye, Arthur Rhodes, Arlo Portagoody and JJ Williams, with Tommy Walton, Tommy Delaney, Gabriel 2, Jack Minot, and then Matty Smith, who retired a few corners from home. Boa came in a few laps before the end, actually. So, just have a quick look into the live chat before we move on to our final heat. So, looks like everyone's having a nice chat between themselves, which is lovely. Do like it when the live chat gets on. It's very nice. Everyone's just bouncing messages back and forth, which is cool. So we'll move on then to our final heat of the day before our finals. Rolling out onto circuit is Senior Rotax. Senior Rotax making their way round then. Don't be confused by Lucas Blanford. He's got a different helmet on for this one. Oh, we've got driver off already. I think it's like the pole man off the front row. Harry Pullen is off on the outside. We might have to, I don't know whether we'll roll this round. Grid up on the screen shortly. We might not actually have time for that, but it should be Pullen and Blanford, Taylor and Hudson Brown in front of Archie Flint and Jarek Metters. If this gets going at the first time of asking, I just can't see it, and already we've got the green formation with the yellow V on it for the false start. So that gives us time for a grid again. So let's grid. Harry Pullen then on pole position if he can get back round for P1. Lucas Blanford, Jasmine Taylor and Morgan Hudson Brown, with Archie Flint and Jarek Metters on row number 3. Ben Horner and Max Lorna-Bennick on row number 4, with Max Rowley and Salvador Newman row number 5. Josh Gora and Max Chown on row number 6, with Billy Edgecombe and Braden Donahue row 7. That's Kieran Denyer and Max Davis, Sky Fraser and Ethan Bentley on row number 9. Finn Smith starts on row number 10 with Daniel Beards, Tom Nottingham and George Daniels. Jay Pearson and Lloyd Davis are on row number 12, with Nasimi Fatinoglu and Izzy Lawton, Kian Eastick and Tom Williams. Then your Rotax 177 runners that should be having a field day in a few moments' time. Jamie Salter and Adriel Lenoir in front of Alfie Barron Oxbury and Raul Foliano. This looks a lot better. And we power down and we are away and racing for 7 minutes of plus 1 lap of action as we head up towards the cafe corner for the first time. Pullen will lead us then out of the corner from Lucas Blanford as the spray kicked up into the faces of those drivers behind. And Blanford's going to waste no time in trying to send the move down the inside of Harry Pullen. Pullen, though, with the switchback. Blanford's going to get forced out wide onto the rumble strip. And I do think it'll be Harry Pullen holding on. Indeed it is, as they run up towards the right, left, right of the Bruno chicane. Looks like it was Jasmine Taylor up into third place briefly. Although that taken from her by Morgan Hudson-Brown, who moves through. So pulling from Blanford, Hudson-Brown, Jasmine Taylor, and then Archie Flint. They'll run side by side. Taylor's held on in front of Flint. Jarek Metters, Ben Horn and Max Rowley, with Max Lorna-Bennett and Salvador Newman, Josh Gora, Billy Edgecombe, and then Kieran Denyer. Not convinced this track's going to dry anywhere near as quickly as it did earlier on, given the amount of standing water that's now not only on the outside of the circuit, particularly in front of the commentary position, but also it's literally running out of the pit lane across the circuit. So leading duo as they were, but gapping the field at a fair rate of knots. Half a second quicker than Morgan Hudson-Brown with a duo in front on the previous lap, although Hudson-Brown was coming off the back of an overtake, the far end of the circuit, which meant that he was a little bit tighter out of Wilkins. But pulling from Blanford, Hudson-Brown, Archie Flint in P4, Jasmine Taylor. Just keep an eye out on the 177s. They should be coming through in these wet weather conditions, and Adriel Lenoir is up into P23, in front of Alfie Barron-Oxbury and Jamie Salter. So Blanford then, we've got stationary yellow at the post just before Wilkins, so suggesting that we've got a driver off down at post number 9 at the far end of the circuit. So we'll see who's falling down the order, and I think it's Jay Pearson was 31st anyway. Max Rowley dropped a few places on the previous lap and was around about 2 seconds slower than the time that we were expecting him to do. Change for the lead then as Lucas Blanford is through past Harry Pullen, moves him to the head of the field. Can Pullen now use the lines that Blanford was using, stick with him, see whether he can find the way back through for the lead, but at the moment he's been treated to a face full of spray. Half race distance, and Blanford gets on the power and just drives off out of Cafe Corner. And just finds the grip that he needs and is disappearing. Pullen stayed with him for half a lap or so, but round Cafe Corner on the exit, Blanford just managed to get away. And the gap that was 2/10 is going to be well over half a second, I think, by the time they come round. Hudson-Brown in third place was pretty much just as quick as Blanford on the previous lap, so he'll still harbour some hopes that he can reel Harry Pullen in. Looks like on this he's falling down the order, but I think that that's a timing issue, and indeed it is. He's back up then into third place. Billy Edgecombe there in the 2, in P9, driving around the outside, finds some grip of him and the 57 of Kieran Denyer. They've managed to move inside the top 10. The 33 of Max Rowley, after a slower lap earlier on, is back inside the top 10 in P20 in P10 in that number 33 machine. Got past Max Lorna-Bennett on the previous lap. Warning for the 13 of Izzy Lawton, as down the inside goes the 57 of Kieran Denyer on Jarek Metters in the 53. Fastest lap from Blanford, the gap now out to 1.1 seconds. A minute and a half to go. 91 of Josh Gora goes down the inside of Max Rowley in the run up towards the right-hander of the Stratford hairpin. Warning for Alfie Baron Oxbury in the number 77 Rotax 177 machine. Adriel Umar is up to 21st place, having started down in P30 in that Rotax 177. In fact, make that P20 now. He's coming through the field as Blanford turns in, finds the puddle on the outside. That'll help to an extent to keep the tyres cool. Won't really slide too wide when you're already pretty much turned and just coming through that puddle. Oh, we've got a kart stationary and stopped on the outside, and I think they've gone through the tyres. We've got tyres skittled as well. Kian Eastick has been given a warning, but he's also there's a kart stationary at Marshall Post 3. And he's going to park the kart on the outside, I think. I think he's got a problem potentially. He's looking across at the gantry, the viewing area. I think they're trying to get him to go further up and out of the way. I think he might be trying to get across the track in a little while. You see there the yellow flag from Marshall Post number 3. There's that kart stationary. Driver is up and out of the kart, and Kian Eastick, I think, will retire from the race. I'm fairly sure it's him that hasn't come through. We'll confirm at the end of this lap. We've got a few others. Looks like Billy Edgecombe and Josh Gora have also fallen down the order. But Blanford starts the final lap, leading once again, as he has for most of the season. Lucas Blanford. Seven of 11 finals so far this season for Lucas Blanford, and countless heats to go with it as well for the driver of the O plate. So into the right-hander of Wilkins for the final time. Heat number 2 goes the way of the O plate of Lucas Blanford. He takes the victory from Harry Pullen in second place. Morgan Hudson-Brown and Archie Flint in front of Jasmine Taylor and Salvador Newman, with Kieran Denyer and Jarek Metters. Battle still going on further down the order. Max Lorna Bennett will cross the line now for P9 in front of Max Rowley. In P number 10, Daniel Beards, Max Chow, Max Davis and Tom Nottingham, with Finn Smith completing your top 15. Your leading Rotax 177 runner, the 35 of Adriel Lemoir, finishes in P19, with Jamie Salter and Alfie Baron Oxbury in second and third respectively. Putting some numbers into the spreadsheets. We'll have a quick look at Honda and Micro heat number 2 in a few moments, just to make sure where they need to be. So I'm just going to pop them in. That's fine. We look like we could well be alright. I just need to sort out IAME M1. And then once we've sorted that out, once that's been confirmed, which it has, it looks like we've got Bowers in P1. So he's in the prime berth for that one, because Knight and Edwards had tough heats with a 9th and a 10th respectively between those two drivers. So could well be Arthur Bowers as to lose as we head into the final, of which we are almost there. The first final of the day is upon us here at the final round of the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. It's time for MightE. Few carts being recovered then as we head towards finals time. So sun out, but it's going to be a tough one soon for our drivers because it's very, very wet. There's puddles coming across, even though we mentioned earlier on about the tarmac being very porous, particularly around Cafe Corner, and it basically drying very quickly. There is a huge amount of water out of the holding area for drivers that coming off circuit that is now basically running across the track and is basically filling puddles up. So we're going to end up, I think, with a really dry line and basically one corner or one section of the track that's going to remain fairly wet. MightE, though, will be out there on treaded tyres anyway. They run the all-weather LeConte, and the grid will look something like this. It's going to be Felix Tandy on pole position. Alongside him will be Nico Veselovsky. We'll run you through the rest of the grid right now. Luca Pede in third place, EJ Dira in P4 with Lenny Barton and Aidan Castleman on row number 3. Row 4, Frank Pearson and Stanley Thurston, Cooper Galloway and Max Tetlow with Teddy Veselovsky and Albie Houlihan on row number 6. The grid completed then by Joshua Chung and Jayanch Rearu for your 14 runners. A few carts just being recovered. That 23 of Kian Eastick just being brought back into pit lane on a trolley. You can see it there in the background. Helpers already around waiting for our MightEs to join them. So Tandy leads us round. Stop then for their standing start then for our MightE. So 9 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals rather than the 7 minutes plus 1 lap heats. Few final words of encouragement then for our drivers. 5-second board up. They'll be instructed to look up towards the overhead gantry. Lights extinguish. And we're away and racing. A good start once again from Tandy from the pole position berth. Sees him hold on to the position from Nico Veselovsky. Luca Pede will hope that he can go with this time round because he's had to come through the field on both occasions in the heats, having qualified outside of the top 2 rows. And now he's in that third place and will hope that he can go with Tandy and Veselovsky behind. We've got the move, down the inside. It was going so well for the 14 of Lenny Barton, who'd made the move down the inside, but then spins at the Stratford hairpin and was moving through into 4th place on EJ Dira. And will now have to work his way back through the field from 14th place. Tandy already with the gap back to Nico Veselovsky. Luca Pede will Need to find a way through very early in this race, I feel, if he's got any hopes of going past Felix Tandy at the front, because the gap already out to nearly a second. Back to Nico Veselovsky. And Pede trying to find that way past Veselovsky. Veselovsky asking for a little bit of help, but I think Pede might have more pace in the early part of this race, but might not be able to show it unless he can get in front of Veselovsky. And I thought the opportunity was coming there, because Veselovsky was sliding very, very wide, and the gap's going to go out even further for Felix Tandy at the front. Pede at the moment is just trying to work with Veselovsky, but I think he needs to get in front here. And there, the move. Oh, I thought the move was coming. Thought he'd just go down the inside there, Luca Pede. Slots back in once again, but expect that gap to go out in the top left-hand corner. Indeed it does, another 0.2 of a second. And at some point in that lap, it was probably out to 1.5. I think they've done well to reel that back in. Pede, though, now is going to get the run on Veselovsky, and I think Pede's going to be through. He is. Luca Pede gets the move done on Nico Veselovsky, as Veselovsky slid slightly wide round Cafe Corner. Round the outside, going through the puddles. And now Luca Pede up into second place. Gap is 1.2, and that was without the overtake in the on that lap as well. You can see how much more pace Pede's got compared to Veselovsky. Already opened the gap up of around about 6 or 7 kart lengths. So gap was just under 1.2. It's going to go out to 1.4. But Pede is gapping Nico Veselovsky. So Sun back out again, but as I mentioned earlier on, still puddles, particularly up at Cafe Corner, which is turn number 2. Everywhere else, though, the track appears to be driving very rapidly, maybe with the exception of Stratford hairpin up here, where there's puddles outside. But I think at some point someone's going to find some grip on the inside, as Lenny Barton did earlier on in Comas. On that inside line, and that will change the game. Veselovsky with a look over the shoulder, but he's comfortable. 3.3 seconds back to EJ Dira. So Veselovsky looks like he will end the season with a podium as it stands, albeit in 3rd place. A step of the podium he's only stood on once so far this season at round number 7. Has rarely been outside the top 5. Only once at round 4 has Nico Veselovsky been outside the top 5 in this championship when it comes to a final. As you can see, the track surface glistening now in the sunshine. Luca Pede. Gap remains fairly consistent at 1.5 seconds. Needs to find a corner with a little bit of grip that he can take 2 or 3 tenths out of Felix Tandy. As Round got a spin, didn't quite catch the number, but I think it was Lenny Barton again, and then we've got Stanley Thurston going round. It was noticed that it was the 46 of Aidan Castleman was round, but I think Lenny Barton spun in front of Frank Pearson. We'll keep an eye out for the 14. On the timing in the top left-hand corner, but it was Pearson was the first driver round. Then it looked like Stanley Thurston went round in the 26. There is Lenny Barton down the inside of the 23 of Cooper Galloway. So Pearson, then Barton. He recovers to regain 1 place at the very least. So was trying that line, or it was a wide line around the outside. He was the driver earlier on who went down the inside and gained some big places in Coma earlier on when he dived down the inside and took a few places on the opening lap. Round goes the 26 of EJ Deere, and now drivers are starting to push a little bit. And I think that it's because the corner before is starting to dry, and then they arrive at this corner where it's less than grippy. At the far end of the circuit, Luca Peeds found 2.5 tenths of a second on the previous lap, sets the fastest lap, and brings the gap down to 1.2 seconds for Luca Peed. So Cooper Galloway with Max Tetlow just behind him, Pearson and Barton in front. Barton now, he's got back past Frank Pearson, back up into that 5th place. He's starting to move away. Gap at the front down by another 2 tenths of a second to 1 second between Felix Tandy and Luca Peed, but Peed needs a little bit more than that to close in on Tandy. Currently lapping in the 106s, and a bit of contact. Tetlow. Galloway is not happy with Tetlow, still not happy, but Tetlow's through. And 14 of Lenny Barton has had another excursion by the look of it, because he's behind the 3 drivers that he'd worked hard to get back past, having spun again as the 46 of Castleman. He's beached up on the back curb. Great assistance there by one of the helpers out on circuit. Gap at the front is down by another 1/10 of a second, but again, it's not going to be enough for Luca Peed, I don't think, unless he can find some grip. Sweeping all the way around the outside to try and close in on Felix Tandy with a lap and a half to go. There's Lenny Barton with the move down the inside. There's the grip that he was looking for on the inside, and again he's found it. Round goes the 32 of Cooper Galloway. So Tandy will come out of Wilkins up towards the timing line. And I think he might beat the timer, and this could give Luca Peed a real opportunity, I think, of having a go at this. The time comes down by another 1/10 of a second, and indeed we do have 2 laps. So Luca Peed with 2 laps to go. The gap down to 7/10 of a second. He's a 1/10 quicker to 2/10 every single lap. Is Luca Peed. Trying to close in on the E-plate of Felix Tandy. And will begin shortly to benefit from a bit of slipstream as the 10 and the 25 come together. Frank Pearson and Teddy Veselovsky are off down at the far end of the circuit. And Luca Peed clunks the curb on the exit of the Bruno chicane. That won't do the quest to close in on Felix Tandy much good. Particularly with these smaller carts, they don't take too kindly to the curb, and then he slides wide. The gap's going to be out, I think, to around about 8/10 of a second as they come over the timing line. Indeed it is, and the final lap in MightE is commenced. The already crowned champion in Felix Tandy, holding off the 47 of Luca Peed as they make their way up towards the Stratford hairpin for the final time. And Peed, who was closing in, at one point the gap was out to nearly 2 seconds, so he's done well to close this in, but will ultimately run out of time. There's Felix Tandy. Takes us down the back straight towards Hanger Corner for the final time, and then the tight right-hander of Wilkins Slide slightly wide, but no harm done. And Felix Tandia will come out of the corner to take victory at round number 12 of the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. Adds final win number 7 of the season to his name in front of Luca Pede. The podium completed by the 27 of Nico Veselovsky. Trophies down to P6 will mean EJ Dira will go home with some silverware, as will Lenny Barton, I think, in P5, and Max Tetlow in P6. Barton with a very interesting race, to say the least, but he will fought back on every single occasion to cross the line in P5. Thurston P6, Cooper Galloway in P8. So Thurston P7, Galloway in 8. So we rate the rest of the field coming through. Joshua Chung, Aidan Castleman, 9th and 10th respectively, with Albie Houlihan. And then we're going to have Frank Pearson and Teddy Veselovsky. They're still battling to the line. Looks like Pearson takes P12 from Veselovsky. And Jayanch Rayaru completes your MightE grid. So, once again, the sun started to come out. There are dry patches on the track, that's for sure, but very wet corners, particularly at Cafe and up at Stratford. So, it's going to be a track of two halves, and at some point it will switch from wet to dry. Although given the throughout the rest of the day, it's been just as it was about to switch, it's rained again. So we'll see how that one goes. Next up, then, it's time for MightE and IAME Waterswift Restricted Cadets. There's Sam in the comments saying, how even are MightE electric MightE engines? They're not engines, they're power units. To work on the terminology. MightE Cadets then are next out, along with IAME Waterswift Restricted. TJ McKay and Ansel Murray off the front row. William Crombie and Heath Smith on row number 2, with Daniel Stangarian and Harry Stinson on row number 3. Henry Hale starts P7, Casey Baker in P8, with Will Beattie and Chase Warmington in front of Jacob Hutchinson and Noah Mybra in row number 6. Then it's going to be Junior Wright and Jax Wong, Freddie Turkington and Jacob Amis, with Zachary Parr and Hadley Jarvis on row number 9. Logan Jackson starts 19th, Brandon Hartley in 20th, and with Harry Watkinson in P21. Then we move into our IAME Waterswift Restricted runners, Freddie Baker and Logan Hodgetts on the front row, with Reggie Peters and Harley Bradbury Stretton behind them. And then Riley Aston Wilkins will complete the grid for our IAME Waterswift Restricted runners. So field just making their way out. They'll be using this lap to just take advantage of trying to find some grip. So just having a quick look at some of our results from previous races to make sure we are all good on that front, just as we make sure as we call our championship positions accordingly later on. Freddie Baker out for in 2 classes today. In IAME Waterswift Restricted and later on as well. He's slowing them down in the background. MightE Cadet, though, are away and racing as TJ McKay brings them round Park Bend for the first time. Ansel Murray and then William Crombie. Crombie trying to get the switch back on Ansel Murray. So they head up towards the pit bend corner for the first time. IAME Waterswift Restricted coming through up towards their rolling start, as we'll keep an eye picture in picture on our MightE Cadets as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin. We are away and racing, and it's been a good start from the second row by the 189 of Reggie Peters as he moves through to take the lead in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Both of these championships still open and up for grabs. Heading into this final race of the day, Stinson down the inside of the 18 of Heath Smith. That allows Daniel Stangarian through as well to move through and up into what will be 5th place. TJ McKay, though, leads at the end of lap number 1 from Ansel Murray and William Crombie in 3rd place. Crombie once again trying to go all the way around the outside of Ansel Murray. Murray has that answered. It's a long way around the outside there as trying to dive down the inside of Harry Stinson is Daniel Stangarian from a distance back. As Casey Baker goes for a ride out towards the tyre wall on the outside of the Stratford hairpin. Army Water Swift Restricted again now sees Freddie Baker back at the front of this field. Baker leading then from Riley Aston Wilkins. Will plug that into the spreadsheet as it is. I think that's enough at the moment for Baker to secure the championship. It will be by 8 points for Freddie Baker. Despite the fact as well that he's been unable to drop any points because he did not attend round number 4 at fullback. Move down the inside for Crombie on Ansel Murray, and Murray can't get the switch back and moves through. So Crombie up into 2nd place. That again is going to be more than enough for William Crombie to wrap up this championship. Stinson currently in P5. McKay leading at the moment with Ansel Murray in that 2nd place berth. So championship as it stands will be Crombie from Murray, then Stinson, with McKay in 4th place in the championship. Heath Smith should have enough there for P5 then in the standings. Of course, championship trophies handed out by SuperOne at the Kartmania show in November. So Stinson and Smith now both in front of Stangarian, and could well be in front of Ansel Murray as well. They will be. Smith with the move through. Murray's going to come back at him. Smith sees it coming, just drives all the way around the outside. Textbook by Smith. And that's going to allow Stangarian as well to take full advantage of Harry Stinson, who was balked on exit. Stinson, though, does manage to get a bit of drive and holds on to his position. But Smith in the number 18 machine is up into 3rd place. The front, TJ McKay is driving off into the distance in front of William Crombie. Looks like Henry Hales has just had a bit of an off at Cafe Corner. He was slow getting back out onto circuit, so Smith still in front of Murray. There's your race leader. As you can see, the track starting to form some dry patches in places, but then still very puddly in others. At the moment, I think it's still very much a wet track in terms of tyres and choice, but it will switch at some point. Next up after this one is Intermax. Then we've got Comas. I think by Junior Rotax, because Comas are on treaded tyres, I think we might see some slicks as there's a move there by Ansel Murray. Down the inside of Heath Smith. Smith sees it coming, has the door closed on him, does Ansel Murray, and Smith holds on to 3rd place. Murray down then having to defend position against Harry Stinson. So I'm just asking whether they're closer to petrol engines. Yeah, as you can see at the moment, we're pretty much nose to tail. It's less about them being close. It's just everybody knows that everything is bang on to start with. There's very little variance. You don't see many mechanical issues either with the MightE Cadets. And whether you're a fan of electric power or whether you're not, it's, I think it's just something that we're going to have to accept going forward. Is going to be the future of where we're going to go unless somebody can introduce sustainable fuels into karting. Down the inside goes Daniel Stangarian, making a move on Ansel Murray. So Stangarian then up into 5th place. Murray will drop down into P number 6. Although might get P5 back here. Yes, he does. Just about holds on as they go up and over the curbs. IAME has still got Freddie Baker leading from Logan Hodgetts, but now we've got Riley Aston Wilkins up into 3rd place. That might tighten the championship up slightly, but I still don't think it's going to be enough for Riley Aston Wilkins, 3rd place. No, it's not. He needed to beat Freddie Baker. There is the stationary Brandon Hartley. Gets going again though. So Freddie Baker currently in front of Riley Aston Wilkins, needed to be the other way round. Here goes Stinson down the inside of Heath Smith for 3rd place. Smith will try and come back at Stinson, not quite close enough to draw alongside. William Crombie in front of them. This sliding that number 15 round, and that's not going to do the wet tyres much good, but they can go in the bin after today anyway. They don't need to worry about them. Super One's done after this weekend. He's still got 2 minutes to go and doesn't want to put too much heat through them tyres. Nonetheless, as it stands, he is going to be the champion. Stangarian with a move down the inside, trying to get past Ansel Murray. Murray holding on again. And Stinson is getting closer to William Crombie lap on lap. It's Ansel Murray down the inside of Daniel Stangarian. Well, he was already in front, but basically put the brake on at the end of the lap and did enough to hold the position. And here goes Stinson on Crombie. Job done down the inside for Harry Stinson. Moves through and into that 2nd place. They're coming up onto some lap traffic. The 84 of Brandon Hartley, who had that spin earlier on. Ansel Murray and Daniel Stangarian. And Crombie now is tucked in behind Harry Stinson in that 2nd place. He's going to try and come back at Stinson. Doesn't need this. Doesn't need to get too involved. Doesn't want to drop positions. Stinson and Crombie side by side. They go still. Stinson holding on, moving up into 2nd place does Harry Stinson. Crombie down into 3rd. Doesn't change how the championship's going to pan out. As they head up towards the timing line. Leader will cross the line now. Looks like he's gone under the timing gantry, and indeed has. 2 laps to go then in IAME Water Swift Restricted and MightE Cadet. As it stands, the championships are going the way of William Crombie in MightE Cadet and Freddie Baker in IAME Water Swift Restricted. A lap and a half to go as they come out of the Stratford hairpin. TJ McKay at the front, let's not forget his day. Unbeatable so far today. And in this wet final has pulled away from the rest of the field. Stinson now has a bit more of a gap to William Crombie, but he might not have to defend much for that 2nd place, but the charge for the championship is going to be is going to go. It's going to go the way of William Crombie. Stinson will have to settle for 3rd place because Ansel Murray, I think, might be in that 2nd place in the championship. Even if he does finish P6, which is where he currently sits at the moment, battling it out, I think, with Daniel Stangarian. TJ McKay with a little bit of lap traffic in front, but I don't think he's going to catch as he looks over the shoulder just to confirm that he's got a decent gap back to the rest of the field. Up towards Wilkins for the final time for TJ McKay. And the driver of the number 70 will come out of the corner to win for a second time in Rally Replay Super 1. Followed home by Harry Stinson. And your 2025 MightE Cadet champion William Crombie crossing the line in third place. That's enough to secure him the title. We need to look out for Freddie Baker in IAME Water Swift Restricted, because he's going to come through. He'll be through in around about 5 seconds time for Freddie Baker in the 192. Keep an eye out for the yellow on the camera. He should be through now. There he is. As I said, keep an eye out for the yellow. Keep an eye out for the champion. Freddie Baker rounds Wilkins to come up to the checkered flag to take victory in IAME Water Swift Restricted on the track and in the championship. Freddie Baker is the 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in IAME Water Swift Restricted. The results on track then for that class: Freddie Baker from Logan Hodgetts, Harley Bradbury Stretton, Reggie Peters and Riley Aston Wilkins in P5 for IAME Water Swift Restricted, meaning Freddie Baker takes the championship by 8 points from Riley Aston Wilkins. In MightE Cadet, William Crombie takes the championship from Ansel Murray. Murray finishing 18 points behind. If he crossed the line in P6, I know he was battling it out for P5. We lost the exact order, but nonetheless it'll be William Crombie from Ansel Murray and Harry Stinson in the points in that championship. 22 points splitting the top 3 and only 30 points splitting the top 4 in an incredibly tight MightE Cadet championship. Moving on already to a championship that is almost certainly heading the way of Logan Rolfe. Let's find out. It's time for Intermax. Logan Rolfe starts on pole position. Jensen Sale alongside Noah Jebson and Jackson Hilton, with Lucas Esser and JJ Lowe on row number 3. Row 4 sees Jay Birmingham with Oscar Roach for company, Rudra Gogolnath and Annika Hurd with Charlie Gregg and Luke Collins on row number 6. And it's Toby Wortley and Layla Bell, Alexander Adams and Teddy Roberts, Daniel Hulst and Elsie Gannon on row number 9. Tundra Fatinoglu with Adam Causer, Joshua Sharples and Mia Minot, Finley Thompson and Arthur Roberts in front of Amrit Sinatwal, Isla Parsons, William Bennett, Charlie Heffer and Dylan Patrick. As you can see, dry parts of the circuit forming, but wet corners still providing a bit of train. We've got a slow moving car on the exit of the final corner, so we're missing one already. We're away and racing though as Logan Rolfe brings them to the timing line for 9 minutes plus 1 lap. So Rolfe will lead us through then. It's been a good start by Noah Jebson, overtaken briefly by Jackson Hilton, but slides back through down the inside. Does Noah Jebson for third place, and he's going to try a cheeky little one for second place on Jensen Sale, but there's the track then beginning to dry up the far end of the circuit. Looks like it could have been Jay Birmingham with the problem on lap 1. It looks like we could be missing a couple of other drivers as well. We've only got 26 that have tripped the timing line from 29 entries, as Jackson Hilton down the inside of Noah Jebson. So as they cross the timing line at the end of lap number 1, Logan Rolfe from Jensen Sale, Jackson Hilton, Noah Jebson, Lucas Esser and JJ Lowe in front of Oscar Roach, Luke Collins, and then bit of side-by-side there. But at the front, Logan Rolfe starting to open up a gap already. Back to Jensen Sale. Hilton, Jebsen, Esser, Lowe. Then it's Roach, Collins, Charlie Gregg and Annika Hurd. Jebsen thinking about it. Down the inside. Can't get past on Jackson Hilton. Now the opportunity may well come as he draws alongside, up and over the timing line, and Noah Jebsen is indeed through on Jackson Hilton. These two at the moment squabbling over third, but could well have enough pace if they stopped fighting with each other to go through. Now, looked like rain on the camera there, but I think that's spray off the tyres that's going up and coming back down, so don't think we'll be too worried at the moment. And I can't see anything in the puddle just in front of the commentary box. Jackson Hilton's nose there looks like it's been stoved in a little bit. 1 or 2 spots maybe. Rolf though with a gap of 1.2 seconds has moved down the inside by the 51 of Charlie Gregg. This time it's on JJ Lowe for 7th place. As Layla Bell emerges inside the top 10 as well in the 33 machine. And got past Annika Hurd on that previous lap. Oh, bit of contact there between Oscar Roach and the 55 of Lucas Esser, just as they exchange different lines on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. Jebsen and Hilton still battling and time-wise falling away from Jensen Sale in front of them. And I think these two are just going to scrap over 3rd place now. They can see the drivers in front pulling away. Not quite at half race distance yet, but side by side once again. That's going to end not superbly, is it? Oh, it's not been too bad in the end, and they're going to have another go at it up at Stratford. Esser trying to get himself involved as well. Jebsen's going to come back to the inside. Jebsen squeezed to the outside on the run up to Stratford, back into 3rd place. But they're going to allow Esser and Roach into this mix as well. I don't think it'll be too long before Charlie Gregg gets involved either. JJ Lowe, Layla Bell aren't a million miles back either. And, whoever gets into that 3rd place needs to find a way of getting away, but with effectively 2 different halves of the track, certain parts of it very, very dry, and then we head here where it goes wet all of a sudden. Hilton down the inside. Jebsen hits him with a switchback almost immediately and moves back through. That's Charlie Gregg not too far back in the background off Oscar Roach. Layla Bell is a 2.5 back, but is up into 8th place now, having got past JJ Lowe on the previous lap. 4 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of action ahead of us. The top 2 have both got gaps of 2.5 seconds, Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale. Jebsen then in this 3rd place now from Jackson Hilton. Hilton not close enough this time to dive down the inside into Cafe Corner. It's all sort of coming together. In the background there was that Oscar Roach down the inside of Lucas Esser. Yes, it was. Esser, though, getting back on the power slightly earlier and managing to move away. Now Hilton is down the inside of Jebsen as Jebsen goes wide, and then Jebsen tries to keep his foot in. Ends up railing the curb like he's Tony Hawk. And that's going to allow Lucas Esser and Oscar Roach to come down the inside. Roach is going to do them both because Esser gets forced wide by Jebsen. Jebsen's going to fall behind them both. That's Charlie Gregg in the 51 coming into this as well. Said it wouldn't be too long before he was involved in this. Jebsen tries to move down the inside. That's what Hilton's been doing to him the last couple of laps. Hilton 3rd, Roach 4th, Esser in P5, Jebsen and Gregg. Behind them, Layla Bell. who on the previous lap was 0.2 slower than those in front. But has moved up into 8th place, having started in P14. Greg then on the back of Noah Jebson. There's Jensen Sale coming through the camera, 3.3 seconds behind the champion-elect Logan Rolfe. Then this battle 4 seconds back with Jackson Hilton now coming under pressure from Oscar Roach. And Roach has got a great drive out of the Stratford hairpin. Oscar Roach is going to take 3rd place here, and indeed does. Can he get it stopped into the left-hander of the Bruno chicane? Yes, he can. And Oscar Roach is up into 2nd place. He's asking for some help to catch up now with Jensen Sale. I don't think he's going to get that given the size of the gap. And back through goes Jackson Hilton, and then Oscar Roach is going to come back down the inside of Jackson Hilton. They're both asking the other one to work together, which is a code of just stay behind me. I'd like the bigger trophy, please. Sadly, given the gap to Jensen Sale that they're not going to close up in the minute and 1 lap remaining, they are going to scrap over 3rd place. There's still time for others to get involved. Jebson up on the curb by himself, then Lucas Esser all the way around the outside. Noah Jebson now. Jebson's going to try another move down the inside. That's the way to do it. Charlie Gregg's going to get past Lucas Esser as well. Looks like Roach is on his way to 3rd place unless one of these can make some big gains. Layla Bell is closing in on the back now of Charlie Gregg. Was a little bit quicker on the previous lap and is a lot quicker on that last lap, 1.5 seconds in fact quicker than the battle in front for Layla Bell. She can sense a top 6 I think here. Top 2 are away and pretty much home and dry at the front of this race. Time elapses down to 0. They'll see the last lap board next time round on the overhead gantry. Charlie Gregg in that 6th place with Lucas Esser just behind. Keep an eye out, there's Layla Bell arriving with the time elapsing down to 0, and we are on to the final lap of the 2025 Intermax Rally Replay Super One Championship season, as Lucas Esser and Charlie Gregg battling it out with each other, and might not know that Layla Bell is wanting to get involved in that battle for 6th place as well as they run up towards the Stratford hairpin. We'll cut though to your race leader, your champion-elect, the O-plate of Logan Rolfe. The gap at one point out to 3.5 seconds. It's been managed ever since. Currently at 2.7 seconds. It's been a champion's drive from your 2025 Rally Replay Super One Intermax champion, Logan Rolfe, punching the air with delight. Followed home by Jensen Sale, the outgoing champion, fought valiantly for 2nd place. Oscar Roach in front of Noah Jebson, Jackson Hilton, Lucas Esser, Charlie Gregg and Layla Bell, ending the season on a high with P8 in front of Toby Wortley and JJ Lowe in P10. Still battling all the way down the order for position. That's the 34 of Tundra Fatinoglu. Their debut in the Super One Championship this season sees them coming home in P20. Logan Rolfe then the champion from Jensen Sale and Oscar Roach. Noah Jebson, Jackson Hilton and Lucas Esser, with Charlie Gregg, Layla Bell, Toby Wortley and JJ Lowe completing your top 10. Annika Hurd, Luke Collins, Alexander Adams and Arthur Roberts, Teddy Roberts, Amrit Sinatwal and Rudra Gogonath, Jay Birmingham, Daniel Hulse and Tundra Fatinoglu completed top 20. Charlie Heffer, Joshua Sharples, Adam Causer, Elsie Gannon, Isla Parsons, Finley Thompson, Dylan Patrick and Mia Minot complete your drivers to see the checkered flag. So we congratulate Logan Rolfe on his championship. we go to quite possibly the tightest one and the one with the most possible championship permutations. It's time for Coma C50. And just as it started to dry, it started to drizzle again. The puddle in front of the commentary box is just being splattered with 1 or 2 spots of water. And just as our drivers are gridding up for their final race of the season, they head out onto track. Calmon Simon and Cole Parrish then go off the front row. Jensen O'Connor and Matthew Pearson are on row number 2. Jensen Drummond and Max St. Hilaire on row number 3. Row 4, Jacob Haywood White and Briella Stevens. Hendrik Spallat, we'll talk about him in a moment, goes off P9. Isaac Young starts in 10th with Buddy Dorr and Noah Gallagher on row number 6. Row 7 is Ezra Robinson Matthews and George Miller. Albie Houlihan and Ayrton Edward Jones. And Lenny Barton completes the grid in P17, with a few drivers having an excursion on the exit of the Stratford hairpin. So, Hendrik Spallat was a corner away from effectively just needing to finish in the top 5 in this final to be crowned the champion. However, his car ground to a halt about 50 metres before the checkered flag in heat number 2. He was classified in P16. It now means that he's got to beat Calmon Simon to have any chance of being the champion this season. Calmon Simon will start from pole position. Hendrik Spallat will start from P9. And even with that, it is anybody's to play for between the two of them. We came into this weekend with 3 drivers having an opportunity to win the championship. We head into the final race of the 2025 Rally Replay SuperOne Championship, down to 2. Calmon Simon, Hendrik Spallat, 9 minutes and 1 lap separate them and a potential championship. We're away and racing. Calmon Simon from the inside. Keep an eye out though for the Williams-esque liveried Hendrik Spallat coming through. That's where we're going to see it, because he's got to get through the traffic early and he's got to get through the traffic trouble-free. Already up into P7, trying to go round the outside of Max St. Hilaire on the run up towards Stratford hairpin. There he is on the left-hand side of the screen. Got to try and get through, and has to try and get through early doors, and that's going to help him ever so slightly, as we've got Jensen O'Connor going slowly on the right-hand side, and a few drivers having to take evasive action, and already heading up into 4th place. Could well be P3. It is P3 for Hendrik Spallat. The first lap that he needed, the first lap that was required from Hendrik Spallat to give himself an opportunity to win this championship. So Calmon Simon will lead us up and over the timing line from Cole Parrish and then Hendrik Spallat. Just trying to find out what the exact tied score permutation is. I know it's wins, but is it final wins or is it out? Is it wins total? So we'll just have a quick check. Round there goes, I think it's the 45. Matthew Pearson. Top 4 is Calmon Simon, Cole Parrish and Hendrik Spallat, in front of Jensen Drummond. Spallat then up now into 2nd place. Drummond following him home in 3rd at the moment. Calmon Simon, down the inside goes Jensen Drummond, and then that allowed Hendrix Fallac just to get on the power and drive all the way around the outside. Just trying to confirm what is going to be the tie break. In fact, we'll come to that if we need it. But Kalman Simon and Hendrix Fallac at the moment, as the rain now really does start to come down. As the slippery surface flag comes out. Simon then continuing to lead from Hendrix Fallac. Fallac in second place. Kalman Simon leads. If it stays as it is, Simon will be the champion by 2 points. If they swap round, they'll be level on points and level on points after all of the rounds are reinstated back in. So it will go down then to a championship the championship decider, which is the tie break. So I'm going to, like I say, I'm going to have a quick look through the regulations as I'm commentating, just to figure out, because I know it's race wins, but it's whether it's overall wins or final wins. I've got both of those on the on my spreadsheet, but it depends on what order we're going to do them in. Simon then still leading from Parrish as it starts, sorry, from Fallac. As it stands, it's going to be 2 points between them. It'll be the number of first places gained in finals. And if that is still undecided, it'll be the second place in the finals. Right, who's won the most finals is the big question after this one then. Fallac, well, it's 5 apiece after yesterday. So quite clearly now, whoever finishes in front of who is the champion. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. If it was overall wins, they'd be level if Fallac wins in front with 14 as well. This is how close this Coma Championship has been. If Hendrix Fallac has got to get past Kalman Simon, and then he'll win it on the virtue that he's won 6 finals to Kalman Simon's 5. 5 each at the moment. On track in terms of finals, as it stands, it would have been, if it was total number of first places, Kalman Simon has won 14 races so far this season. Hendrix Fallac 12, but it's down to finals. That's where it's going to be. 2 minutes and 46 seconds to go. Kalman Simon and Hendrix Fallac, nothing between them. Fallac's got to find a way through though, as Lenny Barton's day ends in a soggy in a soggy walk to the Marshall's post. He's out of the race in the number 11. Two minutes to go in a final that started dry on a very fast drying circuit. And is that the mistake that gives Hendrix Fallac the opportunity as Kalman Simon drops a wheel onto the grass and Hendrix Fallac is through? And Hendrix Fallac at the moment is your provisional champion by virtue that he's won more finals than Kalman Simon. They'll be level on points at the end of this race. They'll be level on points when you put the drop scores back in. But Hendrix Fallac could well win this 6 finals to 5 against Kalman Simon. Minute and 40 on the clock. And Hendrik Spallat is gapping Kalmon Simon. He pushed away behind the driver of the 12, looks over his shoulder to his right-hand side, but has a gap now. Back to Kalmon Simon. Hendrik Spallat, 5 final victories to his name. Kalmon Simon, 4 coming into this race weekend, but 1 yesterday to make it 5 all. And Hendrik Spallat has opened the gap up to 1.2 seconds. They're lapping in the 1 minute 8s. They did 1 minute 3s earlier on, so the rain really starting to come down now. But Hendrik Spallat is through and into the lead and is extending that lead. But what was earlier was a charge through from 9th place on the grid, having effectively retired and being classified in 16th place in heat number 2. Looked to have decimated his championship chances, but an opening lap to remember got him up into 3rd place. Since then, he's just slowly picked away at Cole Parish, slowly chipped away at Kalmon Simon, and as Simon made a mistake into the left-hander of the first corner, Hendrik Spallat moved his way through, round the outside, down the inside into Cafe Corner. And as he crosses the timing line now, with 2 laps to go for Hendrik Spallat, it looked like it was going to be tight. It's going to be a slightly more nervous, a slightly longer wait to potentially crown our 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in Comus C50. Spallat leads, the gap out to 2.4 to Kalmon Simon, Cole Parish, Jensen Drummond and Max St Hilaire. There's Drummond and Hilaire up towards the Stratford hairpin in 4th and 5th respectively. Behind them a gap back to Matthew Pearson. At the moment he's on his own in the number 45 machine. Back then to Haywood, White, Young, Stevens, Matthews, Dorr, Miller, Gallagher, Edwards Jones, O'Connor, who stopped on that opening lap. Looks like he's got going again though, as he's circulating. Lenny Barton already out of the race. We saw him earlier on. On to the final lap though goes Hendrik Spallat. For the final time, goes round Park Bend and Cafe Corner, splashing his way through the puddles, but splashing his way to a championship here in Super 1. It's been unbelievably tight all season. The 2 at the front, if one of them brings this home, will have shared 27 race victories between them. Hendrik Spallat down the back straight towards the Bruno chicane for the final time. He was closer to the checkered flag in heat number 2 and the kart ground to a halt. He had to start from P9, but he's come through. He's 2 corners from home, round Wilkins. He'll be level on points with Kalmon Simon. They'll put the drop scores in. They'll be level on them as well. But by virtue of 6 final wins to 5, Hendrik Spallat is your 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in Comus C50. Cole Parish crossing the line there in 2nd place. The tie-break won't matter, I don't think. Simon down in 3rd place. But as it is, Kalmon Simon crossing the line P3. Hendrik Spallat then takes it, the tie-break out the window. 2 points the difference between Hendrik Spallat, Cole Parish in 2nd place, Jensen Drummond, and then Kalmon Simon in P4 at the end, in front of Max St Hilaire, Matthew Pearson, and the 42 of Jacob Haywood White, Isaac Young, Briella Stevens, Ezra Robinson Matthews and Buddy Dorr with George Miller, and then Noah Gallagher will finish P13 in front of Jensen O'Connor and Ayrton Edward Jones in the 27. Hendrik Spallat is your 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in Coma C50 after what can only be described as an epic season for our Comas. It's been tight all season. The pendulum has swung left and right. Even throughout the heats today, it set itself up as anybody's game. But it's Hendrix Falat by a gap of 3 points in the end. As they headed into the final corner, it looked like they were going to be level on points and we were going to have to invoke the tiebreaker. But in the end, Hendrix Falat is your 2025 Coma C50 champion. Next up then, ready to go out onto the circuit after we've recovered Lenny Barton's machine. It's time for Junior Rotax. So as the celebrations commence in Coma C50, the champagne, non-alcoholic of course because it's Junior Rotax, is on ice for Oliver Smith. He may though have to hand it to Teddy Cooper. We'll find out as we head towards our final for Junior Rotax. They went into today 12 points apart in this championship. And Oliver Smith pretty much just needs to bring his kart home without a retirement, basically. But he's got to keep his kart on the black stuff in very, very difficult conditions, as we've got a stationary Charlie Benson at the moment from P6 has not made it out of the dummy grid. Oliver Smith and Drew Preisner off the front row, then Sam Flynn and Ryan Rapini, Teddy Cooper and maybe Charlie Benson on row number 3. Row 4 sees Amy Peacock and Leon Barlow, Riley Bishop and Isaac Parkinson, with Rory Hinckley and Joseph Murphy on row number 6. Jack Dimbleby and Josh Parry are in front of Isaac Jameson and Cassidy Southall, Cian Hundle and Maximilian Braskoff, with Lewis Holt, Jensen Powers and Mia Caruso, Aidan Young, Alex McCullough and Hayagriva Gogolnath on row number 12. We are going to roll round, so it's Lucas Steele. We'll start in P number 25 as we just await the grid to re-emerge, but we are going to roll round once again. So we'll rattle through the first couple of pages. There we go. And then we're back there. So it's the Max Braskoff in P18, P19. We'll get to in a moment. There's Lewis Holt and Jensen Powers, Mia Caruso, Aidan Young, Alex McCullough and Hayagriva Gogolnath, row 12, with Lucas Steele and Adam Giordausis on row number 13, Shay Hilton and Elijah Hartley with Angad Singh and Elijah Hazelwood on row number 15. Maxim Karuk and Travis Dolby are in front of the 48 of Alfie Clark. Charlie Benson retakes his position, having got that 25 going again. Might not have much heat in his tyres, but I don't think any of them will, given the fact that he's absolutely battering it down. Under the gantry to go. We're away and racing for 9 minutes and 1 lap of action in Junior Rotax. They head up towards Cafe Corner for the first time. The first half of the field looks like they've managed to make it through nice and comfortably. Everybody else following suit as well as they run up towards the first braking zone of Stratford. A lot of them are going to struggle to find where their braking point is, mainly because they can't see through a wall of spray. We've got 2 or 3 round with a couple in the tyres. Lewis Holt's one of them. One of them's gone up and round the gearbox loop as well. They're going to have to drag out. Is that the 31 of Cian Hundle involved? It is as well. Cian Hundle there. Lewis Holt getting back in the car. And a few of them heading off up round the gearbox circuit at the top end of the track as well. Is that a move down the inside? Looks like that was Amy Peacock trying to find a way past Rory Hinckley. At the front though, the O-plate of Oliver Smith, who won in, I was going to say similar conditions, but it certainly wasn't raining this much yesterday, is on his way to a championship. Stationary yellow up at Marshall Post 3. Rory Hinckley is off at Cafe Corner, as is the 39 of Isaac Parkinson. They're going wide on the outside. They're splashing through some puddles, and the puddle is really slowing them down. So it looks like the top 6 or 7 have clear at the front. So we've got 4 there. Hinckley's fallen away out of that top 8 or so from P7. Smith from Preisner, Benson and Cooper. Preisner's going to try and move down the inside here of Oliver Smith. Smith doesn't need to be too defensive. Doesn't need to potentially get involved with drivers that he doesn't need to. Another stationary yellow at post 3, so that run up towards the Stratford hairpin is a no-go in terms of overtaking, but then we've got to move down the inside there by Teddy Cooper. Was the yellow flag back in? But we've definitely got a stationary yellow. It's just been brought back in at Marshall post 3. What I couldn't see was a waved yellow at Marshall post 4. Mainly because I was looking at the kamikaze of the 76 of Teddy Cooper going down the inside of Charlie Benson. Preisner once again is going to try and draw alongside Oliver Smith for the lead. There's a little bit of contact between them, and Smith's going to try and come back at Preisner. Doesn't need to get involved. I remind him, not that he can hear me, and it's not going to make any difference, but he does not need to get involved here. And then Teddy Cooper is going to lever him out of the way for second place. And then asks him to help push along. We can't see anybody now. The rain coming down, the spray kicking up. Second and third are 1 and 2 in the championship, and it looks like, could he be coming back down the inside? No, I thought Cooper was going to catch the puddle on the inside there and turn himself round. Preisner leads then from Teddy Cooper and Oliver Smith. Smith in that third place, which is going to be enough to crown him this season's champion. Cooper trying to move down the inside of Preisner. The water now at Cafe Corner is getting incredibly deep on the outside of that corner, because the water from the holding area that the drivers come into Parc Fermé, is just sweeping across the circuit and is then creating a river all the way across the track, which is causing issues as well for the drivers, as the water is not just sitting there, it's moving across as they try and go round the corner. Drivers just doing incredibly well to keep the kart facing in the right direction. At the moment, Drew Preisner is the one that's doing the best at it as he leads us through in the number 91 from Teddy Cooper and your champion-elect, the O-plate of Oliver Smith. Charlie Benson, Joseph Murphy and Jack Dimbleby, Leon Barlow, Jensen Powers, change for the lead. Down the inside goes Teddy Cooper as he introduces Drew Preisner to the curb on the outside, and that could well allow Oliver Smith through down the inside as well, and it does. Smith up then into that second place berth. Still, it's going to be enough for him to take this championship away. Oh, wide goes the 25 of Charlie Benson, and we've gone Battenberg flag. Full course yellow will be out in a few moments' time, I think. We're just waiting for confirmation. We are at Marshall post 3, and we've got drivers off on the start line as they slowed down really, really quickly for this Battenberg flag, to a point of it's a little bit too slow when everybody's backing up here. Now, we've got a Battenberg out, but I don't know if we've got anybody off. Could it be the conditions that has brought out this Battenberg flag? Now, they are being told to go a little bit quicker. Yes, they've slowed down, but the fact that they literally put the anchors on coming over the timing line when they saw the Battenberg flag was a bit of a well, I say strange one, but I do want to, I've just been asked in my answer one half the question. Do you want a replay of that save? Yes, I do, please. Let's see Charlie Benson at his finest. It didn't go quite so well at the start as he came through, but that is a save and a half by Charlie Benson to hold on to that one. He was going to need them anyway because they'll be soaking wet, but he's definitely going to require some new underpants after that one. But certainly one he can watch back. The pace slowed down then at the moment with the time at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Teddy Cooper leading the race at the moment from Oliver Smith, but Smith is going to be your champion as it stands. So I don't know whether I think we might have had somebody off down at the far end of the circuit because we've got a few marshals appear to be working down there. So I do hope that we go green for the end of this race. The rain continuing to come down though. 1:40 on the clock. As they head up towards the right-hander of the hangar corner. Minute and 26 now on the clock. Drew Preisner going left and right, just trying to get some heat into his tyres in third place. Should we get this race underway again, can't see anybody off circuit, so we may well get going. So Teddy Cooper goes round the corner, gives the tries to get some power down. And we still stay under yellow flag, and have we gone checker? I don't know. He seems happy. So yeah, we've called that race as it is. Teddy Cooper crosses the line as the race victor in front of Oliver Smith. Smith, though, will be declared your champion by my count. Just having a quick look at that, and it is confirmed for me. Oliver Smith is your 2025 Junior Rotax champion here at the Rally Replay SuperOne Championship. And looks like we've got a few nose cone penalties coming in, although to be fair, to be expected given the weather conditions. May well promote Leon Barlow up into 4th place. He's just come through in P7, but I think Benson, Murphy and Dimbleby in front have all picked up front fairing penalties as they came through. So Oliver Smith is your 2025 Rally Replay SuperOne champion. Teddy Cooper, though, takes the victory on the track. He takes the victory from Oliver Smith. Drew Preisner are your top 3 in front of, provisionally on track at least, Charlie Benson, Joseph Murphy and Jack Dimbleby, Leon Barlow, Jensen Powers, Rory Hinckley, and the top 10 completed by Amy Peacock. But we believe that Benson, Murphy and Dimbleby all have front fairing penalties that will be applied and will drop them 5 places if that is indeed the case. So we're just going to wait. The gate, I think, is closed. I don't know what the plan is at the moment. We've still got Junior Rotax to come in, so we've still got a few being held in the pit lane just as they're getting their front fairings checked. As I say, it's 5 place penalty in SuperOne rather than 5 laps. Oh, sorry, rather than 5 seconds. So just going to wait for the final few runners to make their way off track and see whether we get our Intermax heading out or whether we're going to have a slight delay to proceedings just to see whether we can dry the track a little bit. I think we were getting a fair few puddles, particularly down that far end where Charlie Benson did that epic save, particularly on the right-hander on the inside of the curbs. You can see the 2 curbs there on the right-hand side of your screen. 2 right-handers. The first one was where Benson went off, and is the one where I think we've got a bit of puddle of water. So we may well end up with a slight delay in proceedings in getting this final few races out on track. 4 finals left then. Micromax, Honda Cadet, IAME M1 and Senior Rotax. Micromax has its championship decided already. That went the way of Noah Wicklow at Wilton Mill. Honda Cadet still very much open. Here's a 3-horse race between Riley Blakemore, Henry Colborne, who came into this final round as your championship leader, and Joshua Bailey, who led at the previous round at Wilton Mill, but has fallen down the championship order somewhat since, and may well come home in P3 in the championship as it stands. So we'll very much keep an eye out on how things are going to play out in that class. So, don't know if we've got marshals just working up at the far end here. We've got a few marshals there, just assessing the circuit. It's the first right-hander really of Hanger Corner that was starting to get a little bit dangerous, I think. So, but the gate is being opened for Intermax. So for Micromax, so the gate being opened. So we'll give you a grid on the screen as the start marshal just awaits confirmation that they can go racing. So you grid up on the screen then. Benjamin Shivar on pole position, Freddie Baker alongside. He's already wrapped up a race victory in a championship today already. Raith Owen and Oscar Churches on the second row. Will Hatton and Theo Jepson on row number 3. Row 4, Charlie Cale and Ellis Holt, Teddy Shepherd and Isaac Garth with Arda Billianoff and Oakley Howlett on row number 6. Row 7 sees Milo Taylor and Eleanor Shelby Parsonage with Louis Granell, and then Noah Wicklow, the champion, will start P16. He was removed from the standings in one of the 2 heats and will have picked up no points for that. So we've just got a few marshals down there. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break until the micros head out onto track. So I'll be back with you in about 2 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back. It looks like we're almost ready to resume racing. We've got one kart just being recovered from the previous race and a bit of work being done by the marshals just to clear a little bit of standing water down the far end of the circuit. It had stopped raining in the last couple of minutes, but again, it started again. We are very much in the midst of on-off rain and has been for the last couple of hours or so. So, Inters then will head out onto the circuit. Engines just being fired for our Micromax class. Benjamin Shivar, and it looks like we've got a problem for Freddie Baker off the front row. The highs of the championship in IAME Water Swift restricted a few moments ago. Looks like it could be trumped by issues in micro, although he has got going again. There he is at the back. So if he can get round and rejoin position, he will go off the outside of the front row alongside Benjamin Shivar. He's going to try and thread his way back through the traffic, but just needs to be careful, particularly in these wet weather conditions, as to where it is. Shivar just looking over, and there is Freddie Baker, arriving fashionably late to the party. And micro is going to be underway very, very shortly, hopefully, as they head out of the final corner up towards the timing line. And we're away and racing as Benjamin Shivar leads us through up towards Cafe Corner for the first time. Baker holding on to second place as Oscar Churches in the 18 tries to go down the inside. We've got the 31 of Will Hatton round, and everybody did incredibly well to miss him. Thought he was going to get collected by a couple of drivers as he spun in the exit of Cafe Corner. So he'll rejoin down in P15. So Shivar leads then from Freddie Baker and Oscar Churches. Baker though right up onto the back of Benjamin Shivar and will try and move down the inside, I think. Nearly got alongside. But just rolled his foot off the brake and allowed the number 92 machine just to slot back in behind the 78. So Shivar leads us then over the line at the end of lap number 1 from Freddie Baker and Oscar Churches, Theo Jepson, Ellis Holt, Isaac Garth, Charlie Cale, Noah Wicklow, 15th to 8th on lap number 1. Arda Bilionoff, Milo Taylor, Teddy Shepherd, Oakley Howlett, Will Hatton, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage. So we're missing Wraith Owen in the 21. He crosses the line now, albeit some 14 seconds off the back of the field. So problems off camera for Owen on lap number 1. Louis Granell not out for this one, has retired from heat number 2 as well. So looks like whatever the problem was for Granell is terminal, and he's out of this race. They're moving from the 35 though. Ellis Holt goes down the inside of Oscar Churches. Can Churches hold on all the way around the outside for Cafe Corner? No, he cannot, and he has to slot back into 5th place. So Shivar and Baker with a gap of a second back to Theo Jepson. So Shivar sweeps round the outside. Has opened up a bit of a gap now to Freddie Baker. The gap was 0.2 of a second or so when they came over the timing line, but that was out to about half a second by the look of things. Jepson in 3rd place. See whether Baker's a little bit closer. Indeed he is. So I think that was all down to Freddie Baker taking a tight line round the Stratford hairpin on the previous lap, just to see whether there was a bit of grip on the inside compared to Shivar's line of going round the outside. And he will now take the wide line round the outside as well, and then try and cut back mid-corner to draw alongside Benjamin Shivar, but when it's wet like this, it's very difficult to make that happen. Just going to have to try and find a way through somewhere else. Get the feeling, seeing as we saw it a lot in the junior races, if you can get a good run out of this corner here, and as Shivar goes wide over the timing line, is pop it down the inside here, up and over timing, and that's exactly what Freddie Baker's going to do. And Freddie Baker, right on script, goes down the inside of Benjamin Shivar to take the lead in this Micromax final with 5 minutes to go on the clock. Shivar already comfortable in terms of his championship position in second place in the Micromax Championship. Goes out onto the curb on the outside. Jepson still in that third place. He's under pressure from Holt. There's a bit of contact there as Benjamin Shivar goes into the side of the 92 of Freddie Baker. No harm done in the end, and Baker just reminds him not to make moves into corners that don't require it, and then he leaves the door open and Shivar comes back through down the inside to retake the lead. Now Baker's going to try and go wide round the outside up towards Cafe Corner. Elects not to throw it down the inside. We saw it work a few times earlier on in juniors. Don't know if the Micros have quite got the weight to make that move work down the inside and get the kart stopped. Wicklow's up into P5 in front of Oscar Churches. Shivar there with that Nassau panel wobbling side to side in that number 78 machine. Getting on the power, can Freddie Baker find a way back through? He's already shown his hand once on finding his way through over the timing line down the inside. It looks like Shivar's pretty much got that one scouted now as he puts the 78 machine in a much tighter line on the inside. Won't allow Freddie Baker through. So Baker's going to have to find somewhere else, and once again out onto that curve on the outside goes Benjamin Shivar. Baker not quite close enough, still 2.5 minutes or so on the clock, and does close up a lot. Goes within a few inches of the rear bumper of Benjamin Shivar. Just shows the quality of the both of them, that they can race in such close quarters. But behind them, Ellis Holt has found a way past Theo Jepson in the last couple of laps, as I think he has. Yeah, he has. He was in P4 until lap 6 and then found a way through. And let's not discount Ellis Holt here. Because to be fair, both him and Jepson are both closing in. And he seems to be able to be making that inside run work round the Stratford hairpin. Now they've got to be careful not to start battling once again over third place, because there's an opportunity for a second, but even potentially a win here, although Baker has fallen away off the back of Benjamin Shivar in the last lap or so, down to around about half a second. Gap was just over 4/10. It might be a little bit closer this time as they come over the timing line, and indeed it is. It's back down to 1/4 of a second, but they're dragging Ellis Holt and Theo Jepson into a potential battle for the win here. Behind them, Wicklow is now in a very comfortable 5th place. There's a battle behind them for Isaac Garth, Oscar Churches, Charlie Kell, Milo Taylor, all in the mix. Shivar, though, in that first half of the lap, seems to be able to find around about half a second that then Freddie Baker reels back in the second half of the lap. And Baker, from being 3 or 4 kart lengths behind into the Bruno chicane, is right up onto the back once again of Benjamin Shivar as they head towards the Wilkins hairpin. .30 seconds on the clock as Ellis Holt tries to move down the inside of Freddie Baker. And it's fairly equidistant now between the top 3. 0.3 of a second between each of them, and the 0.6 back to Theo Jepson in 4th place. There's Ellis Holt trying to go down the inside and still has aspirations for that 2nd place, but don't think any of them have ruled out a potential victory here. Down to 0, lap and a half to go then in this Micromax final. Benjamin Shivar, Freddie Baker, Ellis Holt. Holt, who started this final in 8th place, is up into 3rd place and a potential visit to the podium for the driver of the 35. Will it be on the 3rd step? Will it be on the 2nd step? Could even be on the top step as they commence the final lap. Holt trying to nose down the inside of Freddie Baker, who goes very, very wide on the exit of Cafe Corner. We know Holt likes a tight line up into the right-hander at Stratford. Tries to go down the inside. Baker's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Holt's trying to draw alongside. They'll be side by side in the run up to the Bruno chicane. Holt's going to have track position. Holt's got the move done. He's up into 2nd place. Might be too far back on Shivar as there's contact between the 2 of them. Oh, how's he held on to that? I have no idea. Baker's going to come back down the inside of him. Baker's back up into 2nd place. Holt in 3rd. Then it's going to be Theo Jepson as they run out of the final corner. There's contact between the 2. Baker's led him back through. That's really good sportsmanship, I feel. Benjamin Shivar, Ellis Holt, Freddie Baker and Theo Jepson in front of Noah Wicklow. And I get the feeling that we've just seen a fantastic display of sportsmanship from Freddie Baker. There was a bit of contact between the 2 of them out of the Bruno chicane, which saw Baker gain a slight advantage and put him back in front of Ellis Holt. As they came out of the Wilkins hairpin, Freddie Baker just eased off the power and effectively looked to the side and waved Ellis Holt back through into his rightful position of 2nd place. They'll both go to the podium. It's an incredibly sporting podium. Benjamin Shivar will stand on the top step. Ellis Holt and Freddie Baker will complete your top 3 in front of Theo Jepson, Noah Wicklow and Isaac Garth. Your top 6. Oscar Churches, Milo Taylor, Charlie Cale, Will Hatton, Arda Billionoff and Teddy Shepherd, with Oakley Howlett, Eleanor Shelby Parsonage and Wraith Owen complete the grid for your micros. And before we even get chance, we've got Hondas heading out onto track, so we will have a quick look at the grid for our Honda Cadet final and the potential championship permutations ahead of us for this one. Mason Becker will start on pole position with J.M. Prakash alongside Ronnie Jones and Henry Colborne on row number 2, with Shailan Srikantan and Riley Blakemore on row number 3. Row 4 sees Joshua Bailey and Henry Soraya, Oliver Ratton and Ethan Pearson, with Harry Surge and Theo Hamilton on row number 6. Ben Bower starts P13, Joshua Kinnaston Wade in 14th, Oscar Wills and Chris Doshi go off row 8, Oliver Vickers and Kai Sori on row number 9. That's your 18. 18 start. 3 drivers in the mix for the championship. Blakemore, Colborne and Bailey. Blakemore's in the prime position. They head up towards the timing line. It's a fast start, but we are away and racing as Mason Becker leads us up towards Cafe Corner. J.M. Prakash almost tipped into a spin by Ronnie Jones, but Prakash will come out in 2nd place as he holds on from the number 70 of Ronnie Jones in the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. He goes wide. That's going to put Jones back down the inside. Then there'll be 3 wide. We've got cars that's facing the wrong way. The 11 of Chris Doshi facing the wrong way, but there was 4 or 5 carts involved there. Becker with a bit of a gap then. Ronnie Jones is going to hand second place back. Is he? Yes, he is. To the 44 of Jayan Prakash. Shailan Srikantan in 4th place then, behind Ronnie Jones. Then it's Riley Blakemore, P5, Henry Colborne, Henry Soraya, Joshua Bailey, Ethan Pearson, Theo Hamilton, Ben Bowers, Oliver Ratton and Harry Search, with Joshua Knayston Wade, Kaya Sori, Oliver Vickers, Oscar Wills and Chris Doshi after that opening lap spin. Just trying to fight his way onto the back of the grid once again. Rain has stopped. We've got a rainbow in the distance over the far side of the circuit, which you can just about see as we come to the Bruno chicane camera. There it is in the background. Look at that shot. Ronnie Jones implores Jayan Prakash to go forwards and challenge Mason Becker and says, if you go, I'll go with you. Let's take it to the 52. Wide goes the 23 of Shailan Srikantan as he falls down the order. Blakemore up into P4. Henry Soraya P5. Colborne, Bailey, Pearson with the fastest lap in the number 71 machine. Again, Ronnie Jones asking Jayan Prakash to look forwards. And let's see if we can chase down Mason Becker at the front. A look over the shoulder again from Jayan Prakash, and again. I think he's got the pace though to challenge Mason Becker. Just got to focus it forwards, which is what Ronnie Jones has been saying to him for the last couple of laps. Becker's got a gap of around about 3/4 tenths of a second. Prakash wants to close in. It's dry on the braking point. That's Riley Blakemore down the inside of Ronnie Jones, and might even get past Jayan Prakash here because he's on the inside and Ronnie Jones is going to try and freight train the way through as a duo, but it's helped out Riley Blakemore more than anybody else. Ronnie Jones is going to try and get alongside Jayan Prakash in the run up towards the right-hander of the hangar corner. Blakemore, though, up from 4th into 2nd place. More than enough to secure him the 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 Championship as he makes a 4th-place gain in this final, having started in 6th place. Can he close in on Mason Becker, though? He was 4 tenths quicker on the previous lap, was Riley Blakemore. So Oliver Ratton off, the 27 off as well of Henry Soraya. One other involved as well at the far end of the circuit. We'll pick a number out in a few moments' time, but Mason Becker, Riley Blakemore, the top 2 as it stands at the moment. Who's falling down the order? We know Soraya was one of them. Ratton, Harry Search was the other driver involved at the far end of the track. Driver of the number 40 with the yellow and purple colour scheme on the kart. There's the other driver who had the off. It's a really strange one up there because as they go onto the brakes, it's not dry by any stretch, but there's no standing water, and then they pretty much just go sideways through a puddle. Mason Becker, though, continuing to lead Riley Blakemore at the moment, happy to be his wingman as they try and break away from Jayan Prakash and Ronnie Jones. And to be fair, Colborne, Bailey, Pearson as well. And it looks like they might have had that because there's been a change for third place? There hasn't, but it looked like Ronnie Jones had tried to move on Jayan Prakash. And Becker, who was reeled in early doors since Blakemore got up into that second place, now just sees Riley Blakemore at the moment fairly content just to work with, but that might change now that Ronnie Jones has found a way past Jayan Prakash and up into third place. Yesterday's final winner making some gains at the expense of the number 44 of Jayan Prakash, who's now going to be under pressure from Henry Colborne and Joshua Bailey in 5th and 6th respectively. Two and a half minutes on the clock, lapping in the 56s. Fastest lap of the race by Blakemore on lap number 4 at 56.3. It's been fairly consistent at 56.7 since then. Like Colborne was down the inside of Jayan Prakash. Yes, it was. Good move by Henry Colborne up into 4th place. That's going to be enough, I think, to secure 2nd place in the championship for Henry Colborne. So look over the shoulder from Blakemore, sees that he's now got Ronnie Jones behind him. Still content to work with Mason Becker, as Prakash is back down the inside of Colborne. Joshua Bailey and Ethan Pearson completing this train of 7 that's split by 1.1 seconds. And now, rather than a top 2, we've got a top 3, because Ronnie Jones is up onto the back of Riley Blakemore. So Blakemore, as it stands in 2nd place, will secure the championship. Colborne, where he is at the moment, will take 2nd place by 8 points from Joshua Bailey, who is just behind him. Although I think Colborne is back in front of Jayan Prakash, so that gives him another place that he can extend an extra point out in the championship charge for him into 2nd place in the series. Riley Blakemore, though, is 2 laps away from being crowned the 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in Honda Cadet. Draws alongside Mason Becker. Becker was wide and in the puddle on the outside. That could give Blakemore track position. It doesn't, because Mason Becker squeezes him on the outside. And that's going to allow a few other drivers to get involved as well. Briefly, Henry Colborne was through and up into 3rd place. Ronnie Jones is back down the inside of him. Colborne's going to be tight on the inside. Can Jones hold on? No, he can't. Colborne up into 3rd place. A move that took 2 corners and got it done. Held it out round the outside. Very brave driving from Henry Colborne in the wet weather conditions to go round the outside of Ronnie Jones into the Bruno chicane. But he's up into 3rd place. Jones in P4. Jayan Prakash P5. Is that Ethan Pearson? I never thought he'd got past Joshua Bailey. No, he hasn't. Bailey still P6. Pearson P7. On to the final lap then for Honda Cadet for the 2025 season. Mason Becker will lead us round from Riley Blakemore and the run up towards the Stratford hairpin. Blakemore wide, but he can't switch back because he's got Henry Colborne on the inside of him. So Blakemore, with aspirations of a switchback move on Mason Becker, was unable to make that work because of another driver in the way. One final opportunity then for Riley Blakemore to win this race, but whether he wins this race or not, he's going to win the championship. Mason Becker takes victory on track here at round number 12. Riley Blakemore, though, is your 2025 Rally Replay Honda Cadet champion, holding off Henry Colborne, both for 2nd place and for the championship as well. Colborne goes to the podium in P3, with Jayan Prakash, Ronnie Jones and Joshua Bailey 6th on track, 3rd in the championship for Bailey. He finishes in front of Ethan Pearson, Oliver Vickers and Theo Hamilton, with Henry Soraya, Oscar Wills and Joshua Kinnaston Wade in front of Kaya Suri, Harry Search, Ben Bowers, Oliver Ratton, Chris Doshi, but Shailan Srikantan, classified P18, but retires 9 laps down, did not see the checkered flag. Two races to go. IAME M1 next up and a champion to crown as well. Arthur Bowers has got 9 fingers on a championship trophy. Can he bring it home? Let's find out. It's time for our final in IAME M1. Aforementioned Arthur Bowers will roll off pole position. He's got what we've very quickly established as the wet weather expert Hugh Riley, alongside him Presley Knight and Teddy Smith on row number 2, Oakley Rudman and Sebastian Talbot on row number 3, Shay Downey, Arthur Rhodes, row 4, Harley Bebb and Freddie Dye in front of Buster Scott and Logan Edwards on row number 6, JJ Williams and Noah Brad, Hendrix Ballat and Jack Minot, with Jules Nash and Tommy Walton in front of Arlo Portagoody and Tommy Delaney, Matty Smith and Gabriel Chew, with Nicholas Anser and Jensen Drummond completing your 24 kart IAME M1 grid. Do we have a few missing? I think we might do. I don't think we're going to get 24 out. Don't know whether the rain from earlier on has potentially put 1 or 2 off. We shall see. Nonetheless, those that are on track will provide us with plenty of action as the penultimate race of the 2025 season is almost upon us. Look to the overhead gantry. We're away and racing. It's a good start, I think, from the poleman Arthur Bowers as Hugh Riley tries to squeeze round the outside of him, but I think he's going to find Presley Knight down the inside, and indeed does. And Presley Knight moves through into 2nd place. Hugh Riley's going to get swamped by a few and will come out, despite a front row start, in 4th place on the run up towards the Stratford hairpin, and gets a place back and moves back into 3rd place. We'll drive all the way around the outside. We've got the 81 and the 49 round. Noah Brad's the 49. Matty Smith is the 81 as they go round up at Stratford. So Arthur Bowers from Presley Knight and the 86 of Hugh Riley. There goes Riley. Is that a move down the inside? Thought he was about to draw alongside Presley Knight. Knight then with a look down the inside as the tarmac once again starts to glisten in the sunshine here at Shenington, but it's still very wet, and all of our seniors will be on wets as well as Arlo Portagoody goes through a puddle on the exit of Cafe Corner. Round goes Jules Nash. The Stratford hairpin, which is proving to be a tricky corner and tricky for a few others as well. Nicholas Anser, one of them round in the number 30 machine. So 5 drivers at the front at the moment, and that's the 19 of Teddy Smith going down the inside of Sebastian Talbot from a fair distance back, and Shay Downey is going to try and take advantage of that as well, and will try and get down the inside, and indeed does. up to be classified in P5 as they came over the timing line. Leading trio has come back together ever so slightly as the 81 is out of the race. Matty Smith retires from the final. We've got another driver off, and we've got waved yellow up at Stratford. So there'll be no overtaking, and everybody back in. And we've also got more yellow flags at post 3, although I think they are very quickly in. So we've not got one at post sorry, that was post 6 and no flag at post 7, so we are good. Bowers leads then from Presley Knight and Hugh Riley. And they are nose to tail as they go over the timing line, less than 2/10 splitting them. Sebastian Talbot's up into 4th place in front of Teddy Smith and Shay Downey. Oakley Rudman's not too far back either. Neither is Logan Edwards. He's going to try and make a move. That is a move and a half round the outside by Logan Edwards on Oakley Rudman. Round Cafe Corner and park the car on the inside then for the left-hander of Pitts Bend. And through went Logan Edwards, who came into this weekend with a shot at the championship, but the improvement that he's made throughout this 2025 season, he can hold his head high. Looks very likely he's going to be second in the championship in terms of the point standings, but like I say, he can hold his head very comfortably as to how he's raced throughout this season, and he'll be second in this championship as it stands. Arthur Bowers at the front will be crowned your champion of 2025. Whether he leads this trio home or not, it's inevitable for Arthur Bowers. Presley Knight and Hugh Riley will like to take it off him, but we've still got yellow flag on the run up towards the hairpin. It was stationary originally, but now there's no yellow flag and it's in, and that is a good overtake by Presley Knight. There's no yellow flag there anymore. You can see it on the right hand side. It was a stationary one at post 3, but then there was no waved yellow at 4 as the 45 and the 17, Freddie Dye and JJ Williams go round, but Presley Knight leads with a superb overtake up towards the Stratford hairpin. So Knight from Bowers and then Hugh Riley. A little bit of a concertina nose into rear from all three of them, but they're okay. And Hugh Riley has a move coming, does he? Down the inside of Arthur Bowers here. Hugh Riley is through. Arthur Bowers drops down into 3rd place, but I'm sure in about 5 minutes' time, he won't mind. He won't be taking the big trophy home today. He will be taking the big trophy home in a month and a half's time. Also 2.5 months' time, actually, as we middle of November at Kartmania for the SuperOne Championship presentation. I'll be there. Hopefully all of our drivers will be as well to collect their hard-earned silverware. Presley Knight then from Hugh Riley. Riley in the number 86 in the green and yellow colours for Hugh Riley. And he's going to try the move that took him to 2nd place on the previous lap and see whether it can take him into the lead. And yes, it can! Down the inside into Park Bend for Hugh Riley. Through he goes to take the lead with 2.5 minutes on the clock from Presley Knight. This is the corner that Knight got through on Bowers for the lead earlier on, and it's where he's going to retake the lead from Hugh Riley. Riley, though, chops back to the inside, gets on the power, has a look across at his rival, and retakes the lead. Riley then from Knight and Bowers, and to be fair, behind Teddy Smith is not 1.5 seconds behind that he was at the start of this lap. Side by side, Bowers is coming back down the inside, and Bowers is going to do them both, is he? Into the right-hander at Wilkins. That is a champion's overtake by Arthur Bowers. 2 for 1 down the inside into hanger on Presley Knight, and then carries the momentum down the inside on Hugh Riley to retake the lead, having been down in 3rd place. Bowers then now leading from Hugh Riley and Presley Knight. Teddy Smith not too far back either in that 4th place. The gap was 1.5 now. It's half a second to Presley Knight and only a second off the leader Arthur Bowers. Sebastian Talbot's not a million miles off the back as well, as round goes the 71 of Oakley Rudman. Was in P8, will might get back on track just in front of Arthur Bowers. Sorry, if Arthur Rhodes had a gap of just under 3 seconds or so, back to the 82. 40 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go, and Riley's going to try and move again in his favoured position, back down the inside. 30 seconds on the clock. Car 18 wants to know who won in Honda. On track it was Mason Becker. The championship won by Riley Blakemore. In that one, we'll put the focus though back onto IAME M1, as we've got a 4-car battle for the lead with Hugh Riley, Arthur Bowers, Presley Knight and Teddy Smith in the 19. Bowers asking Knight for a little bit of assistance. He wants to take this championship with another victory, but at the moment it's the master of the wet, Hugh Riley, fittingly somewhat wearing an Ayrton Senna replica helmet. We knew what he was like in the wet. Well, Hugh Riley's leading this one, although down the inside goes Bowers, and then there's a bit of contact then between Presley Knight and Hugh Riley, which means Riley can't get the run back down the inside, and Arthur Bowers will lead us over the timing line to commence the final lap of this a little over 1,000 metre long Shenington circuit for the final time. Bowers will defend briefly and then leaves the door open for Hugh Riley to go back down the inside. Riley's on the outside. There's lap traffic in front that they're going to have to contend with, and they will have to contend with it up towards the Bruno chicane. Can they get the run out? Can they get the rub of the green? We've got a driver off on the outside, but that's not going to cause them any harm. Through goes the 2 leaders. They're still nose to tail, heading up to Wilkins for the final time. Hard on the brakes. Down the inside goes Bowers to retake the lead. Arthur Bowers, I said a few laps ago it was a champion's overtake. It's been a champion's drive for Arthur Bowers, your 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 champion in IAME M1. Bowers wins it from Hugh Riley, and Teddy Smith in 3rd place gets on the podium in front of Presley Knight, Logan Edwards and Sebastian Talbot. Shay Downey, Arthur Rhodes, Oakley Rudman and Harley Bebb complete your top 10. Arthur Bowers with a super drive and a few fantastic overtakes. Gutting for Hugh Riley. He finishes in 2nd place, and if ever there was a podium with step 1.1, it would really belong to Hugh Riley after that final. Question in the live chat from Freddie. He wants to know if I'm Joshua Sullivan's dad. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I know Freddie. He raced with Joshua when they raced together in Honda Cadet at Fullbeck and spent many a day plodding round Lockwell Hill as they both honed their craft in Honda Cadet. But less about me now and more about our drivers that are about to put on a show for the final time in the 2025 championship season here in Senior Rotax. It's time for the final race of the day, the final race of the 2025 Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. It's time for Senior Rotax. The sun shines once again on Shenington as Lucas Blanford and Morgan Hudson-Brown will lead us round for the final time in front of Jarek Metters and Archie Flint. Max Rowley and Max Lorna-Bennock will go off row number 3. Max Chow, Kieran Denyer, row 4. Jasmine Taylor and Max Davis, row number 5. Tom Nottingham and Ethan Bentley will go from row number 6. 13th, Ben Horner, Josh Gorer alongside on row 7. Daniel Beards and Braden Donahue are on row number 8. Tom Williams and George Daniels on row 9. Row 10, it's Harry Pullen and Finn Smith, Jay Pearson and Nasimi Fatinoglu off row number 11. Salvador Newman and Lloyd Williams on row number 12. Kean Eastick and Billy Edgecombe, Sky Fraser and Izzy Lawton in front of our Rotax 177 runners, Jamie Salter and Adriel Noir, and then Alfie Baron Oxbury and Raul Folianu. So field will come round once again. They'll need to slow this one down and form it up fairly quickly for our senior Rotax runners. And then our Rotax 177, they're a little bit further off the back, and we've only got 3 of them. The 4th one is just making their way round in Raul Folianu, and I do think we're missing one other driver as well as we come up and over the timing line. It doesn't look like we've gone green there, so we are going to roll round once again. And the false start flag being shown at Marshall post number 3. It might give whomever it was, I'm trying to pick out, they'll come round in a few moments time, but we are missing one of our senior runners from the front grid. It's the 79 of Salvador Newman, who is out of position, but may well just about catch up the back of the pack and give himself half a chance. We are gridding up down the far end of the track. Newman is coming round the Bruno chicane now, so might just arrive a few seconds off the back of this grid, but you can see him there in the background just trying to join onto the back of the 172s, and we'll go round the outside of them. Up towards the timing line we go then. And sweeping round the outside at the first corner. Here's Morgan Hudson-Brown. He's going to get squeezed though on exit by the O-plate of Lucas Blanford, and Blanford retakes the lead. So as soon as Hudson-Brown had the lead, Lucas Blanford snatched it back again. And Blanford will look to head off into the distance. No spray now, the track's still wet, the track's still slippy, but nobody getting a face full of spray like they did earlier, particularly in that junior Rotax race that was Battenberged and then ultimately checkered flagged a lap or so early. But into the right-hander then of Wilkins. Blanford then with a gap back to we've got the 11 is off and Izzy Lawton in the 13, so that's Jay Pearson and Izzy Lawton off at the far end of the circuit. Timing is showing that it's Archie Flint in second, and Morgan Hudson-Brown has indeed dropped down into 3rd place, but isn't showing on timing. There he is reinstated. Waved yellow flag as the Nasimi Fatinoglu goes round at the Stratford hairpin. And we've got a slow-moving Tom Williams as well down the back straight. So we may well have a yellow flag there, or Williams will try and bring that kart round into the pit lane. We've got a spin as well at the Bruno chicane. Blanford off at the front. Gap is 1.5 seconds. And he's mastered the SuperOne Championship in the dry. He mastered the final yesterday in the wet, and he's off into the distance. Remember, 2 championships in this one. Rotax 177 still to be decided as well. It looks like that could well go the way of Jamie Salter. Currently running in second place behind Adriel Lenoir, who debuted yesterday in the SuperOne Championship and stood on the top step. And it looks like he's going to do exactly the same as well today. Gaps out to 1.8. There's the 35, Ethan Bentley. Started inside the top 10, I think, did Ethan Bentley. No, he's in P12, so row number 6. But he's down in P27 after that excursion. Jarek Metters and Max Rowley in 4th and 5th place respectively in their TDR colours. The home of the best cake in the SuperOne paddock, of course. '77 is Alfie Baron Oxbury making his way round the right-hander at Wilkins, currently in 3rd place in Rotax 177. Jarek Metters, Max Rowley in 4th and 5th place respectively in Senior Max. Down the back straight they go towards Hanger Corner. Blanford's gap is 2.8 seconds. Change for position as the recovering Salvador Newman starts to make his way back through. He's up to P21 is Newman, having started around about 5 or 6 seconds off the back of the pack earlier on. There could be a 3rd place up for grabs here for Jarek Metters, because he's reeling in Morgan Hudson Brown. They set identical times on the previous lap and crossed the line only a 10th apart, so we could well see a change. See certain parts of this track dry. Once again, there's a dry line emerging to an extent round the first corner of Park Bend, and then for 3rd place a train of carts that goes down to Ben Horner in P12. 2 carts hooked together down at Wilkins. Max Chown and Josh Gora. That'll be a waved yellow. Visor warning for Jamie Salter. That means he needs to put it down. Hopefully them 2 carts are clear by the time we head up towards Wilkins. Drivers moving out of the way. Leaders will be heading down there now, so hopefully they've managed to clear them. Still clearing. I was wondering whether we were going to go back to that or not, up at that far end of the circuit, but they are just getting cleared now. So under waved yellows, the field managing to navigate that accordingly. Blanford Flint, Morgan Hudson Brown, Jarek Metters, Max Rowley, Kieran Denyer, Ben Horner. The battle for 3rd place, 5 deep from Morgan Hudson Brown back to Ben Horner, as the 2 carts are now clear of the circuit. Rowley with a contact warning in P5. Blanford, though, sets the fastest lap. That's Harry Pullen, who started the day on pole position, currently running in P number 11 at the moment. So Blanford leads by the gap of 3.8 seconds. Back to Archie Flint, Morgan Hudson-Brown. So they run down that back straight. Hudson-Brown with a look over the shoulder. Back to Jarek Metters, and Metters from a few kart lengths back sends the move down the inside of Morgan Hudson-Brown. So Jarek Metters up into a podium position then in third place. Blanford gap at the front is 4 seconds. And Morgan Hudson-Brown, I think, is back past Jarek Metters. There he is on the inside in the BLR colours. So they run up towards the right-hander. And that's Ben Horner in the mix as well there in the 12. They're going to be 3 wide down the back straight. Max Rowley's on the inside of Ben Horner. Through they go. Kieran Denya's in the mix as well. So still 3rd to 7th. Split by next to nothing. As Max Rowley tried that move again on Ben Horner. Ben Horner up and over the curbs, sliding sideways. Lucas Blanford, though, 2 laps away from another victory and a championship in Super 1. Morgan Hudson-Brown holding on to that 3rd place, having been overtaken briefly by Jarek Metters and then retook 3rd place. Archie Flint in P2. Off goes Braden Donoghue up at Stratford. See a dry line emerging, but down the inside goes Ben Horner. Horner then up into 4th place. He started in P13, so he's had a charge. So has Billy Edgecombe. He's currently in P9. Here's Billy Edgecombe. Showing in 8, but we know Morgan Hudson-Brown will be reinstated on timing shortly. As he runs in 3rd place, does Morgan Hudson-Brown, now being pursued by Ben Horner. We'll see whether Horner can have a little bit more luck than what Jarek Metters did. Over the timing line, though, comes Lucas Blanford to start the final lap. Warning for Jasmine Taylor, but there is Lucas Blanford. Ben Horner's up into 3rd place. He's got past Morgan Hudson-Brown. So Ben Horner from 13th to 3rd is going to be one of the charges of the final, along with Billy Edgecombe and Harry Pullen, who've come 26th and 19th respectively through to run currently in 8th and 9th. Here, though, is Lucas Blanford. Out of the final corner, your 2025 Rally Replay Senior Max Champion in Super 1 is Lucas Blanford. Archie Flint will come through to take 2nd place. Ben Horner will take the flag in P number 3. Having charged through from P13, we need to keep an eye out then on Rotax 177 for when they come through. Adriel Unwar will take the victory, I think, on track. So Unwar crosses the line now to take the victory, but it's Jamie Salter that we're looking out for in the number 27 machine. As Izzy Lawton will cross the line now, and it should be Jamie Salter in the 27. Salter takes the checkered flag and takes the 2025 Rotax 177 Championship. 2nd place enough for Jamie Salter. Beats his nearest rival, Alvy Baron Oxbury, and Jamie Salter is your 2025 champion in Rotax 177. 12 rounds come to a close then in the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. Plenty of trophies handed out throughout the season. Big trophies to be handed out at the end of the season as we head to Kartmania for the trophy presentation for the Rally Replay Super 1 Championship. Congratulations then to our MightE champion of 2025, Felix Tandy. In IAME Water Swift Restricted, that goes to Freddie Baker. MightE Cadets, it's William Crombie. In Intermax, congratulations to Logan Rolfe, who's your champion. Coma C50, what a season that was. It went down to the final few laps, and it went to Hendrix Falat in Coma C50. Junior Max went to the O-Plate, Oliver Smith. The two drivers in that one came into the final round of the championships on tied points as they came into the final weekend, but it goes to Oliver Smith, the O-Plate. Noah Wicklow wins Micromax. It's Riley Blakemore in Honda Cadet. IAME M1 goes to Arthur Bowers, and in Senior Rotax and in Rotax 177 it goes to Lucas Blanford and Jamie Salter respectively. The season comes to a close. It's been an epic season. It's been an epic day's racing. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the entire 2025 season. It's been a pleasure to voice this championship. Grateful for the opportunity, of course, to commentate on Super 1, having dipped in for a round last year at Clay Pigeon to bring the voice to the final few rounds of the 2025 season. Thank you, of course, to the marshals, the medics and everybody out there bringing us the pictures in what's been some fairly terrible conditions at times. Thank you very much to you for watching. From myself, David Sullivan, and from Alpha Live, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully we'll see you in 2025 for some more action in Super 1.